This is, we'll call the meeting to order. The Senate Natural Resources and Energy. It's Friday the 27th. We're having a meeting to take a look at planning really for the coming week. So as you may have heard from the Pro Tem, he would like us all to keep our eyes first and foremost on the COVID pandemic and how it affects anything related to our areas of jurisdiction. I sent out an email to people with an outline of things for today. So if you haven't checked email in the last 24 hours, you may want to look at an email from me to you all. We're going to have 2 meetings next week in which we'll really take some testimony from people, looping back to people on water issues, solid waste issues, energy issues. And those meetings are scheduled for 10 to 12 on Tuesday and Thursday next week to try to stick with the regular schedule. What I wanted to do with folks today was just, one, make sure we all had a sense of what that plan was, what our priorities are beyond next week. So towards, maybe in Thursday's meeting, we'll see how it goes. We can be looking forward to doing non-COVID-19 related bills the week after. And so I wanted to encourage people to start thinking about, we actually have 6 bills all in motion at the moment. Either they're on the floor or in another committee. It's something we've been looking at. When we left on the 13th, there were 6 bills sort of in, as I just said, in motion. There were a lot of other bills on the wall, 2 of which were, major House bills that there's a broad interest in, the global warming and the Act 250 bill. So I just wanted to check with you all. The short list I put out is much shorter than I didn't actually count, but there must be something like 40 bills in committee. So I'd like to go through, do 2 things. One, go through those areas of jurisdiction and think aloud as a group about who we might want to hear from, check back in with next week on COVID-19 related stuff. And then start thinking too about, when you look at the bills in committee or the email I sent out, how would you prioritize them? It's unclear right now how the session's going to unfold. In talking with the Pro Tem at some length the other day, he believes we're going to have, time to get to many bills. An unhelpful dog here. Just a moment. I can't do much about this at my desk while. All right, back again. So we should be thinking, no one knows exactly how many bills we'll get to in the long run. I guess that's the answer. But we will get to things more than just what we had teed up as a crossover. So with that said, I'm going to, doubling back to clean water. Last time we checked in, Michael put together that helpful memo summarizing what's going on out there. I thought it would be helpful for us to check back in with A&R and DEC on the kind of public drinking water, wastewater, all that kind of stuff, to see if everything's working fine or people are starting to run into, for instance, staffing issues. And that brought up, there's a Vermont WARN system that allows municipalities to transfer equipment and staff between municipal wastewater or public water supply systems. So it'd be just good to know that if people have worked out that, got those agreements in place, stuff like that. Beyond that, we have, a lot of work going on with the Vermont Clean Water Act. And I honestly have no idea what's going on out in the field in terms of implementation. I mean, there's at least a couple of sides. One is all the kind of data gathering stuff that goes on. There's regulatory stuff that goes on. And then there's people doing things like building swales, ditches, bunkers, and all the rest. And I don't know if how the essential services are being treated, in terms of if water quality is enough of a nexus, someone says, oh, well, we continue that work as long as you're not violating safe working distances forever and stuff like that. On the solid waste, so let me pause there. The list I had for people to check in with includes ANR, AG, NRCS, and the RPCs, and some representative watershed groups. Can anyone think of anybody else that we might want to touch base with to follow up on that?
I can't think of anybody immediately. Again, I think my concern, I think all of our concerns, it has to do with making certain that whatever we're doing, we're not pulling away from other resources at this time. In other words, our priorities might be trumped by some of the other things happening, and we're just keeping an eye, as you've said in previous meetings, on ledge council's needs elsewhere, as well as other possible needs elsewhere.
Yeah, good point and a good reminder. And I'll count on Luke and Michael to speak up and tell us if we're ever asking them to do something when you have something more pressing. I don't know, economic development or health and welfare or probes or who knows where.
The one thing that I wanted to offer is EPA just put out guidance that they will not be enforcing, that they're just going to focus on administration, oversight, and permitting. You might want to talk to ANR if they're going to follow a similar strategy in order to maximize their resources and their timing right now.
Okay, thank you. Anyone else? So, okay, so that's, I think, fairly straightforward on water quality stuff. So the other piece I left out there was because of the challenges to the state's budget because of all these delayed receipts. The other thing that the pro tem said, please check in with the agencies and departments you work with to make sure that financial constraints that are developing day by day aren't having an impact on their operations. So it's really fiscal and personnel issues, I think, that are going to be the first impacts. So then if there's nothing more there, then on solid waste, again, this just seems like a check-in to make sure that there was an issue came up with septage last week that I think they were short-staffed at a wastewater treatment facility. And so a truck, that was pumping septage out of people's septic tanks couldn't unload. I don't know if you've heard anything more, Michael, about that.
The agency is working with septage companies to try and find wastewater treatment facilities that will accept their septage. They understand it's a problem, and they're trying to find alternatives for the septage companies. There's a kind of a corresponding issue. Some of the farm fields that are where septage is applied are coming back testing for PFAS in the soil. So that can become an issue for that farm because the feed that they grow on the field is eaten by the cows and is bioaccumulated into the cow. So that's septage has got kind of multiple issues going on right now.
Okay. On the PFAS bioaccumulating in cows, which doesn't sound like a good thing for the cows, does that have an impact on ability to ship milk produced by those cows?
Yes. The co-op reserves the right to not ship the milk because it's what they would call contaminated.
Okay, So have you been working with the ag agency and, ag agency and also Senate Ag? Are they aware of this going on?
They're both, the agency is working on it. Senator Starr at least is aware of it. So they're trying to figure out ways to address the issue.
Okay. I'm trying to think what the alternatives are. I mean, you could spread in non-farm fields.
Right. And, or you do not grow feed on that field.
Okay. All right. And then in the next bucket here, energy issues. So I thought we could double back and make sure that there are no problems with the folks that we checked in with before. The utilities finance manages utilities. So I would think of normal utility oversight work continuing in finance, and the complementary, I mean, we could just verify that things are going fine. No new issues have come up. But one thing I was thinking is other energy stuff around it. So for instance, how is this impacting Efficiency Vermont and weatherization work or efficiency work? Or we're already having some challenges, meeting our goals. Does it mean that we're also having to put on hold all that kind of stuff?
And again, Chris, Rogers here. I've been in communication with some of the Efficiency Vermont folks, and they are no longer doing assessments or in the field work. So I would say, yeah, they're pretty much stymied at this point, working at home.
Right. You can't really do much of an energy audit remotely. Right.
Yep.
Thank you. And as a quick look towards Bill, I don't know if people have other issues. You said, we've all been getting bombarded with
Senator Bray, I have a quick question. What about potentially delaying the implementation of the plastic bag ban, just because we are hearing some concern in some jurisdictions starting to do that right now, just with health and grocery stores, and even just seeing people in lines. I don't think it makes sense to charge people if they're running into a grocery store to get some items, when they have the opportunity to.
Okay. Well, let's think about it, discuss it. I know that this has come up because last week, Maine, which was, going to go to a single-use bag ban on the 22nd of April, postponed. So there's that implementation piece. For us, it's July 1st, so that we have time who knows what July 1 will look like to us in 30 days, The other thing that's happened, though, I know a Shaw's store, or maybe that's every Shaw's, plus the co-op store in Middlebury asked people to stop bringing in reusable bags. And next door in New Hampshire, Sununu banned reusable bags. So I had been in touch with the Department of Health and ANR over the last week on this issue, and I said, "Are you recommending any changes?" And Health said no, and ANR concurred, because in essence, bags are one of the lowest, risk vectors going on. If you start with the shopping cart, you touch the shopping basket, the shelves, et cetera, et cetera, et cetera. So.
Right. But I think one of the concerns too is just having capacity for them. So my uncle's a superintendent for school district in New York State, and they're using single-use bags to deliver the lunches so that they can leave them on doors for students. So I don't know what our capacity and how our bill reads are. Would a school district be able to buy single-use bags for that use, if we're in a capacity where we're trying to use it for lunches or other things we're trying to give out?
But ours doesn't go into effect until July.
Right, but we just canceled school till June, so there's reason to believe that this could still be going on some capacity through July.
Sure.
And
but I'm just trying to think of, whether or not it's a priority to deal with right now, only because, I mean, it's not like other states where we have something that we would extend the deadline on. Ours, again, everybody may be back up and running by June 1.
Well, so it's I take your point. So let's make sure. I mean, I think, the bag ban, just as a reminder for all of us, is at the point of checkout. So that really wouldn't apply to a school anyway. They could still be sourcing single-use bags and using them. But yeah,
I thought I heard that the administration had pushed that timeline, the implementation of that back. Am I wrong?
Are you talking about the 7-1?
The plastic bag 7-1, yeah.
So I saw a request from Aaron Segrist on behalf of Vermont Grocers to push it back to January 1 of 21, roll it back 6 months. And that came through while I was just wrapping up, a couple of days of conversation with health and ANR. So I'm not sure where the administration will go. I mean, they could respond to grocers and say, we're pushing that back. For me, the science and medicine people are the ones I would like to rely on to guide whatever we do, let the chips fall where they may. But so far, ANR and health are saying no need to change practices at stores. I mean, it's a little, if we start having a reusable, if we ban reusable shopping carts, then I'll be thinking about reusable bags next, but I would do it in that order, because a shopping cart, everyone is handling. A bag, at least, is only yours. And if you're feeling very conscientious, you could wash the thing before you come back. It only takes a little soap and water to.
Well, that's true, but they're trying to protect their employees, and like Price Chopper, their folks won't even touch reusable bags now. And there are some stores that have outright banned the reusable bags during this time. And it's just a matter of knowing that when they grab that plastic bag, it's clean. And if they touch somebody's reusable bag, it's not necessarily. And most of the stores are now providing sanitary wipes to wipe down your cart and stuff. I'm not saying that it eliminates the chances. I agree, everything you pull off the shelf, somebody's already touched. But they're trying to protect their employees.
Right. Well, right. So, Senator McDonald.
I think we got a lot of differences of opinion on something that just came up. Why don't we sit on this for a week, and stores may have to order or not order, depending on the decision we make before July 1st. But I think we've got all the various possibilities, and we might want to weigh in on this next week after we've thought about it a bit.
Sure. It's not really
well said.
Emergent. So, and stores will make their own policies anyway. So we'll keep going and see where the administration goes with it. So again, I just ask people to take a look at the list of bills in that email, or I also put in the email a link to our bills and committee list, which is a lot longer, and you might want to look ahead. My sense is that, we might want to focus on clearing out kind of what was in our in basket at the time of back on the 13th, before going on to major bills. The concern I have, frankly, about something like Act 250 and Global Warming Solutions Act is that I think I'm certainly, ready, willing, able. I think we all are to work on that. But I also think they're complicated issues that, even if in ideal circumstances, like all of us in the building with all our regular work tools at hand, we would probably spend weeks going through those, because there's a lot in them. And so I'd rather, not have us try to push something through with not enough testimony, especially Act 250, which is really critical to what goes on in the state. But that's it from
I would tend to agree with that.
Yeah.
Chris, I would tend to agree with that. I think even if we were in the building, those two bills could completely consume the rest of our legislative session, and we may still feel like we would like more information. So I don't see how that could possibly be pulled off in trying to meet like this.
Especially the need that we would have for Ledge Council to be with us constantly on that. And they're as bombarded, if not more, by emails from all of us, concerns, trying to probably support their colleagues who have jurisdiction in economic development, et cetera.
Right.
Actually, I would say, unless there's somewhat irresponsible, possibly.
Yeah. And it could also be that we might find something relatively narrow and helpful. The thing that I'm thinking of is the trails related provisions. So if I'm thinking a little optimistically about the summer and fall, our outdoor recreation industry has been hit hard by what's happened in the last 3 weeks. And if it's going to be safe and healthy to be outdoors and recreating this summer and fall, maybe doing something narrow on trails to help ensure that everyone who's trying to run that kind of business has an opportunity to keep going, as opposed to leaving that Act 250 as it relates to trails question hanging with uncertainty for another full year. That might be something we could look into.
Fine, sure.
Yeah, and I think that's extremely important because I know that the groups have been working on an agreement, and as you said, I think tourism business as a whole is going to take a hell of a shot because people aren't going to be coming for the next couple months, and even after the COVID-19 problem is gone, I think they're still not going to be apt to go on a vacation for a while.
Right. Okay.
Senator Bratt, I'm afraid I have to jump off.
But I think we are actually, unless anyone has anything else you want to put on the table. So again, I'll work with Jude lining. If you have any witnesses you want us to hear from, please just email me, let me know. Otherwise, I'll line up sort of standard folks that we would hear from on those 3 topics we went through briefly before. And if that's otherwise, I think on my side, my list is complete. Anything else?
Thank you.
Great. Have a great weekend, everybody.
Good weekend.
Goodbye,
See y'all.
McDonald.
David Pakman Show at davidpakman.com.
The big political story over the last 24 hours, Bernie Sanders has suspended his 2020 Democratic presidential campaign. There's just so much to talk about, and I've received hundreds of messages since yesterday about this, emails, tweets, all sorts of other messages, Instagram. And so I want to go through this in sections. I want to make sure we cover everything. I want to make sure we sort of turn over every stone that needs to be turned over in thinking about this and going forward. And so we're going to talk about Bernie's decision itself and whether it made sense. We'll talk about what exactly happened in the campaign that at one point seemed to be going so well. We'll talk about what this means for the progressive movement and for the future of who the individuals are that may be leading that movement. We'll talk, eventually, we also have to talk about what this means for November of 2020. So we're going to get to all of those things. Now, my concerns from the messages I've received are centered around, I guess, generally that a lot of these different issues I mentioned are being mixed up. For example, there are people mixing up questions about the future of the movement with November of 2020, when there is overlap, but really there are different decisions and different considerations to be made there. And it's leading to some unclear thinking and people that I think are not thinking in the clearest terms about this. And I want to make sure that if nothing else, we can disagree about where we end up, but let's make sure we have all of the facts and that we're thinking clearly and discreetly about all of these issues. If we come to different conclusions, that's fine. I have no problem. We're adults. But let's think through the different elements of this. First of all, here is Bernie himself saying it yesterday that he is suspending his campaign.
I wish I could give you better news, but I think you know the truth. And that is that we are now some 300 delegates behind Vice President Biden, and the path toward victory is virtually impossible. So while we are winning the ideological battle, and while we are winning the support of so many young people and working people throughout the country, I have concluded that this battle for the Democratic nomination will not be successful. And so today, I am announcing the suspension of my campaign.
So, first of all, was this the correct decision for Bernie Sanders to make? The answer is yes. Now, Bernie talks about the math, and he says that he has no path to the nomination. It's important to understand that it's been weeks since the numbers changed. So if the numbers yesterday show no path to the nomination, he also had no path weeks ago when we outlined that, and still many people were reacting very emotionally and sort of resisting that. After Super Tuesday, Bernie's shot was diminished to about a 1% shot. After the March 10th states voted, he had about a 0.5% chance. After March 17th, it was smaller than a 0.1% chance, and that has not since changed. So Bernie's decision is the right one. Bernie's decision is backed by the math, and there's no question about that whatsoever. Remember, even after it was just Biden versus Bernie and everyone else was out, Biden kept building bigger and bigger leads in the polls. There was the idea that coronavirus would turn it around and reinvigorate Bernie's campaign. In the polls, Biden kept pulling away. So that's that. I don't really think there's that much more to say about it, particularly because Bernie has suspended his campaign. Next question is about the timing. Bernie getting out yesterday, April 8th, as opposed to earlier, as opposed to later. I don't know that this is the most important issue, but I'm not so sure about the timing. I mean, to me, again, the numbers haven't changed for 3 weeks. So in a sense, it might have made more sense to get out 3 weeks ago when we were not in the middle of the peak of a 100-year pandemic, where this is likely to be a story that gets 24 to 36 hours of attention, and then the attention is going to be greatly diminished. Waiting, I mean, listen, if you've waited this long, maybe you just keep waiting with no other primaries that are voting in person in the immediate. Maybe you keep waiting with the idea that when the virus starts to settle down in the news, as hopefully it will in the next month, although we don't know, maybe there's an opportunity for Bernie to get more attention with this, get some concessions or something with Joe Biden that will be a show of both unity and maybe also some policy concessions that Joe Biden, I don't know. I'm thinking out loud here, but I don't think this is really the most important thing. My instinct is that this is acutely a time because we are, 2,000 people a day in the U.S. are dying right now because of the coronavirus. This maybe is not the best time to get the most attention for what you're doing and maybe spend the political capital you've built in the most effective way. But I don't think it's the most important thing to be talking about. Could maybe Bernie get something out of this in the future? Because remember, Bernie is suspending. You can still vote for him in upcoming primaries. He will continue to accumulate delegates. And at some point in the future, we imagine, before or at the convention may be in person, it may be digital. We just don't know right now because of the virus. Maybe there is some show made out of Bernie turning over his delegates, directing his delegates, releasing his delegates, and sending them to Biden in exchange for something. That may still happen. I don't know that we need to armchair quarterback that too much. Now, let's move on to a bigger issue. What about the meaning of this for the progressive movement and the understanding of why Bernie lost, which if we don't learn anything from this, it's been a waste. If we don't learn anything from this, the same things are going to keep happening. Now, a lot of this analysis I've done before because we've already done our postmortem on the Bernie campaign. Mathematically, in the last 3 weeks, nothing changed. And Bernie accepting that the math has no path to his nomination, the math was the same 3 weeks ago. So we did most of our postmortem 3 weeks ago. I won't go crazy spending time on that, but the key points to hit, just so we're all kind of up to speed. First of all, the Democratic primary electorate is not as progressive as the internet, Reddit, Twitter progressive movement might make us think that it is. This is just a reality. We talked about this a few weeks ago. There are a lot of Democratic primary voters who just aren't participating in those online forums, so we don't see them. We come away thinking that what we see on Reddit and Twitter is far more representative of the Democratic primary electorate than it actually is. We sometimes are swayed by Bernie's large rallies. Just because people are able to gather larger rallies doesn't necessarily mean they're going to gather more voters when it actually becomes time to vote. Now, you will hear on Twitter in response to this, you're wrong, David. Everybody wants Medicare for all. Everybody wants free college. People were confused or tricked or bamboozled into voting for Biden because of these wrong calculations about electability. People are wrong. The theme online is, in the online left, it's Bernie is the guy with the popular policies, but people wrongly thought Biden was more electable, so they voted for Biden. That's not really true. And if you look at more detailed polls, it's very easy to say everybody loves Medicare for all, but somehow they voted for Biden. It's not completely true. And this is something, if we don't accept, if we don't realize it, we're not going to fix the problems. If you look at data from the Kaiser Family Foundation, it's pretty clear. I want a disclaimer. Kaiser Family Foundation has nothing to do with Kaiser Permanente, the insurance company. Sometimes when I mention the KFF, people say, David, you're touting industry talking points. No, the Kaiser Family Foundation, you can look up, Google it. It's widely documented. It shares the word Kaiser. It has nothing to do with the insurance company, Kaiser Permanente. They are an independent research agency. And the point is, the more you tell people about Medicare for all and how it would actually work, the lower support is. Now, this doesn't mean Medicare for all is good or bad. I'm talking about the political viability. We have some of the data on the screen. This is not anything about my opinion. It is simply me reminding you the numbers are more complex than simply saying everybody loves Medicare for all, but somehow Biden won by 2.5 million votes. The more you tell people about the specifics of how Medicare for all would work, the more divided opinion is. It's not overwhelmingly against Medicare for all, but opinion about Medicare for all is split very evenly as people learn more about the specifics. So it's not overwhelming support. Number two, policy aside, not enough people liked Bernie enough to vote for him. This is not the Hillary stuff. Nobody likes Bernie. That was referring to members of Congress and the Senate. What I'm talking about is there are lots of people who I'm sure find Bernie's policies fine, but they didn't like him or his campaign enough to get them over the hump, casting a ballot for Bernie Sanders. Now, there are all of these hot takes that Bernie lost because voters were confused about issues versus electability. But a lot of people just didn't like Bernie enough to vote for him. It's just the reality. Okay, I don't take it personally. It has nothing to do with the viability of the policies either. Number three, I've already talked about the toxic people around Bernie. There are lots of them. This isn't about mean people on Twitter. That's not what I'm talking about. I'm talking about campaign surrogates. It wouldn't be particularly decorous for me to start naming them. Is it decorous or decorous? For me to start naming them down now? It's over, but there are lots of people around Bernie that were repellent to many, many voters. It was a bad calculation. What can you do? Okay, we learned. And lastly, Bernie was not helped by some of the optics around his campaign. The Democratic Socialist label didn't help. I said this 5 years ago, and there are now more and more leftist folks who are coming around to this. It just didn't help. Thinking about it's not anything personal about Bernie necessarily, but the Dem socialist language, the language of revolution. Most Democrats don't want revolution. They want to fix the system. And even, this is so minor, but like when Bernie praised Cuba's literacy program and then doubled down on it, I get it. Just because Cuba did something doesn't mean that Fidel Castro is good, but it just didn't help Bernie. None of this stuff helped Bernie Sanders. Altogether, many factors. So then we get to, does this say anything about the future of the progressive movement more broadly? I think the answer is not necessarily. It depends on the choices that we make. I've said before, the movement to succeed is going to be need to be led by someone who shares Bernie's fundamental values, but has better optics, better framing, better language, and a less toxic supporting cast around them. There's plenty of time to figure that out. We don't want to take too much time because we want to make progress and win, but there's plenty of time to figure that out. But in the immediate, in the midst of a 100-year pandemic, during which the president we have is an incompetent, weaponized buffoon, we've got to deal with the general election. This is not trivial. This is not academic. And this is where the black-white hot takes are just exploding on the internet, probably to the detriment of the movement bigger picture, because everybody is claiming to have the perspective that informs what every Bernie supporter should do in November. You've got the never Biden people. You've got the Bernie or bust people, which are not necessarily the same as the never Biden people. You have the reluctant sort of Trump's better than Biden, but I hate him anyway people. Here's my suggestion. Let's stop. Let's be adults here, and I'll explain to you what I mean by that. Bernie supporters have a limited number of options. There's not an unlimited number of paths forward, and those are: you vote for Biden, you vote for Trump, you don't vote at all, you write Bernie in, I'm talking in November now, you write someone else in, or you vote for a third-party candidate. These are all different actions, but in practical terms, any of these actions, other than voting Biden, is an action that gets Trump one vote closer to re-election. That's not a value judgment. I'm not saying it's good or bad. We'll get to the values in a moment. But any decision other than a vote for Biden is a vote or a non-vote that helps Donald Trump. Now, in blue states where Biden will win, maybe in practice, it matters less what you do in terms of helping Trump. But at the national level, all choices other than voting Biden are a vote that helps Trump get closer to re-election. Now, people may have different reasons for choosing these options. So as an example, you might be a Bernie supporter and you might choose to vote for Trump because you actually prefer Trump to Biden. Like on policy, I guess it's conceivable. You could look at the policy and you could look at everything about them, the people around them, cabinets that they would, okay. And you say, I prefer Trump to Biden. That's one reason someone might vote for Trump over Biden. You might be a Bernie supporter and you might vote for Trump because you see Trump's reelection as accelerationist compared to a Biden win. And now accelerationism is the idea that you should accelerate capitalism because it will speed up its eventual failure, which will bring about the destruction of capitalism. That's an idea. You might choose any of these options other than voting Biden because you want to teach the DNC a lesson, and you see not voting for Biden as teaching the DNC a lesson that, Your vote is not a blank check. So here's where I come down on this. I cannot, in good conscience, take any action that will make Trump's reelection more likely. It's very simple for me. I believe that Trump is that bad. I believe the coronavirus epidemic has been sort of the straw that broke the camel's back, or the cherry on top, or whatever metaphor you want to use, that proves beyond any doubt how weaponized Trump's ignorance and personality disorders and bad ideas and a cast of supporters and staffers are. This is not vote blue no matter who for me. I have a video about this on YouTube you can check out. I've looked at the options, and I am choosing Biden over Trump because he's better. Okay? Yesterday on Twitter, our friend Kyle Kulinski responded to journalist Mehdi Hassan's tweet about the lesser of two evils. And Kyle said, okay, white nationalist Richard Spencer versus white nationalist David Duke. Who y'all got? And I responded, half joking but half serious, I guess David Duke. He seems more frail, and his supporters aren't as good at using the internet to spread their white nationalism. The point here is I believe in harm reduction. I reject the idea that accelerationism will succeed at toppling the system. When you look at history, you see that the big progressive advances, which were, in the last 100 and so years, the 1910 to 1920 progressive era, the New Deal era, and the civil rights era, those were not revolution, break the system and build it back up, burn it down and start over. Those were advances working within the system and improving the system. Now, there is another group that is talking about, Biden needs to earn my vote. The DNC needs to earn my vote. They need to come and get me. And unless they come and get me, unless they make overtures and come and get me, they don't deserve my vote. Another debate is it Bernie who needs to convince his supporters to vote for Biden, or is it Biden who needs to convince Bernie's supporters to vote for Biden? This entire thing is childish to me. This idea of who comes and gets me specifically strikes me as both childish and completely irrelevant. I don't care about these people as people. I don't deify politicians. I've expressed before, the deification of Bernie or Tulsi or Andrew Yang or Trump, it's all cultish. And I just don't think these are people that should be deified or revered in this way. They're just people. They're just people. They are flawed people. We don't agree with everything in their platforms, period. I don't care about the cults of personality around them. I don't care about them coming to get my vote. I'm not signing a blank check. I look at policy and Biden is better. I'm not arrogant enough to say Biden's got to come get my vote. I've looked at Biden versus Trump on healthcare. Biden's better. Is Biden the best? No, Biden's better. I've looked at Biden versus Trump on taxes. Biden's better. I've looked at Biden versus Trump on selecting judges. Biden's better. I've looked at them on the environment. I've looked at them on diplomacy. I've looked at just about every issue, and Biden is better. I'm a big boy. I don't need Biden to come kowtow to me or do anything like that to get my vote. I've done the analysis on my own, and I know what the right decision is here. I'm not going to attack people who are going to go a different path than I'm going. I can only control what I do and communicate it to you, and everybody's got to make their own decisions. I'm not going to do ad hominems of people choosing a different path than me or anything like that. Trump gets another 4 years. I'll do what I can to minimize the damage. If Biden wins and defeats Donald Trump, it will be a very important victory for the United States, and it'll be an underwhelming milquetoast center-left presidency, which I will work my ass off to ensure is as progressive as possible by pushing Biden. Everybody's got to decide for themselves. Are you okay with your actions helping Trump get reelected? Maybe the answer is yes. I don't think you're a bad person. I just think you're wrong. For me, the answer is no. So I'm very confident in the action that I have to take, and it's voting for Biden over Trump. Let me know your thoughts. I'm ready. I'm on Twitter at @dpacman. We will take a break and be back right after this.
The David Pakman Show at davidpakman.com.
The David Pakman Show is member supported. Get the world famous bonus show and commercial free audio and video streams of the show by signing up at joinpakman.com.
The David Pakman Show at davidpakman.com.
Today's new members of the day are Kathleen Burns and Bradford Farrington. Kathleen and Bradford, thank you so much for your support. Means a lot, especially when I know a lot of people are having to tighten the belt. Coronavirus, we've got 16 million people over the last 3 weeks who have lost their jobs. So I really appreciate it. Also want to say thanks to Doris Bravo. Doris has been a member for almost 5 years and is today's longtime sustaining member of the day. Thank you so much, Doris. If you are looking for something to do as you are socially distancing and physically distancing and self-isolating, go to the David Pakman Show Reddit at davidpakman.com/Reddit, Reddit. Nearly 19,000 of our viewers and listeners are now participating on our subreddit. Some interesting posts I saw. User Restless Pedestrian posted an article about financiers making a lot of money off of the pandemic. I have been talking about this more so on the live streams than on the broadcast show for a couple of weeks now. There is a lot of money being made on coronavirus. You have, of course, financiers and banksters who are able now, especially to start processing these loans under the Paycheck Protection Plan. They get 0.05% commission on every dollar processed paid by the government. You can rack up big profits doing that. You've got the short sellers of different kinds who at different points bet on the stock market declining and made money off of that. You have all sorts of different companies jumping in and making masks and other things, which of course is good. Those things are needed, but they've proven to be very profitable endeavors, including when you get a slot speaking at a coronavirus press conference like the MyPillow Trump sycophant guy, Mike Lindell did, making some masks instead of pillows and getting invited to speak on a national stage. So there are all sorts of different people that are cashing in on coronavirus. And what we need to understand is this isn't new. Every tragedy, every calamity has people who are able to profit from it. Sometimes people are profiting by helping in a serious and sincere way. Other times people are taking advantages of loopholes or vulnerabilities, scamming people, selling things like, as you know, silver toothpaste and others claiming they kill the virus. It is nothing new that there is plenty of money to be made around tragedies, and we are seeing that happen. Another interesting discussion on the Reddit is Black Rian said we should start making a distinction between the progressive left and the populist left, pointing out that populism wants to appeal to ordinary people who feel their concerns are disregarded, whereas progressivism is a particular political philosophy supporting social reform and certain policy ideas. I want to be careful about this for two reasons. Number one, when we go crazy with how we name different groups and categorize different people, it's often not useful at all and is often a distraction. And, if you've listened to some of the pedantic phone calls I will sometimes get during live calls from people saying, I used to be a civil libertarian, but now I am a moderate ANCAP or whatever. It gets us very little. It gets us very little in actually figuring out how society, culture, and the economy should go. So here's my one thought. Populism can be left or right. Populism in and of itself can be left or right. And as this viewer is saying, we're distinguishing between the progressive left and the populist left. I actually think that populist left implies progressivism. So for me, there's not really a conflict. The populist left has elements of populism with progressive social policy, progressive economic policy, etc. I would not overly focus on these labels. Check out some of the work from the New School's Professor Federico Finkelstein, who is a fellow Argentinian. He's been a guest on the program, expert in populism, authoritarianism, etc. Let's not go crazy with the labels and the categorization. I don't think we get much out of it. Lastly, a bit of good news from the subreddit. User Bag of Squares has notified us that the pandemic has resulted in their mom becoming a fan of the David Pakman Show, pointing out that she previously was apolitical, sometimes with some anti-Obama sentiment, but that she has recently been on the online media rabbit hole. She came across the David Pakman Show and now is a regular viewer of the show, that's a good thing. That's a good thing. And I've heard a lot of those stories actually during the pandemic. A lot of people home and consuming media they wouldn't otherwise consume. And really great. Appreciate it. Say hi to your mom for me. Join the discussion at davidpakman.com/Reddit. It's free. It's something to do. And you'll see me on there. You'll see producer Pat there. Very, very exciting. We learned this morning that an additional 6.6 million people have lost jobs and filed for unemployment benefits. Now, the real numbers are actually much worse than the official numbers, and I'll explain why in a moment. You might remember that 2 weeks ago, we learned that in the prior week, 3.3 million people lost their jobs. Last week, we learned that the week before, 6.8 million people filed for unemployment. And today we learned that last week, 6.6 million more people filed for unemployment benefits. That now gets us to 16.7 million people losing their jobs and filing for unemployment benefits in just 3 weeks. Now, to understand the magnitude of this, the labor force was right around 158 million before this started. That means 10% of the labor force has filed for unemployment benefits in the last 3 weeks. Now, the question is, can we trust that number? Well, we can trust it, but the real number is much higher. Why? Well, number one, there are tons of people who lost a job but don't qualify for unemployment benefits. Not every type of job necessarily qualifies for unemployment benefits. There are people who are working under the table, as the phrase may be. There are people in certain jobs where you don't qualify for unemployment benefits. So the real number is higher. And number two, the systems for filing have been so overwhelmed that there are tons of people who have been trying to file but couldn't. Unemployment is managed at the state level. Like we have the department in the Massachusetts Department of Employment that manages Massachusetts unemployment. The websites are often not up to the task of handling the increased traffic. The phone systems are often collapsing. So there are lots of people who have been trying to file but haven't been able to. So in early May, the April unemployment report is going to be released, and it could conceivably hit 15% unemployment, which would be historically high. I mean, you have to go back to the Great Depression era where you had, 25% in 1933. We've not seen numbers like that, 15, maybe even we could get to 20% since. These are tragic numbers. It's going to take a long time to recover, regardless of Trump saying it's going to go up like a rocket and we're going to be reinstating everything very quickly. A lot of jobs are not going to be reinstated as the economy starts to open back up. Many restaurants and other businesses are not coming back. They are closed for good. It's going to be a long process. Many people will be starting essentially from scratch, looking for new jobs. Now, a few reminders. Here is Donald Trump's Commerce Secretary, Wilbur Ross, saying just weeks ago that coronavirus will be good for the economy while giving us a hacking cough as he says it. Take a look.
I don't want to talk about a victory lap over a very unfortunate, very malignant disease. But the fact is, it does give businesses yet another thing to consider when they go through their review of their supply chain. On top of all the other things, because you had SARS, you have the African swine virus there, now you have this. It's another risk factor that people need to take into account. So I think it will help to accelerate the return of jobs to North America, some to U.S., probably some to Mexico.
So we can add that to the montage of really clueless people who have no idea what they're talking about. Now, in the meantime, and we're going to talk about this in the interview segment today, people still haven't gotten their $1,200 stimulus checks. From reports I'm seeing, the unemployment supplement from the federal government of up to $600 a week still hasn't started in many, if not almost all of the states that are through which people are receiving unemployment benefits, not to a significant degree, despite Trump's claims during his press conferences that billions and billions of dollars in the Paycheck Protection Plan funds have been doled out already. It seems that very few businesses have actually received any money so far. We're months into this thing now, And where are those benefits? Where is the money? These are very ugly numbers. They are made worse by the fact that the Trump administration has been so brutally behind on all of this. So we need a government that can actually behave responsibly and react quickly. We don't have it right now.
The David Pakman Show at davidpakman.com. Welcome back to the David Pakman Show.
It's great to welcome to the program today Jason Goldwater, who's a California attorney who represents small and medium-sized businesses throughout Southern California, advises businesses on employment and labor issues and best practices. Jason, great to have you on today.
Thanks, David. Great to be here.
So let's start with, in figuring out, every day we hear this number of billions of dollars is going out. Everybody's getting $1,200. Unemployment's being boosted by $600. The Paycheck Protection Plan, billions and billions and billions of dollars are going out. Let's start talking through what's been announced and what has happened. So the $1,200, were close to 2 out of the 3 weeks that they said it would take for that money to start going out. Is there any system yet for people who did not get direct deposit of their tax returns last year to say, here's how you get me my money? Are any of these infrastructures in place at this point?
So they are not. The IRS has said that they are going to create a portal on their website where people can essentially go on and say, I want my money going to this bank account or going to this address. So that has not happened yet, even though the private sector could probably do this in under a day. The IRS, I'd be very surprised if they managed to do it by next week. And don't forget, it's not just people who didn't receive direct deposit, but maybe people whose bank account information has changed, whose addresses have changed. So none of that infrastructure is in place. And like I said, I'd be very surprised if that happens by next week. I think probably 1 to 2 months is more likely.
So 2 weeks ago, they said in 3 weeks, the people who have the same direct deposit information as when they filed their tax returns would start getting their $1,200. The people who need to, as you say, provide banking information, might have had a change of address, et cetera, it could be 3 more weeks. That sounds like you're saying it's all a little bit optimistic right now.
Well, right. I mean, unless the IRS is going to start blindly sending out $1,200 to bank accounts that, just because something was correct on a 2018 tax return doesn't mean that bank account is still in effect, could be closed. I mean, they could be sending $1,200 really to a bank account that's not open, to someone else's bank account. So I don't see how this is going to happen unless people first have a chance to confirm that the information the IRS has is still correct. From the information the IRS had potentially a year and a half ago.
Okay, so now let's talk about the supplemented, the boosted unemployment. The idea was unemployment is, of course, managed at the state level. Massachusetts has its system. Illinois has its system, et cetera. There are different state level benefits that are the maximum benefits available to people. The federal government announced they would be supplementing those benefits with up to $600 per week in additional funding. Now, I know a lot of people who have been who filed for unemployment in the last 3 weeks, as 16 million people did. They, as of now, are not getting anything additional above and beyond what the state provides. What do we know about the rollout of that?
So, as you just mentioned, everything is occurring on a state-by-state basis. All I can tell you is there's very little information actually about what is happening. We know that there is supposed to be this additional $600. We don't know when it's going to be implemented. As you mentioned, each state has a different system, and on top of that, the CARES Act also provided that people who were self-employed, independent contractors, for example, gig economy workers, would also be eligible for unemployment assistance. Now, typically, if someone is self-employed or an independent contractor, there's typically a voluntary unemployment insurance program that they can pay into to be eligible. So the CARES Act does away with that. But the problem is there is not a single state yet, as far as I'm aware, that has implemented guidance as to how exactly this program will work for people in the gig economy, for example, people who are self-employed, and who is eligible and how they're going to get their money. Right now, the guidance essentially is for people to go ahead and apply, and they'll try to figure it out later. Of course, it is important for people to get applications in because the applications will be processed in the order that they're received, and they will not get the unemployment insurance until essentially for a period before they applied.
So I know some people in the Midwest who, there's a lot of states in the Midwest that have, they don't have very robust unemployment systems. So they are maxing out sometimes at $350 a week. They're counting on that extra $600 that the federal government says is coming, and it's not there, and they're not getting any answers from the state unemployment departments as to when that's going to start.
Yeah, I mean, California, I can tell you, maxes out at $450 per week. So you can just think with our cost of living in San Francisco and Los Angeles and San Diego, $450 a week does not go very far at all. You're absolutely right that the additional $600 is absolutely critical. But the state employment offices are used to processing a certain number of applications per week. And as you've pointed out, we've had an additional 15, 16 million people applying for unemployment, and the infrastructure is just not there to process those kinds of numbers.
So let's now, sorry, go ahead. Yeah, go ahead, Jason.
There is one thing I wanted to mention that a lot of people are not aware of. So this varies state by state, but a lot of people who are underemployed right now, who have had their hours cut, may be eligible for unemployment assistance. Again, depending on the state, depending on what their earning level is currently. So it's important for people who are underemployed, who've had their hours cut, to go ahead and apply for unemployment insurance as well.
So then we've got the programs for businesses, and part of this is the payment protection plan. There's a couple of other programs and elements to these programs that are available every day. I'm sorry, what was that?
Elements of medical.
Elements of medical, yes, elements of funding. So every day at a press briefing, Mike Pence or Donald Trump will say something like, 1 million people have applied, or 3,000 lenders are now taking applications, or we have processed $10 billion. Every day it's different, and the terminology being used is different. Are businesses actually getting money yet? Have businesses received any money yet under that program?
So I am not aware personally of any businesses that have received money under the Paycheck Protection Program or the Economic Injury Disaster Loan Program. So That doesn't mean it hasn't happened. It just means that the rollout has not been very widespread. There are still some banks like Citibank, which is my bank, that are not even accepting applications. And the money is already going to run out. Bank of America on its own, I think, as of a few days ago, they processed, I think, over 20% of the total funding available for the PPP program. Meanwhile, Citibank is not even accepting applications. So the whole again, the rollout here has been, unfortunately, a little bungled.
It's increasingly seeming to me, and I hope that things can get reopened sooner than later, as is safe. Never beyond what is safe, but I hope things get going as soon as safe. It's starting to seem like a lot of these funds may not even get to people before the reopening starts if things continue on this path.
Yeah, it's not just a question of reopening, but by the time we're through with the lockdown, frankly, there will be so much job loss. And unfortunately, the job loss really is not just affecting at this point the hospitality industries or the restaurant industries or economic industries, but it's affecting all the other industries indirectly. I can tell you as a lawyer, for example, the courts are closed. So any lawyers who are in litigation have no work right now. Even if they did, businesses don't really want to be spending money on lawyers. This is affecting every segment of society right now.
In the last bit of time we have, is there anything we have not talked about, either in terms of programs or in terms of what individuals can or should be doing that you think is important for people to know?
So I did want to talk briefly about the programs that are available because there have been some changes to the program since they were initially announced. So the first program that's available is the Economic Injury Disaster Loan Grant. So the bill said, and the Small Business Administration initially said that these were going to be $10,000 grants. So the SBA has now changed that. Now it's going to be a $1,000 grant per employee that the business employs up to $10,000. So you can imagine a lot of small businesses may only be getting $1,000 or $2,000, for example. Those loans were supposed to be processed in 3 days. I don't know of any. I mean, the application has been up probably for a week and a half or 2 weeks, and I don't know anyone who's gotten that.
Yeah.
You can apply directly for that on the SBA website if you Google SBA COVID-19. The second part of that is the Paycheck Protection Plan. So that provides up to 2.5 months of payroll, and it's a loan at 1% now. Initially, it was 0.5%. Now it's 1%, but the loan can be forgiven if 75% or more of the proceeds of the loan are spent on payroll and your payroll does not decrease. And individual banks are the ones processing those applications. And then the third component are just ordinary Small Business Administration loans. They're called 7A loans. And for new loans that are issued, the Small Business Administration has pledged to pay 6 months of principal and interest on those loans.
So essentially, you could get a loan that might be a 2-year loan, and in the first 6 months, those payments would be made for you, and you would not need to make that up.
Correct. So theoretically, you could pay the principal back after 6 months minus the principal payments that have already been made on your behalf, and you would not end up owing any money at all.
And of course, this is if you can actually get the money dispersed, which seems to be a question mark around all of these programs right now.
Yeah, I mean, I'll tell you that the ordinary SBA loans are a little easier to get just because banks make more money on that. The interest rates are substantially higher than the PPP loans. And so banks, although the difference with the 7A loans is that the banks do assume some risk on that, usually from 25 to 50% or so. So banks may be more reluctant and probably will be more reluctant to issue those loans right now.
We will continue keeping an eye on it. And of course, as important as the small business programs, the individual programs, unemployment, and the $1,200 deposits, which we are continuing to try to erase the question marks around, but question marks certainly remain. Jason Goldwater is a California attorney. Jason, thanks so much for talking to us and explaining all of these different elements.
Thank you, David. Best of luck to you.
The David Pakman Show at davidpakman.com. The David Pakman Show at davidpakman.com.
Hey, this is pretty interesting from a Joe Rogan episode earlier this week. Now, I know that a lot of people want to talk about Joe Rogan saying he'd vote for Trump over Biden. That's a different story. That's not today's topic. I hope to be able to talk to Joe personally about the Trump-Biden thing soon. But for today, I want to play some clips for you of Republican Congressman Dan Crenshaw on Joe Rogan's program earlier this week. And in the context of coronavirus, they got to talking about healthcare. And Dan Crenshaw rolled out just about every bad argument about healthcare. And what I really like about this is how Joe Rogan ended up kind of de facto destroying the arguments that Dan Crenshaw was making, but in a way that was just completely genuine. It wasn't calculated with talking points. And what I mean by that is Joe Rogan is more of a political hobbyist than a political analyst. And he even said recently, when I say I think I'd vote Trump over Biden, I don't know what I'm talking about. And he actually said, go, listen to people. He actually listed the David Pakman Show. Go listen to people who really are doing this full time. He doesn't consider himself a political expert. I dub it more of a political hobbyist. And Joe has said many times, politics is not his main thing. He's interested in it. He has opinions. He talks to people, but he's not a politics guy. So what's interesting to me about the clips that I'm going to play for you is that Dan Crenshaw is making bad argument after bad argument, arguments that have a lot of history in different political circles as being the types of talking points you want to use. And Joe dismantles them not by trotting out his own crafted talking points, but just by kind of reacting in real time with common sense to the nonsense that Dan Crenshaw was saying. So let's get right into it. I think you'll find this interesting. First, here is Dan Crenshaw trotting out a popular argument from libertarians, including people like Rand Paul, which says Medicare for all or single payer reduces freedom, and it sort of enslaves doctors. They argue we're not free with Medicare for all. And Joe Rogan makes pretty quick work of it. And you'll see Dan Crenshaw become visibly confused and sort of start jumping around with non sequiturs, trying to retort, but failing.
When we talk about Medicare for all, it tries to move past these essential foundations, whether of a free society that we have to adhere to, and because the other thing I push back on a little bit is the healthcare is a right statement, and I push back against that because when you're calling something a right, what you're effectively saying is that somebody else has a obligation to serve you. And it's hard to call something a right when that right requires the service of somebody else.
But don't we already do that?
Nitpicky.
Don't we already do that with the firemen? Don't we do that with the police department? Don't we do that with public schools?
Not exactly. No, I mean we have public services that I would distinguish those public services from something like a direct point of care, and I would distinguish them to an enormous extent. Like, and here's why: you can add a few 100,000 more people to the nation's population, and it doesn't change the mission of the military, right? Like it doesn't take thing away from them. But because of this sort of non-rival, this is like an economics term, but this sort of non-rival attribute of these things, it is different, right? Because there's only a select number of doctors. And we've already said that once you put price controls in, there's going to be less doctors because doctors will be paid less. They'll get burned out more. Then hospitals will be able to, I actually never finished that point.
So Dan tries to slip in, this is an economic term, implying, a lot of people don't know this term. But this is an old libertarian argument. That's a really bad argument. So here's the deal. Single payer doesn't make doctors slaves, and it doesn't take away freedom. In fact, we already have the Emergency Medical Treatment and Active Labor Act, which mandates that hospitals must provide stabilizing emergency treatment to patients in a dire emergency situation, or delivery services to a woman who is in active labor, period. No matter whether they can pay or not, no matter whether they have insurance. If you're an ER doctor and someone comes in with an emergency, you must give them stabilizing treatment. This has been around 34 years, since 1986. Back then, you had some people saying you're enslaving doctors, but you're not. And it's a bad argument. Consider lawyers. Everyone has a right to an attorney, even if you can't afford one. You have a right to an attorney. Are attorneys slaves? Are attorneys enslaved by that? No. Now, does any one lawyer have to take a certain case? No, typically not. Does any one doctor have to treat a specific patient under single payer? No more than the general responsibility to the Hippocratic Oath and to provide emergency stabilizing treatment, which dates back 34 years. Bad argument. Let's continue.
The reason price controls reduce supply and the reason we see supply reductions in other countries is because, well, hospitals don't get the same amount of money. They're not going to invest in that extra ICU bed. They're not going to buy those extra ventilators. They're not going to hire those other doctors. A doctor doesn't want to be a doctor because they don't make the amount of money that they thought they would make. They're doing extra work because there's more people who now have access to them, but there's less of them. So wait lines are huge, and they're seeing multiple more patients a day. Doctor burnout increases quite a bit. That's the quick answer as to why that happens. But does that kind of answer your question?
Now, here I really need you to understand. This is a Gish Gallop. Dan Crenshaw is throwing about 4 to 5 different arguments at Joe Rogan. None of them make sense. None of them are actually arguments against single payer. And now he's moved beyond single payer and is starting to talk about reimbursement rates, doctor compensation. That's one issue. Many countries have successful systems, but they've got to figure out doctor compensation. That's just one issue. Then Dan Crenshaw throws single payer will increase demand and every hospital is going to be full. That's an old, tired argument. When you give everyone health care, it doesn't increase demand in total. It shifts demand from people using emergency rooms and waiting until things are more serious to people going and getting checked out earlier, going to their pre-CP instead of the ER. And that actually can, in many ways, lighten the load on emergency rooms and emergency care and reduces the serious conditions because people get checked out earlier. So Dan Crenshaw here makes so many different arguments in 30 seconds that it's hard to keep up. Now let's skip forward to Joe reacting to this.
This is getting really
that does
deep on this.
Yeah, the human right issue. We kind of moved around with that. The idea that it's different than the fire department or the police department, or
well, it's not a right either. Actually, the fire department's not necessarily a right as we would.
But it's a public service that's provided to everyone.
Yeah. It is, but understand. So let's call it a public service then, and let's call doctor healthcare a public service as well. If we were to do Medicare for all,
but wouldn't the result be the same if it's provided for everyone?
Not from a practical standpoint, just because it's much easier. Again, you could add 100,000 people more to your city, and the fire department would have marginally more work to do.
Dan Crenshaw says, not from a practical standpoint, but actually, yes, Joe is right. It would be the same thing from a practical standpoint. It would be different from an ideological standpoint where, Dan Crenshaw's ideology makes healthcare different than being a firefighter. But in practical terms, it is basically the same thing, as Joe Rogan points out. Let's skip ahead a little now. And this is just bad from Dan Crenshaw. And Dan does something slippery. Dan starts talking about socialism as a system more broadly rather than just talking about healthcare. Joe's talking about healthcare. And then this is just amazing. Remember how in the clip I played for you, Joe Rogan was saying healthcare for everyone as a public service or a right or whatever you call it. It's like firefighting. It's like police or public education or whatever. And back 5 minutes earlier, Dan Crenshaw argued, no, healthcare is different. Now, in this clip, only a few minutes have gone by, and Crenshaw says, no, Medicare for all isn't socialism. It's a public good. That's right, Dan. That's what Joe said 5 or 6 minutes earlier when you said, no, it's different. Take a look.
Right, but we're talking about you're talking about socialism overall, not just involving medicine. You're talking about socialism in general. And I'm saying, isn't the fire department an example of socialism that works?
Well, it's definitely not an example of socialism. I think it's an example of a public good, the way the military is an example of a public good, the way the highways are examples of public goods, the way parks are examples of public goods. Right, but
they're funded by the people. It's funded by people overall, and it doesn't cost people money to use them. And the people have these as a basic part of our society and our civilization.
Dan Crenshaw is just a human pretzel here. He's completely wound up into knots. When Joe says it's a public good like these others, Crenshaw says, no, it's different. 5 minutes later, when Rogan says, aren't we socializing an element of the economy and an element of society that works fine to socialize? Crenshaw says, no, it's not socialism. It's merely a public good. Well, okay, why didn't you agree with Joe when he said that 5 minutes earlier? Here's Crenshaw's last reaction. And Crenshaw, he basically white flags and he plays these pedantic semantic games and says in the end, these are really just semantic issues.
No, I understand that, and I have no problem with that. I just would not call them socialists.
Well, what would you call the fire department? How does it get funded?
It's a public good.
How does it get funded?
It's a public good. It's funded by the public,
right? And
it's not relying on the tenets of socialism to function. And so now we're kind of having a discussion of definitions, and this is an important discussion to have because oftentimes even Democrats aren't really talking about socialism.
Well, even Bernie Sanders doesn't call it socialism. He's talking about democratic socialism, and he makes some very clear distinctions between the two of them, which I think you could apply to things like the fire department or the police department.
Yeah, there's a lot in that.
So there's a lot there, and I'm not going to subject you to more of this, but I like this for a few different reasons. Number one, they try to stake ideological claims when they can. But when Joe Rogan breaks down those claims with simple questions, they retreat to semantic games and gish galloping, which is just throwing out so many different assertions that it becomes very difficult to keep track of them and actually refute them one by one. That's a sign that the facts aren't on your side. But number two, you all know I've been critical of some elements of Medicare for All plans. There are issues around cost estimates and other issues with a lot of these plans. I would actually love it if the left and right could simply agree on what we know, which is Medicare for all will increase access and Medicare for all can maintain or increase quality. The question is, at what cost will we be able to maintain quality and increase access to 100%? The coronavirus stimulus has proven when we want to, we can find 2 trillion, we can find 6 trillion, we can find 10 trillion if we want to. The money is there if we decide we are going to do it. I would much rather be able to move past these childish arguments that Dan Crenshaw is laying out, which Joe Rogan exposes as really very bad arguments. Let's get our hands dirty and do the nitty gritty work of figuring out how this can all work, because it can work. It's a question of at what cost and how to best optimize it. I've been keeping things light in the voicemail segment at 219-2-DAVID-P. We're continuing that today. Take a listen.
Hey, what's up with it? Just wanted to know your opinion on peanut butter and jelly sandwiches.
Right.
If you thought they were good, or if you thought maybe they weren't that good.
Yep.
Thank you.
Beautiful question. Now, here's an interesting thing. Because I moved to the U.S. from Argentina, peanut butter and jelly is not a thing in Argentina. So growing up, my parents had no idea about PB&J. They would pack my lunches, and so many people in elementary school had PB&J. I had no clue what it was. Eventually, I was introduced to PB&J, and I like it with the caveats that I don't want crunchy peanut butter. I want smooth peanut butter, and only certain jellies, marmalades, and jams make sense. Orange marmalade in a PB&J, no, absolutely not. Grape jelly, raspberry preserves, now we're talking, my friends, and a lot of coronavirus PB&J, I think, is happening. Join me on the bonus show today. We've got a lot to discuss. Pat will join me. We will be back with a new show tomorrow if you are not privy to the bonus show.
The David Pakman Show at davidpakman.com.
Welcome to everybody for this April 7th, 2020 regular select board meeting. And welcome in joining us on GoToMeeting or on PCTV, via YouTube, social media. I'm Tim Wessel, the chair of the board. And I took the liberty of putting that in my name. I don't know if that's presumptuous, but I thought maybe people who aren't used to seeing the select board might find that helpful. So just a hint, maybe Liz and Ian, you might want to put in your titles. I wanted to ask Peter, do you know if this has been properly warned?
Yes, the meeting has been properly warned. Thank you.
Thank you. Our first action of the evening is to approve the minutes of both March 17th and March 23rd. Do I have a motion?
I move to approve the minutes from March 17th and 23rd.
Thank you. Liz has moved to approve the minutes. All those in favor? Aye.
Aye.
And that passes 4-0. We are absent one member today. Excuse me. Chair's remarks are very simple and straightforward. There is purported to be a Chinese expression. I have no idea where it comes from, but it is the saying that may you live in interesting times. And I think we can all admit that we currently live in a very interesting time, for better or worse, and we should continue to support our friends and neighbors and family however we can. And thank you once again for joining us. I'd like to just pass it over to our town manager, Peter, and let him make a few comments.
Thank you, Tim. Actually, I'll pass on general comments this evening. I'll have a lot to say in a couple of minutes about COVID-19. Thank you.
Great, thank you. I'd also want to say that if for those of you who didn't join last time, we did have a special meeting last Thursday, which went fairly well. It was our first go-to virtual meeting experience. We have someone in the background, our very steadfast assistant town manager, Patrick, and he is going to be muting and unmuting people as necessary. The board generally is going to stay unmuted unless they need to be muted personally to kind of keep the flow of information going on. But you'll see that as you join the meeting, or if you leave, depart and come back, your camera will be turned off by Patrick. That is to improve the bandwidth, to improve the people being able to see the ASL interpreters and hear us and see us clearly. And I will be opening it up to public participation, have that as a separate agenda item for anything that does not appear on the agenda. That's when you can make general comments or questions to the board. And then I'll do my best to, during each agenda item, I'm also going to open it up for public comments. Okay. Right now, I'd like to open it up for select board comments and/or committee reports. Does anyone have anything to share? Any comments they'd like to make? I'm not sure there's been a lot of committee work since Thursday.
No, thank you.
Okay. Great. So the one thing I forgot to mention is that the chat window is open for your alerting me to the fact that you'd like to say anything, either during public participation or during one of our agenda items. And I happen to know that Millicent Cooley would like to step up and say a couple words about a very helpful program she's going to let us know about very soon. So Patrick, if you could help bring Millicent online, that would be wonderful. Millicent, can you hear me?
While he does that, I'd just like to advise Mary Elder that Patrick has struggled to turn your camera off. We're not sure why, but if you could do that for us, that'd be great. Thank you.
Hi, this is Millicent. I'm not sure. I tried to open up my camera, but I'm not sure if you want me to have that open or not, which is either way is fine. I'll just go ahead.
If you don't mind, I think it would be great to be able to see you if it's okay.
Yeah, I just tried to click to show turn on camera, and it's sort of not responding very well.
The host probably has.
Maybe
Okay.
maybe Patrick, does Patrick need to allow my camera?
There.
I'm not sure, but
I am certainly trying, but I am unable to. So I just go ahead and proceed.
Okay. Hi, everybody. So we've recently formed a volunteer tech support team to help people during COVID-19, and the team is a partner to BAMA, Brattleboro Area Mutual Aid Group. Two or three of us are on the call so that we can help people with technical issues if called on during the meeting. And our hope is that, so the scope of that is only right now for this meeting for GoToMeeting access here and features. Well, the tech group is trying to help people with other issues broadly outside of this meeting. The way to call on us is to use the chat feature to use a chat feature to reach us. On the bottom, you should select the name of one of the people on the tech team. I'm going to give you those names in a minute. Don't select everyone. Just select it. And the people you can see to ask for help are me, Alan Baker. I saw Alan came in and then he left for a minute. He'll be signing in. He may be having trouble signing in. And then there's another person a third person who's going to be coming a little bit late, named Steve Morlock.
Steve West?
No, Steve Morlock. So the person, if you contact me, for example, it may be that somebody else responds to you and reaches out and tries to help you. We're all, the three of us, two or three of us are coordinating help in the background as a team. So that's how to request help. Let me know if there's any questions. Okay, Steve Morlock is online now. I see him. And Alan Baker was online, probably is back again. So any one of us can be contacted.
Thank you, Millicent. So just to repeat, that's Millicent, Steve Morlock, and Alan. Did you say Baker? Well, okay.
Alan Baker is correct.
Thank you.
Yes.
The three of them are standing by. We are going to try it this time. Thanks, Millicent. Alan Baker. We're going to try it this time so that you can use the chat feature. I'm actually not sure that's the best way to go about it in the future, but it's absolutely fine to use that now. My fear is that if people don't do the direct message to one of the three of you, it'll start to clog things up when I'm trying to keep an eye on it for public participation in general. But let's see how it goes, because it's a whole brave new world we have here. So I'd like to also say, is there anyone else out there that would like to say anything currently during public participation? I don't see right now. There is a caller on the line, but I don't see anybody sending me a chat to sort of raise their hand, as you might call it. So Patrick, do you want to try to bring in a caller, or is there a way we can open that up and see if anybody needs to chat?
I wonder if at this point it would be appropriate to
just
turn
let me
people's
know.
cameras on and allow them to like raise their hands, because some folks might not be as savvy with the chat box. getting some echoing on the audio as well.
Yes.
Yeah, that's part of what will happen if we start to turn everything on, I think. Plus, we will slow way down. I see our ASL interpreter is pixelating, at least on my end.
Well, we have a caller on chat.
Mm-hmm. Yes. Okay, I see that Kurt is chiming in.
Tim, I've opened the mic for the caller.
Great. Kurt, can you hear us? This is Tim. Kurt, do you have, are you hearing me? Okay, I'm not hearing Kurt. I don't know if anybody else is. Okay, Kurt is having trouble turning on.
Tim, I'm sorry to interrupt. I'm getting a text from Patrick saying that the caller is not Kurt. Kurt seemed to want to come on to speak online, and there is a separate caller. There's Kurt. Maybe we can take Kurt's comment and then try to bring up the caller.
Okay, standby caller. I feel like a talk radio host. Standby caller. We're going to take a GoToMeeting comment. Kurt, go ahead.
Oh, thank you. This is now the public participation?
Yes.
It is indeed.
Okay. I was wondering if, I'm not sure if this comes in as part of the RTM agenda, but I was wondering if there's some provision for people to follow up on the RTM votes with their powers of referendum and petition that are, in the charter, because we're having a new way of conducting our meetings. The people need a new way of doing their checks and balances on the RTM. I wonder if that's being addressed somehow.
RTM is an item on our agenda tonight. You saw that?
You can bring it up in. Okay.
Okay. So if I can understand your question about that, it's about the process during RTM?
Not really. The charter provides for people to ask for a reconsideration. That is, that they can vote on something or revote something that's voted by the RTM if they don't like what the RTM says. And there's no way now to do that really without, petitions can't be done in public.
Well, RTM, by the way, is representative town meeting, just so everyone is clear on that. We have that. We're going to discuss what we're going to do about representative town meeting and some of our options with that a little later. So I would suggest that I keep that question in my mind, and we'll try to address it during that portion. Thank you. And I was unclear, Patrick, whether Gary Stroud is actually on the phone call or if he is watching through GoToMeeting.
Hi, Jim. So one of the things we're learning about GoToMeeting is if you log in via the web, for whatever reason, I don't have the ability to shut your camera off. And so those images remain. Maybe, further work will help us to find a way to fix that. But for tonight's meeting, I don't think I can affect that.
Okay.
We do have a
well, we're learning as we go. I'm sorry?
I'm sorry. We do have a caller, and I believe you said earlier that the chat indicated the caller wished to speak.
No, I was assuming it was Gary but Gary says that he's watching, so it's not him. So I don't think we have a caller that wishes to speak. Okay.
I'm sorry, just a technical question since we're getting our sea legs here. I don't know if we would be able to know that a caller wishes to speak. I think the way we're going to have to find that out is for Patrick to open up the callers' mics and find out whether they want to speak under public participation. Sorry if that's cumbersome, but.
Yeah. Okay. So shall we do that if we still have a caller? I thought I heard someone. Okay, I think we're going to move on.
Okay.
We are at item number 7, which is an encompassing COVID-19 update agenda item. We're going to start with an overall update, RE time operation update with Peter.
Thank you, Tim. I'm not going to go as deep into the overall perspective about how town operations have changed during COVID-19, not as deep as I did last Thursday evening at the special meeting, because the tape of that meeting is available for people to view on BCTV, and much of what I described is available on the town's website in our daily updates and our timeline of actions. So I think that would be long and repetitive for people. What I intend to do is just say in a couple of sentences sort of the broad view of how town government is functioning in these times, and then provide an update of what's happened since Thursday. That broad perspective is that police and fire services are being provided 24/7 and supported as usual by the dispatch operations 24/7. But they are procedures for both departments have been modified to reflect the public health best practices, the necessity to protect both the first responders who are coming into contact with people who may have COVID-19 or have been exposed and be carrying COVID-19, and also in order to protect the public from the first responders as well, just the general precautions that are necessary to, since they can't maintain social distancing in all cases. In some cases, they can provide emergency services and maintain social distancing, but in many cases, it's necessary to have person-to-person contact. And so they're taking some special precautions, both with the equipment that they're using and with the procedures they're following. We'd just like the public to be aware of that. But if you have an emergency, call 911. Police and fire will be responding to provide emergency services, along with Rescue Inc. and other emergency providers. Our sort of intermediate layer of activity is in the field services that are provided by various members of the Department of Public Works team and the parks maintenance crews. So they are active, but practicing social distancing. They're mostly working as individuals rather than as crews these days. They'll go out, a single person on a single piece of equipment, and perform tasks that can be done by a single person that are intended to keep the community safe, both from a public health safety point of view and from a physical safety point of view. One of the important parts of that is, of course, we have the essential services of the water and sewer system that DPW needs to keep fully operational and is keeping fully operational. But we also, in the park system, in these times when we're needing to practice social distancing and be mostly just in our homes, it is important for people to get out, especially on days like the last couple of days when the weather is so much better. Get out and get some fresh air, get some exercise. And we are keeping the green spaces at the parks safe for that activity. People should know not to get on the equipment at the parks because we can't be keeping that sanitized all throughout the day. But we are keeping the green spaces safe so that people can come out and enjoy the parks and have that hopefully stress relief and a little bit of physical activity during the time when we are almost entirely staying at home. And the rest of town services are being provided almost entirely from our homes. So there's a wide variety of administrative support service that is the vast majority of which can continue as we provide it from computers in our remote workplaces in our homes. And then there are some other services, particularly in the recreation and the library areas of town service where much of that on a routine basis is provided person to person and in a physical setting. But both departments are finding lots of different ways in which to be able to keep services provided to the community and keep available to the community as a resource during these times when we can't have the library and the recreation facilities open to the public. So that's the broad view of how town government is functioning. And as I said on Thursday night, the vast majority of town employees are operating at or near their usual capacity in terms of the amount of work we're able to do in these unusual circumstances. There are some employees who are operating at a lower level of capacity compared to their normal, and just a very few, and I'll speak in just a moment about a particular situation, but just a very few town employees who are unable to perform services during this time. Before I talk about the one particular unit that's a good example of that situation that fortunately is rare but does exist in a few parts of town government, I wanted to just highlight a couple of items from today's update. The first is not particularly about town services, but is really important in the longer perspective for our community. We've been advised that in the early census returns, April 1st was the sort of official census day for people to identify where they lived on April 1st as part of the every 10 years federal census of population around the country. And we've been advised that compared to other parts of the state and other parts of the country, Windham County is coming in very slowly on that. And so we just want to put a reminder out, and I'll continue to remind in the daily update folks that I know we're all very distracted at these times, just coping with the current state of affairs, but it's important for folks to be responsive to the census. And if you find yourself in a situation where you, can't find your way to do that online, or maybe you don't have a way to connect and do that online, and you don't have the piece of paper that was mailed out to you, just be alert for when census takers contact for asking this information about our households. We want to all be responsive because we need a complete count of the population of Brattleboro and of Windham County for our area to benefit from the wide variety of programs, both the federal programs and the state programs that are population based. So for the whole next 10 years, the entitlement or the eligibility for certain kinds of aid to support activities here in our community is going to be based on our population compared to others. So we ask people to please be aware that it's important still to participate in the census. And I think I will leave it at that for update. Liz?
Yes, it looks like. Thank you.
Yeah, I just wanted to mention that I was a census taker 10 years ago. And it's a very interesting process, but it's also very important. And I think now with the crisis that we are experiencing is a perfect example of why we need the census and why people need aid from the federal government. And so it's even more important and visually important now. Let's do it, and let's be counted, and let's get what we need from the federal government.
Thank you, Liz.
So, thank you. Oh, it looked like Ian maybe has something before I move on into talking about the staffing.
No, I can wait till you're done, Peter. It's fine.
Okay. So next I want to talk about furloughs of town employees. And we've been becoming better aware of what the federal and state aid packages are going to provide for individual employees, as well as what they're going to require of the town. That is frankly still not completely rolled out, but we believe now it's fully enough rolled out that we understand the basics of how the program is going to work. Most importantly, we understand financially what an individual employee will be entitled to, and financially what the town will need to reimburse. And so without going too deep into the weeds, I want to just make clear something the select board is aware of and town employees are aware of, but the public may not be. It is common that public employers, that local governments and state governments are self-insured for unemployment insurance rather than purchasing insurance for that coverage. It means that on the occasions when we do have an unemployment insurance claim by a former town employee, they receive the benefit they're entitled to from the state of Vermont, and then the state of Vermont bills the town of Brattleboro dollar for dollar for that cost. That's a good way for us to approach this protection because it's not, unlike the many other types of town activities where we do purchase insurance because we will routinely, over the years have claims. We don't very often have unemployment claims. That almost exclusively happens in a situation where there's been an unfortunate parting of the ways, or where when it's more than one employee, it would most often happen during a very severe economic downturn. And so spending money year after year for insurance for a kind of coverage where we almost never have a claim is just not smart. And we budget a little bit of money each year, and we don't usually expend that line item. This year, however, the addition of the better protections for employees who are going to collect unemployment insurance during this time, the increased benefit with the $600 per week that the federal government is adding to what someone will receive from the state of Vermont. We needed both to understand how that's going to work, and that it would in fact apply to self-insured employers as well as insured employers, that in fact town employees would be entitled to that additional benefit. And we'd need to understand whether or not the town was going to be obligated still to fully repay. In the instance where the town employees would not be receiving that benefit when so many other unemployed workers in our society would be receiving it, would cause us to be more reluctant to implement furloughs as a protection for the employees. And if the town were going to have to repay dollar for dollar like we usually do, then it actually financially would likely have been better for the town to simply keep paying employees, even those that are not able to provide services during this time. In fact, it has turned out that town employees will be entitled to the $600 federal contribution as a part of their weekly benefit, and that the town will, during this time, during the period of time of the special protections in place because of COVID-19, will only have to reimburse 50% rather than 100% of the benefits that will be provided to town employees. And the combination of those two things means that in certain circumstances where town employees are not going to remain actively employed and in service to the community during this time, that it is in the collective best interest of the employees and of the community and the taxpayers to have a limited number of furloughs. Our overall approach to this is to keep providing as much service as we possibly can during this time, and to limit the number of furloughs. But there may be some eventually within the general fund. Right now, we don't see a need for that. We don't see the level of activity of town employees or the financial circumstance requiring that. We did, however, determine earlier today that based on our now more complete understanding of how this is going to work, and based on the fact that the parking enforcement unit is fully shut down and has been for the last few weeks and will be for the foreseeable future, that it is appropriate, since the parking fund operates as a small business, it is an enterprise. In fact, in government accounting nomenclature, it's an enterprise fund. And the reason it's an enterprise fund, like our utilities fund, is because those operate with the fees for service, and in the case of the parking fund, also the fines that are paid, as the revenue source, like a business, based on sales, that support the cost of operating that particular service. So it's self-contained, and it doesn't rely on taxes or any other support from the general fund. So in the parking fund, where revenue is now zero, and we expect it may remain that way for at least most of the rest of the fiscal year, if not all of it, we've done some early forecasting of where that may leave us at the end of the year, and we believe that it's likely that the parking fund will end the year in a deficit of greater than $100,000. The fund balance that we started the year with in the parking fund is greater than that. In fact, it was over $200,000. So we don't expect the fund to go into deficit and have to rely on a general fund subsidy. But we do expect that the operations of the parking fund will be in deficit for the year. That is even after we would not proceed with capital work, including the paving of the Preston lot in the springtime months. That's work that needs to be done. We believe it should be postponed, and when we get back to something resembling normal, we can make a determination about the right time to proceed and spend that money and make that improvement. But for now, with no additional capital investment in the parking activities, and by reducing the cost of staffing in the parking fund, we think we can contain that deficit there to something that's a bit north of $100,000. That involved, to get to that number, involved advising 3 employees this afternoon that effective Friday they will go on furlough. We advised them, and I want to make sure that others are aware that they will continue to be covered by the town's health insurance program. They will have all of their other benefits stay whole. One of the important differences of a furlough versus a layoff, we much more commonly hear the terminology of layoffs. So a layoff means that a person actually separates from their employment. The benefits stop. All of the employee relationship ceases, and the employee is advised that it's possible that at some time in the future they may be invited back. That is not how it works with a furlough. A furlough is a temporary period of time, an explicitly temporary period of time, where the employer-employee relationship remains, but the employee is not paid any salary by the town, but rather is in an unpaid status. And based on that unpaid status, particularly now under the special rules related to COVID-19, the employee is entitled to collect unemployment compensation. And then we will bring these employees back to be the parking enforcement unit again when we reactivate that activity in the community. And our expectation is right now our sort of uninformed target is July 1st, simply because that's the beginning of the new fiscal year. So the paperwork that we will file together with these employees will show an expectation that they would return to active service on July 1st. Clearly, just how the situation evolves in the weeks ahead, that'll determine how we actually proceed that way. So I thought it was important that there be a good, complete explanation of how this is working, both for the town and for the employees, because of the magnitude of taking this step with these 3 employees. There is a 4th employee within the parking fund who actually originally was in the parks maintenance team, and so is going to go back to parks maintenance for this period of time. So that'll become a general fund expense. It'll help us to contain that deficit in the parking fund, and it'll help the parks maintenance folks in doing the important work that they're doing and keeping the green spaces safe and dealing with the increased maintenance that comes with this time of year. Are there any questions or any discussion you want to have around furlough before I wrap up?
Ian.
Yeah. Yeah, Tim, I've got a question. Peter, so my question sort of involves furlough and also a little bit about the town employees you're talking about before. Do all of the town employees have adequate equipment to be working remotely, who are working remotely? And if any of them don't, could they potentially be furloughed because of that?
So there are a variety of ways. I can't really give just one blanket answer to that. What I would say as part of sort of the larger picture is there are many employees who are staying either fully busy or nearly fully busy, doing either their normal work. In many cases, the administrative employees are doing their normal work, and then other employees are doing some things that are sort of more special project related or otherwise things that are important to the department in the bigger picture, but not things that wouldn't be part of their day-to-day activities if we were functioning normally. There are some employees that are operating at a relatively more reduced level of capacity, and it is that group that we'll be paying attention to and communicating with around some additional repurposing. We've done some of that already. The most significant is to actually, have this custodial employee from the parking fund become part of the parks team fully. But we've got a lot of other partial repurposing that's going on with employees who are doing tasks that are different from their normal tasks. And they're still important tasks as part of keeping town government as functional as possible during this time. But there are some positions that we think, if this goes on just for a few more weeks, then we don't anticipate necessarily that there would be more furloughs. But if this goes on for many weeks or a few more months, it's likely that there will come a time when a more substantial number of people are just not able to keep providing service remotely, and we would expect to see a higher number of furloughs. So we're going to need to just sort of go day by day and week by week on making those assessments. If you have a particular question about a level of activity in any particular department, the department heads are in the meeting and able to be activated to participate, and can speak with more detail and less generality to what's happening in any particular functional area.
Okay, thank you.
Thank you. I think Daniel had a question too.
Yeah, I was wondering to what extent the HR director is supporting staff as they kind of navigate the unemployment system. I'm hearing from a lot of folks in the community right now, that it's not easy. The advice is to begin your application online, and then oftentimes you end up also having to get on the phone.
Yes.
And that's hard because they're experiencing huge numbers of calls right now.
Yes.
So just given that we have a HR director on board, like, are we going to support these staff as they move into their furlough?
Yes. In fact, earlier today, when we met with these employees on GoToMeeting to describe, what we're doing and why we're doing it and why it's only parking at this time, we want to make sure that employees were well aware of how this would personally affect them and their household, and also see how the decision is being made in the broader context of town government. The employees were, very understanding of that. We had a really good open conversation about it. And of course, they have some concerns as well about particularly the process, not so much ultimately what the benefits will be, but more the process. Sally Nix, our HR director, will be their full partner in this and was on the call. It was Sally and Patrick and I who met with the 3 employees on GoToMeeting. And we pledged at that moment, and it's a promise we intend to keep, that Sally will fully partner with them through this process. At any time that they need any assistance, Sally is going to provide that guidance to them and that assistance to them. And she has become the most knowledgeable person within our organization, as you would well expect, in the details of this sort of tricky business of not just getting into the unemployment process, but getting into it when so many other people are also getting into it during this COVID-19 period of special benefits.
Great, thank you.
Yeah,
Thanks,
and
Peter.
I want to say sincerely, if I might just add on that about Sally and about the importance of that role, and it could sound sarcastic or even a little snarky to people because of the context in which we created a HR director a couple of years ago, but it is completely sincere when I say thank you to the select board that supported that year and the recommendation to town meeting, and to town meeting and the community who understood the need for this position and supported the creation of it. It's not easy to create a brand new position and fund a brand new position, and what that represents as a cost to the community. Having Sally on the team at this moment is enormously important to us as an organization, as an employer, and individually for each affected employee. Thank you.
Thanks, Peter. And thanks for taking that little bit of a dive into the furlough situation, because I think it's important for people to understand that we, of course, have to balance taking care of our employees and meeting their needs with taking care of the taxpayers and the fiscal responsibilities we have as a town. So sounds like so far so good with that type of stuff. I think the best thing to do in the general COVID-19 discussions we're having, we have three points to it, and I think I should take public comment sort of encompassing all three so that we don't slow the evening down too much. And just to make sure everybody's clear, we're discussing overall update, which just happened with Peter. We're going to now talk about representative town meeting concerning COVID-19 changes. And finally, we'll be talking about any potential additional town actions that we might want to take in relation to the coronavirus crisis. So with that, Peter, if you can proceed with some RTM update.
Yes. So first, I'll answer Kurt's question as best I can, which is that to the maximum degree possible, and that theme will come clearer as I offer some observations and some advice about RTM here in a moment. But to the maximum degree possible, what we want to follow is our normal processes. They are what is set out in the charter. They are, in other cases, statutorily driven. They're the practices we follow because the law requires it, because that's what protects everybody's rights to fair opportunity to participate and affect the decisions being made. And so we want to deviate from that to the smallest degree that we can. And that is why the original intent, when we had no idea what the magnitude of COVID-19 might be, was to, at this meeting this evening, April 7th, have the select board reissue a warning for town meeting. Those town meeting warnings have to be not less than 30 and not more than 40 days prior to when the meeting is actually held. So it was going to be issued tonight. It was going to be for Saturday, May 9th. That would be 32 days away. That would be perfect timing. And it lined up with, back to Kurt's comment, lined up with the latest that a meeting could be held in the normal sequence prior to the beginning of a new fiscal year, that would allow the full timeline opportunity for the different calendared events. There's a deadline for submitting a certain number of petitions and a deadline for holding the election if it's a revote on a matter because of a petition that gets filed, all those kinds of sort of appeals and revotes that might happen after a town meeting. May 9th was a date of significance to us in that regard, but it is not practical for us at this point. And so that's why it's not on your agenda this evening, to rewarn. We have no reasonable expectation we could hold a May 9th representative town meeting. So there's a couple of different things going on here. One is the continued consideration of how to properly hold a representative town meeting in as timely a manner as possible. And the other is how to, we've opened up some communication with state government around this. We have no answers yet, only questions, but how to adjust timelines and or processes as needed in order that everybody's rights still can be fully protected. And so that might mean that we get into July and we're continuing on some basis, approved by the state that allows us to continue to function, but doesn't involve implementing an approved FY21 budget if it gets to be that serious and we're that far along and we still can't come together for a representative town meeting. Or it might mean that there's, let's say, hypothetically now, I'm not speculating on this, but just for a different timeline, different perspective, maybe a representative town meeting can be held in June. So it's plenty of time to have an approved budget before July 1st comes and we actually start implementing that budget. But it doesn't allow that full window of time for the appeals. So maybe the full window of time for the appeals is allowed, but that takes us on into the new fiscal year. And if there are appeals and if there is a revote, we have to deal with the implications of that in terms of how we would implement the decision made by the people. So step by step, we're just going to have to be sensible about what is possible during these times and these circumstances, and pay particularly keen attention to if we make any adjustments outside of what is the normal process and the normal time frame for these things, that we don't do that in a manner that empowers some and disempowers others. And to that end, my strong advice to you, and I expect that you may hear some different suggestions from the community. And I think we should have a good full conversation around the possibilities of whether there's technology available that I'm not aware of. But we've done a fair amount of research at this point, and I'm not yet aware of a way in which we can use a format like this to hold a meeting where there are 140 voting participants and another dozen or more active participants. So if we think about how this works, it works well enough for us to do what we have to do, but we're having some challenges even with a meeting with 5 of you who are voting participants and only a small handful of others of us who are active participants who don't vote. The technology that we're aware of at this time simply doesn't allow fair play in terms of how the moderator would manage the fair sharing of time for who gets to speak among 140 or 150 people, and then practically how voting would occur among 140 people in this kind of a format, when state law requires that if we're using electronic format rather than in person, that votes need to be roll call votes. And if you think about the number of times during the course of a town meeting when there's relatively minor procedural votes, say nothing of the important substantive votes that occur, there's just dozens of times during the day when the body votes on things, and when that's a voice vote, it's an efficient process. Calling a roll call of 140 people dozens of times during the day, I think is not practical. So our goal is that we keep looking at the possibility that there might be some tool that could facilitate electronic town meeting if necessary, but that be an absolutely last resort. And that in the meantime, we be making plans for as soon as it is safe and practical to bring the group of folks together. It doesn't have to be, in the BAM's multipurpose room or in the BUHS gym. It can be in some other setting where we can even accomplish some social distancing still on the downside of the COVID-19 slope of the curve. There's all these things we just don't know enough about yet to say exactly how that might happen and exactly when that might happen. But we have been talking to folks who control venues in the community that might be more suitable space for this meeting to physically happen. And we've even at staff level kicked around the idea that town meeting is usually in a cold time of year, the end of the winter in March. But this year it's going to be in a warmer period of time, and if we all keep our fingers very well crossed that it doesn't rain, it may be possible to hold an outdoor town meeting under a tent someplace on green space that exists that the town controls. That would be a very unusual but a very proper public setting for this to come together in a way that would be safer for everyone from a public health perspective. So my 2 cents for tonight is please just hang in there with this, and let's not try to solve it faster than we have to, because there's terrific potential that we could actually end up sort of harming the democratic process in our eagerness to accomplish a representative town meeting.
Thank you, Peter. Yeah. Well, I'll refrain from making any comments about how I feel it could be a bit of a nightmare to try to move representative town meeting to an electronic format. For now, I'm sure we might talk about that in the future. What I would like to do is just say 2 things really quickly. One is to remind people that the chat feature is very handy, but just please use it to only let me know if you want to say something at the end of a agenda item or during public participation, not to actually express views, because with open meeting laws, we cannot log that the way we can basically the meeting. It's not an open meeting situation, even if you're chatting to everybody. Someday in the future, we might work that out, but it's just too complicated right now. And my other thing is that I'm going to go against exactly what I was advising earlier, and just change things up a little bit and go ahead and take a question, because Millicent had a question directly related to representative town meeting, and I'm kind of hoping it's something that we can answer quickly or address and then move on to the next item under the COVID-19. How do you feel about that, Peter? Okay. So Patrick, if you could bring up Millicent's audio.
He did. Thank you.
Okay.
Yeah, hi, thanks. So I thought that I read it at one point that the town was considering doing Australian ballot. And I don't know if you still are or not, but that prompts me to kind of say one thing that I really hope happens one way or another. I feel kind of strongly about it, that however we do this allows it allows all of the reps an opportunity to hear each other, because we learn a lot when we hear each other. That to be fully informed, about a democratic vote, we need to hear the responses of the other. And I know that this adds to the challenge that Peter was describing about, how do we do this? But that's a democratic principle I think that our whole thing rests on, and I feel that that's very important. To the side, I have, I'll send Peter or this and the select board, I have a private suggestion, but I don't know if it's a good one, but I will send that. I don't want to take up too much time here, but I just want to say that principle of hearing the differing opinions of our peers is really, really important to preserve.
Agreed.
Thank you.
May I speak to the Australian ballot piece? I'd like to just put that to rest for now. So,
Sure.
Millicent, thanks for that comment, because the special act of the legislature that the governor has signed that modifies the open meetings law in certain ways to allow these kinds of meetings that don't have a physical location just temporarily during COVID-19 also does allow for certain decisions that would normally be made in a collective face-to-face town meeting to be made by Australian ballot instead. And it's exactly that kind of, from just my own perspective and the advice I'm offering to the board, it's exactly that kind of a change that I worry about, that would make it more expedient. We would potentially be able to stay on a faster timeline for these decisions to get made. Although frankly, it also raises the question of how to safely hold an Australian ballot event during these times as well. But your point is exactly right about the importance for the 140 members of representative town meeting to be together, to share ideas, to collectively arrive at the place where they vote and make a decision and provide the direction to the town government. And that's exactly why I'm hoping that we'll go slowly towards how to solve these challenges and hold a town meeting this year, even if it means that we get into some pretty extraordinary timeframes.
Thank you. And I think Daniel had a question or comment.
Yeah. So the Vermont legislature is, moving towards remote electronic voting, right? And the House, I think, has probably a similar number of people to our town meeting. I'm assuming it's massively expensive and complicated, and it wouldn't be something we would want to do for one representative town meeting once. But is that a conversation that we could learn a bit more about from our local legislators, maybe?
Yes, absolutely. And from the folks who do the technical work up at the State House. Absolutely. There's a lot of things like that. I guess one other thing I'd like to make sure the community's aware of, I know the board's aware of this, but there's a lot of things like that we're exploring. And many of those things that we explore end up on the cutting room floor because we start finding out something more about it and we realize it doesn't work. But this is not, when I ask for us to move slowly together as a community towards how we can do this in a way that maintains a good democratic process, I'm not suggesting we just don't think about it for a while, but that we don't hurry to find a solution, that we find a really good solution that preserves the participation in the process. And you're quite right that the legislature is looking at that. I don't know where they are in their finding of solutions, but Particularly, yeah, the House of Representatives is about the same size as our representative town meeting. And if the solution they find is not unique to their needs and very expensive to implement, then maybe that would provide us a way forward.
I also wonder, they're doing it right because they need to do it for a certain number of things to vote on. We have like how many moments during the course of the day where we're voting? We have like 20 articles and sometimes multiple votes within those articles.
That's exactly right. So it might work and it might not work.
Yeah.
But we'll find out more about it.
Friendly amendment. Yeah.
What's that?
Well, just when you think about how RTM goes with friendly amendments and then back and forth between those, it's a little more complicated than the legislature in some ways. In other ways, not. So, but definitely something to look into. I'm going to go against my own advice again and just let everyone know that a couple of people expressed excitement about outdoor RTM representative town meetings.
Tim, Patrick texted me and asked if we could allow callers to see if they have a question while you're taking public comment.
Absolutely. I was, as I said earlier, I was trying to push everything COVID-19 related. If specifically someone has a representative town meeting, let's just go ahead and keep it open. Oh, wow. It's with someone on the phone.
So, Tim, their mics are now open. You might ask them if they have anything to say. If we hear crickets, then I'll shut down the mics.
Great. Well, anyone on the phone, you probably heard that, but if you didn't, we're just waiting to hear if you have anything to say, and if you don't, we'll just move on.
I just want to say thank you.
Great. Who's this?
This is Terry Carter.
Oh, hi, Terry.
Hi. I'm listening on my phone. I don't have the app to do it on my device, so that's what you're hearing. My little
Well, we're
device.
glad that you're able to listen and even talk to us. So this is all new for us as well. So thank you.
Well, this is very insightful. I appreciate it. Thank you.
Great. Thanks. I think unless there's anyone else on the phone that wanted to chime in, and I'm going to go ahead and maybe ask Patrick. I think Gary Stroud had something to say concerning RTM, I hope. Patrick, are you able to open Gary's microphone and/or camera?
His mic's open, and I've sent a camera request.
Okay. I think we might be able to hear you.
Well, as far as camera, that's probably 50-50, but can you hear me now?
Yes.
Can you hear me?
Yes.
Well, I guess in reply to what Tim was saying, when dealing with these different types of apps, I found Zoom very prominent because dealing with doctors and stuff, particular apps, as we know, aren't compatible with a lot of the technology some people may have, old or new. Getting used to that now, doing this, because this is something I don't know if we've ever done before. This is a first timer. Also with the outdoor event as well too. In consideration, what you had mentioned, that might be a good idea, but just the venues that hold a large capacity of people within the area, where people can get to as well, might be a consideration. I don't know if you want to put a vote out for that sometime later on also, Peter. And I guess last question, Daniel, I've been coming across, I don't know, are we still in effect to come across a few people who are being put out of their apartments? And also I was dealing with Green Mountain Power about this is only a 1 month time issue with electric. After that, you have to go to your local areas that handle this. How it's being taken care of during this time now too.
Gary, I think I'm going to say that we can't really address your third question because I'm trying to keep it under our purview right now. We could certainly, if you want to send us an email, we're happy to follow up with you on either of those questions. But under your first two questions had to do with the representative town meeting. I'll just kick it off just by saying I'm personally familiar with both Zoom and GoToMeeting now, and I only trust Zoom about as far as I could throw it, which is about 1 foot. It's a lot of fun and it's more interactive and intuitive in my opinion, but it has some very well-known security issues that the legislature has recently discovered. And we are, just to reassure you, we are looking into alternatives that aren't outside. We have a couple of venues that have offered themselves. So I don't know if Peter wants to give us more info about that, but it's a little bit early for that.
Yeah, let's wait.
Up to you.
Okay, that's fine. Yeah, we'll be continuing to explore options. There's pros and cons to any site, and as we get a better handle on timing and when we're all going to be able to come out of our homes and be more together, it'll come clearer which site might be preferable.
Great, thank you. So I think we've wrapped up little discussion of representative town meeting. It's still a little bit of a floating subject, and we're still waiting to see what's going to happen with when things get back to normal a little bit. But now I'd like to just move on to any potential additional town actions that the board would like to consider. If any of you have anything to discuss under that, now's the time. As you all know, the town has taken quite a few actions that are within our purview already. Town Manager Elwell has written a very excellent summary of, it's almost like a diary of day one forward of a lot of different actions that the town has taken in support of our citizens and everything. Anyway, I'm just talking to kind of let the board think about if they have any comments here. So I'll just be quiet and let you raise your hand or not. You know, it'd be great if the board just kind of chimes in verbally, just because I hear nothing but silence.
That's fine, Tim. Yeah, I really don't like being on mute the whole time. I feel like I can trust myself to not.
No, don't be on mute. I think you should be off.
But, you don't want to hear me like scratching my hair and my microphone and all that. So I just kind of wanted to highlight again for the public some of the action that the town has already taken, and then kind of ask some questions about what might happen next in the wider world. So in the town's kind of position as somebody that has provided loans to local businesses, right? We have deferred payments on those loans, and we're deferring them. Peter, correct me when I get this wrong. We're deferring them for an uncertain amount of time, right?
Absolutely.
It's not like we're not saying 3 months. We're going to follow the lead of our folks that are getting those loans, or we're going to.
So we haven't explicitly talked about how to determine the endpoint. What we have explicitly talked about is not to artificially impose one.
Okay,
so
great.
as things start to move towards normal again, there'll be a determination the board will need to make with input from the folks who owe the loans and others in the business community and others in the broader community. Will help you make a good decision, but it'll be your decision to make when it becomes time to pay the loans back again.
Great. So I'm really proud that we did that. I think it's an example of what a creditor can do, right? We've said that we support the people that we are, providing these loans for, and we're going to be flexible enough right now to say, we know that now is not the time to be asking you to be making payments. And I think that within our town and within our state, that's the kind of bar that we need to be aiming for. My mortgage is with some bank in Minnesota that doesn't care about me. And I'm lucky enough and privileged enough that I have the money right now to be able to make my payments. And for those of us that are able to advocate, with our banks, I think we need to be pushing as a community to be pushing our creditors to say, let's take a break until such a time as we know where we're at. And I'm proud that like the decision we made about not pursuing any utility shutoffs, and Gary was kind of alluding to the decision across the board with public utilities, mostly electric and gas companies, to not cut people off right now. But everybody's bills are still piling on in the same way that those loan payments that we've deferred will still be paid later on. And so I wonder as a community what we can do about that. I work at Sevka, and we help people with electric disconnects, and we help people get fuel oil and propane. We don't really help people with back balances, and people are going to have hefty back balances, and it's going to pile on, and it's going to be hard for people to get out from under. So I don't have the answer, like whether this board needs to be, looking at establishing a special fund for people to apply to, or whether there are other funds already in the community that can be, flexed to turn into something that is appropriate. But I just want to kind of voice that, the asking creditors to defer, to allow you to defer your payments right now is like where I would like us to be as a community and standing together, right? Because we're all impacted, and those of us that were in rocky situations already obviously are impacted more so, and have fewer resources. But at Sevka, I'm learning from middle-class families that have never really had to like deal with our benefit system before. They're all of a sudden they're like, oh wait, how does this work? Oh, that doesn't seem fair. Oh, this is hard to navigate. And that's what a lot of folks are being kind of having their eyes open to right now. And I just want to kind of voice as a select board member that I want to be there for people, all of our people in Brattleboro, and do the best that we can to to support us through this time. So, a lot of hot air really, but I want to just kind of keep the door open.
Liz?
So thank you, Tim. Thank you, Daniel. I am really, really heartened by the work that everyone in the community is doing. Groundworks Collaborative and BDCC and the Chamber and the DBA and everyone, but also our legislative representatives, because they are helping everyone understand what the federal government benefits are and how they come through the state. And it's really a maze to understand what unemployment is and what the small business are. And I think the more that everyone gets a grip on that and understands it, then we can see where the cracks in the system are, that maybe Brattleboro can find a way to assist. But I'm not quite sure that we're there yet, but I agree that we should all be paying attention to see, what's available and what might be missing.
Yeah, thank you, Liz and Daniel. And Ian?
Yeah, I'll join in for just a second. Yeah, I just want to echo the comments of the rest of the board. This is a very trying time to join the select board, but I am very heartened by all the work that's being done. And I think I would just like to take this moment just to encourage people to reach out to the select board members. You know, our contact information is right on the Brattleboro town website. We are here to represent you. So email us, call us, let us know what questions you have. We can direct you to the people who can answer it if we can't answer it ourselves. You know, you're not alone. And I know that this is an incredibly trying time for Vermonters across the state. So thank you.
Thank you all.
Can I double dip? Liz,
sure.
Liz reminded me, you know, there's a need for data. I'd like to think that data is being gathered through the BDCC. I believe, you know, there were an effort to collect survey information about kind of impacts and the extent and numbers. You know, like as a board, like it's hard to imagine some kind of relief fund without having a sense of what the numbers look like in terms of need. You know, so you know, I had a conversation with a local small business person today, and they wanted to see the board step up in a, you know, in a kind of an aggressive way. And also we don't know how much would be needed to fill that hole, right? And whether or not that's something that we can do, you know. And without the data, I really don't want to make decisions, you know, without data in front of me. So whatever we can do in this community to get that information will make me sleep. Well, I don't know if it'll make me sleep better, but I'll feel more informed.
Thank you. And I think I'll just chime in by saying, I think we have something coming up later on the agenda tonight that some of our landlords have their eye on. I'd like to take the opportunity to just say, I'm a landlord. I have 2 units that I own down on Frost Street, and on March 16th, 17th, what I did was reach out to my tenants and said, what's your situation? Because I know I still have not been able to get any feedback from the mortgage company getting any breaks on my end for paying my mortgage. However, I'm trying to do that, and also checking in with my tenants about what their situation is. And they're lucky, and I'm lucky that they're retaining their jobs that mostly work in essential services right now. So they said to me, thank you for asking. It's good for April, and we'll see about May. And so I'm going to have that conversation again in a couple of weeks. And every landlord out there should be having this conversation, because why would you want to lose your tenants? That's a terrible situation, to be empty for a few months and someone, you know, can't be have a decent home to be safe in when they could actually need to be quarantined at any point. This is a very serious situation for everyone in our community, and everyone should do the right thing, and that includes landlords just pushing the pause button like we all have to do on so many things, and talk to your tenants about if they're able to make payments and work out a deal if they can't. So there was, I wanted to be able to bring in Stephanie Bonin to make some comments. She wasn't able to make the public participation portion, but this is very germane to this agenda item before we leave the COVID-19. So if Patrick could just bring Stephanie up, either audio, video, or both. She'd like to tell us about a nice thing that happened over this past weekend. Hi, Stephanie.
Patrick,
ready to go when you are.
Great. Thank you. I have been described as being tenacious for the downtown community needs, and that is the need of having cash in hand right now. So I hear everything that you guys are talking about and hear Elizabeth's comments on where the cracks are. And we are about 3 weeks into this, roughly, someone can correct me, and rent was due last week. Bills keep piling in, and the business community has no income coming in, just like many of our community downtown, whether it's residents, organizations, anyone. So with that in mind, we created the 48-hour gift card challenge this past weekend, which was from 10 a.m. on Friday to 10 a.m. on Sunday. And the before work, which is actually just as important, was getting the businesses up online to be able to sell gift cards online. And so we had, at final count, 41 businesses participating, and over half of those businesses, we got them online specifically for that challenge. And so that will continue to reap benefits from many more years, as long as they're open. And so the 48-hour gift card challenge was created. The idea was that we need to help our community hibernate until they're able to reopen. And even the restaurants who are doing takeout, who are probably seeing 20% of their sales, that's not called being open. So when I say hibernate, I include takeout business in that hibernation. And so the challenge was created so that they could have some money in hand to be able to close their doors, to be able to pay the bills that just keep on coming even when the doors are closed. So the kickoff was a $5,000 match. And we started it off and said, 48-hour challenge to support our community by buying gift certificates online. If you're able to, we invite you to do that now. And an extra incentive is a $5,000 match, so that every gift card that's purchased can then become another gift card, dollar for dollar, and go to a family in need. I was definitely expecting to spend a lot of my time pushing that message out there to the world. And in reality, the $5,000 match I called after 4 hours, and probably should have called it after 2 hours. And so that was extremely amazing that we were able to reach that number so quickly. And several hours later, I got a call from another community member who said, I really want to extend the match with another $5,000 match. So I, of course, was very shaky and excited and announced that, okay, we have extended the match for another $5,000. So that match was also met very quickly. And for the rest of the weekend, I had 3 more calls. So one call was for a $1,000 match, and that was a family that has a second home here. Another call was another $1,000 match that was also from a family who had started out their relationship with Brattleboro through the SIT Graduate Center, and then has continued to have a second home here. And their kids saw it online and said to their parents, I think you can extend this. And then the last call was another one of our community members who had never given in this big way and really wanted to give $1,000 and extend it. So I get to announce the heartwarming, incredible results of the 48 hours, and the impact in total, which means all of the gift certificates purchased and all of the matching money, means that from this challenge, $57,503 went directly into the hands of our community, both family in need, and then also the business owners, which is, to me, exactly what they need right now.
That's wonderful.
Wow.
Yeah, that was it was a great result. I watched it live as it happened, and I actually had to wait until just before Sunday to buy a couple of gift certificates myself. And so I just wanted to also let people know that it's an ongoing thing, right? You've set up a really nice interactive webpage on brattleboro.com not to be confused with brattleboro.org, which is the town site. So brattleboro.com takes you to the DBA's site. Am I right there, Stephanie?
Yeah, thank you.
And yeah, it's a great thing because that's what we need people to do if we want to come out of this with the same, hopefully close to the same town that we went into it with. We have to support people to go into hibernation, as Stephanie said, or make it over the gap, whatever metaphor you want to use. It's a great success story. Daniel wanted to say something.
Yeah, thanks. Hi, Stephanie. It was really nice to see folks step up in this way, and I'm glad that funds are going to needy families. What I'm kind of curious about for somebody that works with needy families is how are you determining which families?
We're partnering with a organization that already gives food out to these families, and then they will be surprised with a gift card in their bag for
which
probably
organization?
4 weeks. The Retreat Farm Pick a Pantry program. Pick up a pantry.
And how much in monetary value is going to these families?
Is
it like half of the 57?
13,000. I'm sorry, 13,000.
$13,000. And how is that being split up? Like, I don't want to be like the Debbie Downer on this thing because it was a great success, but like I'm also thinking about equity and wondering how this money gets kind of distributed.
Yep, $50 gift certificates.
Okay.
So each family gets a $50 gift certificate, and we partnered with an organization so that there isn't a choice. It's they're serving their population, and we are able to surprise them with a $50 gift certificate.
Okay. The $50 gift certificates are for where?
For everywhere that people chose to support.
I see. So if I got like $50 worth of books from everyone's books, then there's an equivalent gift certificate out there in the world.
Exactly.
Okay, thanks.
Yeah.
Stephanie,
and if you $100 gift certificate, we would be purchasing 2 $50 gift certificates for your 100.
Stephanie, I just wondered, do you think you'll do it again another weekend?
I personally don't think so. I'm one of those people that I feel like momentum and energy and viral goes because of excitement, but I absolutely will tell you that we'll do something else.
Oh, very nice. Yeah.
And well,
I did some Christmas shopping and
thank you very much.
Now.
I should have said that the first thing is that, I put the emphasis on the donors because that was extremely not expected and overwhelming. And I'd say equally not expected and overwhelming was the dollars that were spent both from community members and out of state people, friends of friends. So yeah, thank you.
And when I bought my gift cards, I thought about Erin at Fish and Chips, and I thought about Nancy and the staff at Everyone's Books, and I thought about Corey at Patio Coffee. And, I'm going to go to those places anyway. And I'm also thinking about these folks as, these are people in our community, and they're having a hard time right now. It's interesting, as a kind of like a redistribution of wealth, right? Like somebody has $5,000 that they can let go of. Most of us don't. And so I would encourage people in the community who do have that kind of cash lying around that are ready to redistribute it to not wait for, some other moment. There are plenty of people out in the community who have needs right now that can be met, and there are organizations, as you point out, doing that work. I work for one of them. So
yeah, and I also want your comments about a new population coming to you in your work is like that. To me is so one of the things that I've been really continued to put my voice to is that all the people that are applying for unemployment and all the people that are applying for help with food, there is a huge portion of that who have never done this before and never asked for help before. And I think that we as a community are also saying it's okay to ask for help, and we're having to change our identity around that. And I what you said, I think there is going to be something that comes out of that, because we will have a lot more lived experiences in our community. That's for sure.
Yes.
Well, thank you all. And thank you, Stephanie, for the update. Great to hear. I think we don't have anybody contacting me via chat, or, well, we might want to just try. I bet you Patrick's going to want me to try. I don't know if we have anybody else on the phone. I don't think we do, actually, if I'm reading my info correctly. So I'm going to go ahead and have us move on. Oh. Sorry, I thought I heard somebody. But I'm going to move on to new business, which is going to feel a lot more like regular old select board business to people, which is kind of nice, because we've been talking a lot about stuff that is very strange to us. Let's move on to new business, and our first topic of conversation is going to be a grant, the Association of Vermont Conservation Commission's grant. And I think Sue is going to come online for us and chat with us about that. It's so great to have somebody operating the levers behind in the background.
There she is.
Hi, Sue.
Hi, Sue.
Hi, Sue.
Hi there. This is weird to be the first one with normal business. So I'm here tonight. The Conservation Commission wants to submit a tiny grant in the amount of $480 to the Association of Vermont Conservation Commissions. They've partnered with the Friends of the West River Trail, who have the Riverstone Preserve along the West River Trail. And they want to do an interpretive. There's an existing trail, it's about 1/3 of an acre, and they want to do some interpretive signage there. So that's the grant. There's no match required. We just found out yesterday that they've pushed the deadline back, so the grant would be due May 1st, but that's what they're hoping to do with it.
Great, thank you.
Sounds like a great idea.
I know, $480.
It's an aptly named grant. It's a tiny grant.
Yes.
I am.
But it's a good way to get back and forth business. I'm sorry, Ian, go ahead. I didn't hear that.
Oh, I was saying I'm just very excited about this. As soon as I read this on Sunday, I got on my running shoes and ran down to see where it would be. My one question was actually two. One, Sue, the copy of the map is fairly low quality that we got for the select board. Could we get a higher quality one sent to us? I had a hard time really getting it until I was down there where it's going to be. And then
let me.
Go ahead.
I will. I'll try to get you a higher quality of the map. It may have been because it was coming from my house and the scan wasn't very good. So I'll see what we can do about getting a better quality map.
And the second question was, is it only for signage, or would there be any work done to the trail itself with the 480?
Yeah, no, it's just for signage. It's the creation of the signage and the actual purchase of the signs and the installation, which will be done by the Conservation Commission and the Friends of the West River Trail. And I should add that Lynn Levine, she's a resident of Dummerston. She's done a lot of work in forests and trail building. She's doing a lot of in-kind work for this. She's a member of the Friends of the West River Trail. So she'll be working on the content of the signage with some other people as well.
That's very nice of her.
It's a nice trail, and right now it's a very busy trail.
Oh yeah.
And I encourage folks who are using that trail to, keep their distance, be reasonable, and also, if possible. I mean, I went up to Black Mountain Trail the other day, thinking that I'd go there because it's a little quieter, and that's run by the Nature Conservancy, and I saw that it was posted as closed. So like, people need to get outside, and we're narrowing down the options. Not that the Brattleboro Select Board has much to do with that, but just want to put it out there. I hope that the West River Trail can stay open, and I hope that we can kind of be responsible in our use of it.
Quick question.
Peter.
Yeah. I see on the graphic the website for the West River Trail, Friends of the West River Trail, and I'm wondering whether people can help themselves to a better quality map by going to that site. Do you know if this is posted there?
I do not know if it's posted there. I know that there are trail maps there, and I think the Riverstone Preserve one is on there, but I can check in with that and communicate with them.
Okay.
And ask them to get it up there as well.
Thanks.
Thank you.
Shall I make a motion?
Oh, yes, please.
Okay, I move to approve an application for a 2020 Association of Vermont Conservation Commission's grant in the amount of $480.
Thanks, Liz. Liz has made a motion to approve an application for a 2020 Association of Vermont Conservation Commission's grant in the amount of $480. All those in favor?
Aye.
Aye. That's 4-0. The hand does help me. I don't know, because there's always delay with the audio.
I got this Australian accent, though. You should be able to tell.
Speaking of delays, my computer is telling me I'm a little delayed, so I'm going to need to call Comcast in the morning. But just let me know if I'm breaking up at any time, because I'm definitely having some speed fluctuation issues or ping rate problems or something like that coming from me. So our next item on the agenda is an ordinance amendment, and Peter is going to speak to that initially.
Thank you. So we're proposing an amendment to Chapter 8 of the Town Code of Ordinances. It's a very narrow, specific recommendation, which is that when people are hiring electricians to perform maintenance work at rental properties, regardless of how few units are present in those rental properties, that the electricians performing the work must be licensed. The reason for that is pure and simple safety. There's some inconsistency between the state law and the actually in the state law and how the town applies that locally and how it's applied across the state. And you have a memorandum in your backup from Brian Bannon. And there's also, I believe Brian's online tonight. I know that Len Howard, Assistant Fire Chief and Health Officer for the town, is online. And they can speak in greater detail to the need for this, what they see when they're out looking at rental properties in town. But basically, if you're 3 or more units, you have to get if you're doing electrical work at 3 or more units, you have to get a licensed electrician, not just someone who can do wiring. That's already required. And so what this would do is in Brattleboro, raise that standard so that even in a 1 or 2 unit rental situation, if there's anybody renting at any particular property, then at that property, electrical work would have to be done by a licensed electrician. And we think it's an important matter of public safety, not just for the owners and residents of those properties, but just in general to keep the community safer and protected from fire. Lenny's up, so I'll be quiet.
Thanks, Len. Did you want to add to that at all?
No, I think Peter hit it right on. It's very inconsistent, I believe. I mean, if you have 3 or more units, you have to get an electrical permit and have a licensed electrician perform the work. But in a 1 and 2 family home, if you have to get a construction permit from the state of Vermont to do the work, so it's up to code, and a plumbing inspection permit, but you don't have to get an electrical permit, which is kind of inconsistent to me. And I think it's very important that this type of work is done properly and not just by a homeowner that may think they know what they're doing.
Yeah, I wanted to make a couple things clear to anybody watching too, that this would not apply to people living in their own homes. This would only apply to units that were intended for rental or were being rented. Is that correct? And I've just got to say that, and it's up to you. You don't have to go into too much details, Lenny, but just confirm for us that there was recently a real world instance where, because of this sort of what I would call a hole in the coverage in the law here, we had a pretty dangerous situation. Is that right?
That's true. And I've seen it in many other 1 and 2 place family homes that I've gone in, of it being a concern. And I think it's just a safety thing that should be done.
Does anyone, any board members have any questions? I'm tempted to actually read it. It's not long, the portion. Liz.
Go ahead and read it. I think that would be good.
Yeah, go ahead and read it.
Reading is a good idea.
Okay. So this would be, I think I'm doing this right, section 8-32. I'm just getting a nod from Peter. Yes, great.
Yes,
A licensed electrician shall be required for the following types of work. 1, any construction not otherwise exempt under 26 VSA section 910, excepting that. 2, any electrical work in a building used for dwelling or residential purposes that contains 1 or 2 dwelling units, where 1 or both units are intended for rent. A licensed electrician will be required. That's the new language that we're proposing to add.
And may I just make clear for the record that Bob Fisher, the town attorney, wrote that language and has fully reviewed the reasons and the preparation for this together with the health officer and the deputy health officer.
Great, thank you. And since this is an ordinance amendment, this is the official first reading. I assume the second and final reading will be in 2 weeks. Is that correct?
That is correct.
Okay, so that gives people time to contact us with questions or concerns, and we can discuss it further at the, oh gosh, that's what I don't have as a calendar right in front of me.
21st, April
21st. Oh, there's a calendar. Thank you so much. Okay, so we don't have an action to perform there because
I have questions.
That's. Oh,
we
sorry.
do have comments.
Yeah, we got questions over here.
All 3.
Good, good. Maybe that's why I didn't notice. You all want to say something. Go ahead. Apologies.
Well, I'll start.
Yeah.
First, a question. Lenny, are there enough electricians in town? Is it going to be a hardship to find an electrician?
It's a good question. I mean, there's many independent ones, and there are a couple companies in town that perform electrical work. So my guess is there would be.
Okay, thank you. And then I just have 2 comments. One is that it seems to me that we need to do this because otherwise we are discriminating on the safety of people who live in 1 and 2 rental units. And the other thing is that, you know, a town's major purpose is to protect the health, safety, and welfare of the public. And so I see this as a vital action on our part.
Thanks, Liz. Daniel?
Oh, okay. In my research on this, I guess I was a little surprised to see that the Vermont code is kind of, I don't know, this is a hole maybe in the Vermont code. And I saw that some other municipalities had kind of had additions to the Vermont rental housing codes. Do we know which other towns or cities have done this kind of addition to their code or their code of ordinances?
It's a good question, and I'll get back to you, Daniel.
Thanks.
I'm sure the bigger towns similar to our size has, but I'll get you a definite answer.
Thank you. And then, yeah, I mean, the other question is just it's why, right? Why is this hole in our state housing, state rental housing code? Are we going too far by requiring this of folks if it's going past what the state of Vermont requires for code? I'm not, I don't think personally I would feel like that, but I'm just kind of wrestling with what it means to say, oh, our state code on something is insufficient and the town of Brattleboro needs to go further than that. I think all of the rental housing that I've lived in, I would like it to be safe. And I know that 50% of Brattleboro residents live in rental housing. That's significantly higher than our countywide, numbers and statewide numbers. So we're talking about half of the population of Brattleboro. I mean, some of those may live in 3, 4, dwelling properties, but I'm sure many live in 1 and 2. And I know that, many of our local electricians really, they take a great deal of pride in their work and doing it, to code and safely. And I just want to kind of make sure that we are doing our research about this before we kind of go further than what the state requires. And I wondered, I saw that the example of the Central Street problems was mentioned in Brian's memo. I mean, I don't need this information now, but do we know of other examples in the town where work has been done on properties that has led to unsafe conditions? I think having that information for the next time we come up to this question would help me.
The short answer is yes. Are you asking for more documentation about other specific addresses?
I guess so, yeah. I mean, I guess I want to know, to what extent is this a problem in our community before we kind of, take this further step to go past the state kind of housing code.
So I think I'm going to echo Daniel's first question. I am also curious why this gap exists in the ordinance. I'm just kind of curious, and it seems important to maybe get that answer. And then the other is just on the numbers. How many rental units will this affect in Brattleboro? Do we know?
I can get you that answer too, Ian, along with Daniel's.
Awesome. Thank you very much.
We'll do a complete updated staff report so that in preparation for second reading, not only you have this information, but the public will as well, the answer to the various questions from tonight.
Perfect.
Thank you.
Thank you.
Let me just jump in. Did the board get your questions answered to your satisfaction? Okay. So despite me trying to be a little clear on the on the chat issue. I have some questions coming in, which it's going to be very slow to try to bring people up to actually ask the questions. So I'm going to go ahead and ask them live on their behalf, and we'll see how this goes. Because it's pretty straightforward. Wendy Levy is asking, was the Brooks House fire due to electrical deficiencies? Is that a good example for Daniel?
The Brooks House fire was caused from a staple being stapled too tight into the electrical wire itself. So I can't tell you who put the staple in it, but that's what the cause of the fire was, yes.
Okay, thanks. And a question, I believe from Tony Duncan, I'm going to ask it for him. Is there a demarcation of what would be considered necessary for an electrician? Would adding a fixture like a light to existing wire require that? I guess he's asking, where's the level of electrical work? I heard someone ask if changing a light bulb, for instance. I think that was just sort of a snarky comment, but this is definitely a demarcation of what electrical work would be. Do you have anything in mind, whether like adding swapping out a fixture on a wall? If it's a simple procedure like that, does that count as electrical work?
That's a tough question. My concern is for an example, is one of the units that we're dealing with currently is a 1 and 2 family, and they have to change out the entire electrical service panel. And unfortunately, he's not required to have somebody that's licensed to do that the way the current state codes are written. So that's an example or a concern that I have. I wouldn't just want anybody putting in an electrical panel in my home. As far as just changing a light fixture and stuff, I did ask the electrical inspector today, state electrical inspectors, as how far does somebody before they need to pull a permit? And he did say a light fixture or a light switch you don't need a permit for. So I guess you can kind of read between the lines there, but having an electrical panel put in or remodeling the building, or I think is definitely a need for a licensed electrician.
Okay, well, we'll try to get that a little more clarified. Can we work on that, Peter?
Yes.
I think it's fair.
Lenny and I have been taking notes, and we'll itemize. We'll restate the question and provide the answer for each one of these for next time.
Yeah, I mean, personally, if I was doing it in my own home, I would switch out a fixture. If I was doing it in my rental, I would just go with a licensed electrician because then I know it's done correctly. But that's not everyone, so we need to demarcate that a little bit. Great. Well, I think that's pretty good. I've asked for public comment and gotten those two out there, and we're going to figure out if that's something that we should do in the future. We're just so you know why I'm a little uncomfortable with repeating questions is open meeting laws is, it tells us that we want everyone to be able to chime in, but when you ask a question through chat, especially these couple came in as a private chat to me, not everyone else can see that, so I thought it was appropriate to actually say them out loud. It might not have been your intention, both of you, to have it go out to the public, but I felt like it was my responsibility to do that at that point because I'm conducting an open meeting here. So we're figuring this out, so bear with me. My family has texted me to say that they're out ringing bells, so hopefully some other folks are out there. I hear them in the background. If you don't know, 8 p.m., people go out and ring bells because go stir crazy. No, it's a way to show solidarity with the rest of the community. It's kind of fun. The only problem with the ringing of the bells is when I'm ringing our bells, I can't hear the other bells. So I haven't figured out that problem yet. You got a bell with you? Oh yeah, nice. Let's see. We are on to new business item C, and that is totally getting to a few things of board business here. Every year we go over our rules of conduct, and Ian, this is your first time looking at the rules of conduct. All of us have seen it at least once, but that's certainly not something I'm going to read out loud. But does anybody want to chime in with any questions or comments about? They have not changed since last year when they were approved by the previous board. Trying to give you the total of, it's 4 pages. So that's why I'm not going to read it. Any
Maybe
comments?
there needs to be an addendum for how to conduct meetings online.
Certainly. That'll be another.
I'm half joking because I saw Wendy's comment in the chat just now. We don't have the parameters kind of exactly spelled out clearly for everybody, so it makes it a little bit more challenging.
Mm-hmm. Yeah, and I just saw that chat because I was so interested in talking myself that it was hard for me to do both at the same time. But just to reiterate the chat, we just want people to use the chat as sort of a hand-raising situation rather than ask direct questions, because either the people watching through BCTV or other methods on the phone, they're not going to be able to see or understand that question is being asked. And certainly if it's a private chat, no one will see it. So I'll feel forced to actually ask you, call it out, even if you didn't intend it to be called out. So anyway, the chat feature should be used just to say, I have a question, simply that. Daniel?
Maybe we could write that stuff down and just make it available with the link and the call-in, just like a few kind of simple bits of protocol.
Absolutely.
Just so people know what they're getting into.
Yep. If it's acceptable to the board, I'll just work together with Tim on that, since he's the one who has to navigate this and keep control of the meeting, and then we'll put some bullets down in the information that goes out to the community before the next meeting.
We're unanimously nodding, Peter.
Thank you.
Let it be noted for the record.
Thank you, and thank you to Wendy. Thanks to Wendy for bringing that up, and also to Patrick, who actually attempted to write that stuff down, but I don't think it's all come together yet, being our second meeting only.
As to the rules of conduct, I'm happy with them. Does anyone have any other comments?
Yeah, I've got just a newbie question and a comment. I mean, I love reading rules, but I did find I think I wanted just to double check it, which is why my screen keeps changing. For on in section E2, talking about the agenda and how to get items on the agenda. I had to go back and reread that section multiple times to make sure I understood it exactly, which, I'm not proposing any kind of change to it, but just as someone who's putting new eyes on the rules, I would say that is a section that sort of drew my attention as being a little clunky. And the question actually comes from that. As I understand it, the board through a majority can agree during a select board meeting to put an agenda item on for the next week. Could a public participant request the board during public comment to put something on the agenda, and then the board agree to it in a majority during the meeting? is that an avenue that a public participant could use to get an agenda item put on the agenda for the next meeting?
Not traditionally, right? Peter, you want to chime in?
So, yeah, what I would say is it is definitively fair game for a member of the public to speak about any topic. I mean, that's what public participation exists for. It remains at the discretion of the board whether or not to hear it as a formal action item of the board. And what I've seen more typically, it can happen the way you described, Ian. It also can happen during the course of a meeting, just discussing some other substantive matter that's on, say, tonight's agenda, that three of you might say, we should really discuss that aspect of this thing further, and let's have that be its own item next time. So the board certainly always has the ability to decide that some topic is going to be an agenda item for a future meeting. It has been more common over the years, and it's also been my experience more commonly in the other communities that I've served, that because public participation represents an opportunity for every individual in the community to say their piece, that boards will often receive input. They're being urged to take some kind of future action and take it under advisement. And then the chair and the vice chair might decide to put it on a future agenda. A board member might say, hey, whatever happened to when so-and-so asked us about such and such?
Yeah.
But it hasn't been standard to receive a comment from an individual member of the community and then say that becomes the select board's business the next meeting by any kind of sort of commonly held expectation. It's very much been a case-by-case basis, and it's been unusual that something like that would get set immediately for the next meeting rather than just taken under consideration by the board.
Okay, I really appreciate the clarification. I think I just wanted to take some time to just, as I was reading that, to let our everyone know who's watching how you actually, if you wanted to get something on the agenda, you got to put something in writing the Tuesday before noon. So I was just wanting to explore if there were alternative ways, but I think that does answer my question, Peter. Thank you.
Yeah, and I'll just add, and I'm not closing off the discussion by any means, but I'll just add that it does happen that we turn to each other and say, oh, that's a no-brainer. We should put it on on the next meeting warning. But more often than not, asking for it to be formalized, like checking in with Peter and having a discussion first, totally changes the request and changes the ask into something that, once you get more information, you have a question, you want to talk about something, but then you receive a piece of information that really changes the whole direction. And having a little bit of a buffer saves us gobs of time with just, having to talk about something that either isn't in our purview or isn't relevant for one reason or another. So it's a little bit more efficient to have a more take a question to the town manager. I see your hand, Peter. Go ahead.
Yeah, I'm actually trying to put it in the right spot where it's in the screen. So just a little bit more, that's helpful. Actually, I'm glad you said that, Tim. It reminds me of something that I think also would be helpful to you, Ian, and hopefully to members of the public that are listening. It's really common in those situations that the board turns to me and asks for staff to provide some additional information to help you decide whether or not you think something needs to be a select board item. And so what we'll do in those kinds of situations is we'll advise the board further and the person who raised the issue so that they know what the board is being advised. And sometimes those things come back again on another night, and sometimes they don't.
Or sometimes the person's question is answered.
That's right.
Ideally.
Yeah.
I have a question about signing things like, warrants. What is our procedure for warrants right now?
We will be doing that by PDF. So the finance folks will prepare the warrants as usual. That's one of the few tasks that is still going on in the offices, is coming in and running, printing off the checks to be mailed to pay bills. And, there's some equipment here that needs to be used for that and for payroll. So there's some 2 employees in the finance department that are coming in occasionally doing that work for us. And when the warrant list for a particular week is complete, they will email the PDF to me and to whichever one of you is signing at that time. And our email response to say it's approved will be sufficient, that all of that will be actually printed off and put in the files so that it's there for the auditors to see that even though we couldn't put a signature on it, we actually did go through the normal approval process. And obviously, if you have a question along the way before you're ready to approve it, you can direct that to me or you can direct it to finance and we'll get you an answer before you send your email approval.
Okay. What was I going to say? I just was reminded of like the term warrants and how probably the vast majority of people watching this are like, warrants? When we talk about signing warrants, we're not talking about warrants for people's arrests or what have you.
I think it's that cowboy bandana you're wearing.
Things we have to pay checks for. This is my Pisgah State Park ultra marathon bandana. I didn't run it. I just volunteered. Not too long.
If everyone's fairly satisfied with that, I would welcome a motion.
I'll move.
Okay, go right ahead.
From the administrative report. Ian?
This is where you need to have multiple windows open all at once.
Yeah. Sorry, go ahead, Peter.
I wanted to make sure you knew that there's a proposed motion in the administrative report.
Yeah, I was going to use it for the first time. So I so move to approve the rules for conduct of meetings and hearings.
Thank you. Ian has moved to approve the rules for conduct of meetings and hearings. All those in favor? Aye. That's 4. Thank you. You have approved that set of rules. Next, we just want to talk about, guess what? Warrants. That flows very nicely. When we sign warrants, which are basically, we still say, it's losing all meaning now because I keep saying the word over and over again. But these are basically the authorizations for expenditures, checks, etc. We take turns in our board, usually nicely, about signing the warrants, and we have a rotation schedule, which the board members have in front of them. And this is just a boring bit of board business that we do. I have a certain time period that I always like to do. Daniel's shaking his head.
No, I think thinking about the future now is no longer boring. I'm looking at these dates. I'm like, what will be happening on June 8th? I have no idea.
That's true. Well, you'll still have to sign warrants.
I might choose not to. I might choose to take a later date.
Or email your approval.
Yes.
Now, that's true. We're going to be able to do even warrants with PDFs? Okay.
That's what we're going to be
Just
doing
doesn't
for
feel
now. We've cleared that with the auditors, that's sufficient for now when it's not safe to be passing around pieces of paper.
Great.
Great. So we have these, does anybody have a preference of where they are?
I have no preference, so if anyone does have a preference, go right ahead.
Okay, I have a preference.
Go right ahead.
I like November, December 31st because I tend to be, because of my work schedule, I tend to be more likely to be around then. But of course, with PDFs, who knows? I'm really hoping by November 2, though, we're going to be signing these things in person again. So I'm going to just say that, and that's what's going to happen, I'm sure. Anybody want to take April 1st, which would include now? No. Okay. Liz or Ian?
I will take the first shift.
Good for you. Brandy's not here, so she's going to end up with the last chosen one. June 8th to August 21st.
I'll do that. Unless
Great.
Daniel
That
wants
includes
it.
No, I'm holding out for a later one.
Okay.
because you really want to do that.
I want to go and hang out with Jan and talk to Jan about what's going on, and
absolutely.
You can't do that online. I mean, I guess I could give Jan a call, but it's not quite the same.
You can't hit Jan's candy bowl online. January 4th to March 19th is Daniel's then, I assume?
I was going to do like the August one. Did you take the August one?
No, you said later, so I was giving you the last one.
I thought Elizabeth was doing June to August. I'll do
That's
August
correct.
to October. I'm hedging. I'm saying by August, I'm going to be able to go back into the municipal center and hang out with Jan every Friday morning.
Yes.
Good. So we will assign Brandy to January 4th to March 19th. And I'm sure she
You know what they would say in New Jersey? They'd say, from your lips to God's ears.
It's been a while since I've heard that one. Okay, where are we? I had to actually write something down in this digital age. It threw me off. We actually have possibly Sue with us again for our next. Oh no, wait! I'm sorry, I'm skipping something. We need to talk about annual select board appointments for committees and boards. And this is very important. So the select board serves on various committees and boards, and this is when we duke it out for who gets to serve on what. I have some added duties now, so I am hoping to step away from my duties on the traffic safety board, traffic safety committee, I should say, even though I really enjoy it. So I just want to throw that out there. Does anybody want to express a desire to be somewhere where they're not, or somewhere where they'd like to be?
I would love to step into the traffic safety committee in the safest way possible.
Great. Anyone else interested in traffic safety committee? No? Well, I'm going to write Daniel's name in, and then we'll, I don't know, take it as a slate if we need a formal motion on that. So going back to the top, we have a capital grant review board that meets as needed. And there is 2 slots. I'm happy to serve on one of those slots. Is anybody else interested in that? Any background? I'll toss it to Peter to give us a little description. Ian?
It meets very, very rarely, hasn't met actually in several years, but it's there in case there is a proposed new capital grant funded project that would add to the maintenance costs of the town.
Great. So I'm throwing my name on there, but if anyone else wants to join me there.
Yeah, I'll join on that too. I mean, I'd like to have another as well.
Certainly, that's not enough. The next one down is the Rental Housing Improvement Program Loan Committee. I believe Brandy currently serves on this. I could be wrong, but she's not here to speak for herself. So does someone have an interest in this committee?
I also have an interest in this committee.
Great. Now, I think it's also, that's a meet as needed situation too.
Yeah.
But this one and the next one, I believe we're gonna have some activity on. since we're all being positive and think we're going to get through this in the next couple of months, we hope. I think there's going to be some definite need there. So if Ian is unchallenged, I'll write his name down. Okay.
You know,
And next is,
I just had a thought that might be, this one and the next one might be quite busy in the coming months. And if Brandy is still interested, you know, maybe they would like to share those responsibilities.
May I just offer some perspective about the difference between the two? I quite agree that the Small Business Assistance Program Committee is likely to be very busy during the recovery from COVID-19. I'm not sure that the Rental Housing Committee will be, because that's funding specific to making improvements in rental housing properties, as opposed to sort of sustaining or growing a business in rental housing. And so I think we actually may enter a period in the second half of this year when it's less likely that landlords are going to be in a position to be investing additional funds in the physical plant of the rental properties. So I think the two actually represent something quite different in terms of the potential unique impact this year of COVID-19.
thanks, Peter. Good point. Where were we?
The small
so
business.
Ian is right. I have Ian's name down for the Rental Housing Improvement Program Loan Committee. So who is interested in the Small Business Assistance Loan Program Committee? So Liz has raised her hand. Okay. That's great. I'm getting a nod and a dark stare from Daniel. So that's going to go with.
This is my neutral face.
You got that Negan.
Neutral face. My stare.
Thanks, Liz. So Brandy, unfortunately, isn't able to chime in, but that's quite all right. We can always adjust things if we have to later. Wyndham Regional Commission is a term from April 1st to March 31st. April
Tim?
1st, 2020 to, yeah.
Yeah, on that one, I'm sorry that we did this. But we've created a confusion here, but we've got a separate agenda item at the next one because it's likely to involve you appointing people from outside the select board. So, so we probably should just skip over Wyndham Regional during this item and deal with that in a minute. Sorry.
Yeah, I was actually going to say that, but I was doing it in a very overly verbose manner. Thank you. The next one is the Wyndham Solid Waste Management District Board of Supervisors. If memory serves, last year we elected Patrick to serve on that, and he's been serving very well and faithfully. So if the board wants to continue in that manner, that can happen. And there can also be a board member backup, which might be a nice thing if somebody feels lightly used. Could be me.
Could be Brandy.
Or if anyone
waste
wants to just draft Brandy.
I thought Peter.
Yeah, we could draft Brandy and see how she feels about that.
Backup in the past.
It's been done multiple ways. There have been select board members as member. There's been select board members as backup. Patrick has been the backup when it's been a select board member in the primary role. And he was the principal person this past year. I honestly don't remember whether I was backup this past year or whether a select board member was. Patrick attended all of the meetings. So it's really sort of, if you have a particular interest and you'd like to be involved in the regional solid waste decision making, it's an opportunity for a board member, but it's something that Patrick has expertise in and has represented the town well in if you prefer to delegate it.
I think my time would be wasted.
Be a solid waste of time.
Yes.
Well, I think since Brandy can't speak for herself, I don't think we should draft her for that. We'll just go with Peter as the alternate. Does everybody feel okay about that?
Yes.
And at the bottom of the sheet is a good reminder note that all board members are ex officio members to the Board of Civil Authority and the Board of Abatement. I just wanted to point out that the Board of Abatement might be very, very busy.
Yes.
This year.
Yes.
For better
Because
or
of
worse.
challenges paying property taxes.
Yes.
Absolutely. Yes. Yep. So, board, just Ian, so you know, we are always included on Hillary's emails for those meetings, and it's always encouraged that we can make it. I've made a few, but I haven't been able to make all of those meetings. It's great when we can, though, because
Ian's an old hand at that.
go ahead, listen.
I said
Yeah.
Ian's an old hand at that.
As a justice of the peace, I've had the opportunity to sit on the board of abatements and the Board of Civil Authority. So yeah, I would definitely encourage all of the rest of the select board to be there. Yeah.
It's very interesting.
Yeah. Great. You hear that, Daniel? Be there.
Oh, I've been.
There was a difference of opinion, like in past boards, about whether or not the board should serve. But I do believe if it's possible, it's the right thing to do. Any other comments on that? Do it.
No.
Peter, do you think, see, I feel at a loss. I would turn to Jan at this point and say, do we need a formal motion?
You do not need a formal motion on this. It's sufficient. Maybe I'll just recite back to you, make sure that we've got it written down right. But what I have is Daniel for the Traffic Safety Committee, Tim and Ian for the Capital Grants Review Board, Ian for the Rental Housing Loan Committee, Liz for the Small Business Loan Committee, and delegating to Patrick and me for representing the town's interest at the Solid Waste District. Is that what you intended? Okay. Yeah, so you're good to move on then to the Wyndham Regional appointment, which is something that actually does require a motion of the board in order to comply with Wyndham Regional's requirements.
Great. And I don't know if Sue's still on. We don't absolutely need you, but can you hear me?
Here she is.
Always need Sue.
Sue. Sorry to make you hang on, and sorry if I'm breaking up, but okay, thank you. Do you want to fill us in?
Sure. So for the past year, myself and Tom Mozakowski, who is a planning commission member, have been the Wyndham Regional Commission appointees for the town of Brattleboro. We're both happy to continue serving. I sit on a couple of their different committees, Brownfields and their Planning Coordination Committee. I actually don't know if Tom is on any of the committees, but he actively attends their full commission meetings, which I sometimes have conflicts with Conservation Commission. So we worked well to kind of cover the meetings and participate with the Wyndham Regional Commission. So we're both happy to serve if you would like to appoint us.
Great, thank you for your service. And it certainly would please me. How about the rest of the board?
Absolutely.
Sounds great.
So whenever someone would like to make that motion.
I'll make a motion. This will be my first online motion, I think. Let's see. I'll see if I can get this right. Okay, I move to appoint Sue Fillion and Tom Mosakowski as representatives from the town of Brattleboro to the Wyndham Regional Commission for the period from April 1st, 2020 through March 31st, 2021.
Thank you. Daniel has moved to appoint Sue Fillion and Tom Mosakowski as representatives from the town of Brattleboro to the Wyndham Regional Commission for the period of April 1st, 2020 through March 31st, 2021. All those in favor?
Aye.
Aye.
4-0, unanimous. Thank you, Sue.
Thank you, Sue.
All right. If anybody doesn't have any last minute brainstorms, I think we've come to the end. I just wanted to say, happy Passover to everyone celebrating out there, and also that the Easter Bunny is coming, I hear, on Friday. You could check out the Recreation and Parks info for that. Something to do with a vehicle parade again with the Easter Bunny. Does anybody? I don't know why I was compelled to do that.
Where can you go from there?
Yeah.
I'll be coloring virtual eggs.
There's other activities as well. I think they're also doing a exercise thing.
Yes.
A bunny hop?
It's always good. I'm sorry?
A bunny hop?
I'm not sure what it
thing?
is. No, they're leading exercise groups or something as part of the holiday experience. I'm not sure.
Would you like me
Clearly,
to? It's
yes, Peter,
sure.
please explain.
It's one of the ways in which the Recreation Department is trying to help families and particularly kids to stay active and stay engaged with each other in a safe manner remotely, and through digital connection. And so they're offering online gymnastics classes where kids are doing the exercises and activities at home, along with the folks who are leading the class online. And there's in today's report, I'll leave it in there again for tomorrow, make it easy for people to see. Today's daily update from the town, we put in the different times. It's on Wednesdays and Fridays, and there's a different time of day depending on the age group of the child.
Well, I did read in the
I
news
was wrong. It's
today.
not directly related to Easter or.
I did read in the news today that in New Zealand, the Prime Minister determined that the Easter Bunny was an essential service.
Good. Good. Candy is essential. We all know that.
I guess on a
Daniel has
more
something to say.
serious note, I mean, this is Holy Week, and many of our congregations, well, all of our congregations are now happening online. And from the clergy that I know, this is a really powerful and also really challenging moment. People's Passover Seder's will happen virtually. That's really hard. People's church services are happening virtually, and I don't know. I mean, I guess that's just another kind of wrinkle in this moment. And I wish everybody well for this week of holidays.
Thank you, Daniel. Yes.
Yeah, thank you for that.
We all support that. Thank you, Daniel. All right. Well, does anyone have a motion?
I'd love to move to adjourn. What do you think?
All those
Two
in
hands
favor
up.
of adjournment?
Aye.
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 Thank you. Good night.
Thank you, everyone.
Aye.
Thank you.
officially open the Brattleboro Planning Commission online meeting on April 8th, 2020. Welcome, everyone. I'm going to have to move over to my agenda. So now I can't see it. Okay, meeting called to order. Announcements. Who? Anybody?
I do have a couple of announcements. Well, I have one, and I want Andrew to make one. He might not know I'm giving it to him, but the first thing I wanted to mention is that the U.S. Census is out and active, and we really want to encourage everybody to complete the census. Right now, there's an easy option to go online. If you don't make that, you're probably going to be contacted by a census worker, and failing that, which we're hoping to avoid, is enumerators will come to your house. So we just really want to encourage people to please respond to the census. It's always important, but maybe more so now than ever, because a lot of the federal funding that trickles down through the states are sorry, got distracted. I had to hit record.
This conference will now be recorded.
Sorry. The federal funds flow through the census, so having an accurate count is really important. So please take the census. Please encourage all your friends and family to do so as well. And then Andrew, I'm hoping that you can talk about the NDA.
Quick question.
Yes, Josh.
The census, you said it's easy to find online. Is that like Brattleboro specific or Vermont specific, or is it the same census link or website that everyone has to take?
It's the federal census, so it's census.gov.
Thank you.
Yep.
I've got numerous letters with like a login number. They just come to resident at my address.
Yeah, I've done it. My household, Sarah and I have done it already, but I'm just thinking of like to link to an easy link for people to get to.
Oh, I see.
I can like share on social media so that people can just click it and get there easy.
I will share something on
I can
Facebook.
put something together.
Yeah.
If it's simple, I can find it. No worries.
I can still post something though. It's a good idea.
Yeah, I planned on doing a little, iBrattleboro front porch forum, another push to get that information out there. So we'll put it on the Facebook page and get it out in those places too.
Anyone else have any other questions related to the census before I move to the NDA? Yeah, Jess?
Yeah, I was just wondering how you get that view so you can see everyone.
At the top of your screen, there is like a view everyone. There's two arrows. So you kind of open up the view. If you want to do view everyone. Are you seeing it?
No, I'm doing it on my phone, so
oh, it might look different.
I like to see all of you.
All right, Andrew, why don't you talk about the NDA?
All right, so as most of you know, as from a few months back, myself and Sue presented that we're seeking to get neighborhood development area designation for a portion of Brattleboro. And 2 weeks ago, or I guess more than 2 weeks ago at this point, we met with the downtown board through the State Department of Commerce and Community Development. It was an online meeting, conference call. We were going to go in person, but obviously that didn't happen. So it was a very quick meeting, but we got approval. So we got the NDA designation, which is really exciting. So basically at this point now we're going to developers and people looking to develop the housing that meets the criteria that we presented about, could get potentially waived Act 250 fees or a reduction in fees, cap on water fees, et cetera, the benefits that I mentioned before. And if you want more information, again, we could definitely send you that. But we're really excited. We think this is really going to help further our housing efforts in Brattleboro. Does anyone have any questions?
Oh, great. Congratulations. Good.
Thank you.
Any
All the
further
announcements on that?
Okay. Anybody else? Any of the other commissioners have an announcement? Okey doke. Kate and Jess, I can't see you, so you'll have to turn yourselves on if you wanna, or start talking.
I'm here. I'm just on the show me if I talk thing.
Okay, cool.
Hello.
So, is there any public? Do we have a public? Is there?
I do not see any public on here. No, there is no public on this.
Okay, so we cannot, or we're recognizing this is the opportunity for public comment, but having no public, we'll move on to item D, approval of the minutes of March 2nd, 2020 that were circulated. Did everybody get a chance to look at them? Or you want to look at them right now? I need a motion to approve them.
I motion to approve the minutes from, what is the date again?
March 2nd, 2020.
March 2nd, 2020.
Is there a second? Yes, Tom is seconding. And Tom, are you making a comment? You're seconding. You're muted. I can't hear you.
Tom, we can't hear you.
Tom, you have to turn your volume up.
This is Kate. I can second if Tom can't.
Okay. All right, good. Second. So is there discussion? Great. No discussion. They look fine to me. All in favor of approving the minutes of March 2nd, 2020? I guess we'll do a hand vote.
Who? Kate, yes.
Okay. Prudence? Oh, you weren't there, so can you not vote? All right, anyway, minutes are approved. Anybody abstaining or voting against? No, the minutes are approved.
Just abstaining.
Okay.
Prudence is abstaining. Okay.
Prudence, minutes still pass. All right, section E, or E. Section 248 petitions, A and B. Do you want to take that away?
Sure. So we have two section 248 petitions that have come in. The Planning Commission gets notification of them, and as well as the Select Board. There's a lot of static. Are you guys hearing a lot of static? Jess, can you put your mic off? That might help. Better. Thank you. Okay, so section 248 petitions are to the Public Utilities Commission, and the town has the opportunity to file a notice to intervene in these if we wanted to. The first one that came through is the petition of Green Mountain Power for a certificate of public good pursuant to 30 VSA section 248, authorizing the rebuild of the North Brattleboro substation. You may recall we looked at this in January because part of the process for a major project is they have to give you an advance notice. So that's what you had originally seen. And we brought up a couple of concerns with them regarding lighting and landscaping and stormwater. Andrew and I met them out on site. They kind of explained what was going on there. And we were and what some of their limitations were in meeting what our regulations say. First of all, regarding the lighting, their plan is to install a couple of 18-foot light poles with kind of emergency lighting. So it's not going to be on all the time. It just might be if they have an emergency at night and they need to be working in the little yard. So that would comply with our regulations. In regards to the stormwater, they are not increasing the impervious surface there. And so under the state rules and under our local regulations, they are not required to make any improvements to the stormwater. Looking at the site, there is a lot of overland flow. So we were comfortable that it was not degrading the riverbanks or even the West River. It wouldn't flow towards the Connecticut because the rail line sits up higher. And then regarding landscaping, they have a bunch of mature, I don't remember, do you remember, Andrew, what species it was along the fence line? But a bunch of bushes and shrubs that are pretty mature. I mean, they were leaf off when we viewed it. And so we would have been taking, if we pushed them putting in some street trees, it would have, first of all, they would have had to go smaller than what we wanted because of the utility lines. And so in the end, we were really kind of feeling like the landscaping that they had provided some buffering. We weren't going to get the street trees because of the utility lines that were already there. They would conflict. So we were satisfied with the landscaping and kind of the limitations that they had there. And part of that site is town owned. So improving landscaping over by the memorial, that's town owned land. So that's not their responsibility. Andrew, does that sound like inaccurate? Do you have anything you want to add?
Sorry, I was eating dinner. That's why I kept turning off my camera. I didn't want you to see me eating. I think that's pretty accurate. Regarding the stormwater, that buffer that goes to the West River, it's at least 100 feet or more. So after seeing it in person, I feel a little bit more comfortable. Like, well, obviously not much is going to really change in terms of the runoff and the potential to hit the river. And hopefully by the time it gets there, it's already been mediated by the natural vegetation that's in the area. It's not a big site. The railroad in the back also acts kind of as a buffer to the Connecticut River, kind of slopes up, and then there's the railroad, and then obviously it slopes down from there. But yeah, the temporary substation is up. You probably noticed it. And then yeah, other than that, that's really it. So yeah.
Yeah. So I think the question for the commission right now is, are there any concerns that you have that we now want to bring to the select board and make a suggestion that they intervene in this case, or at least be a party to the proceedings? I mean, we'll still get all the filings and that kind of thing, but if we have any concerns that we want them to address in the process, now would be the time to let the select board know.
I have a question.
Yep.
Were we able to, did we reach back out to the abutting neighbors? They came in, there were some of the public that came in a couple months ago. Curious about where things were. Was anyone, did anyone get in touch with them on the findings, especially with light?
We did not in the office. I'm not sure if Green Mountain Power had some more conversations with them. Do you have something to add, Andrew?
No, they knew about the fence, but I'm not sure if they know about the lighting.
I think that was one of their questions. They were really curious about the lighting. I'm comfortable moving forward knowing that the lighting is only being used for emergencies or for fixing things at night. You know, that the lighting isn't on continually, I feel is a good thing for them.
Hey, you guys, Tom put something in the chat. His connection isn't strong enough to talk. So can we make a provision that Tom can participate via chat? Because I think Except for that means that somebody needs to read it out loud, so it's recorded for BCTV. Is that correct?
Yeah, that would be good.
At 6:14 p.m. It's looking like my connection isn't strong enough to handle this. I'm delayed when I speak, maybe video too. And the mouse moves very slowly, but I can hear you all as well. And then at 6:17, he says, has GMP replied to our request for the project? So do you want to respond to that, Sue?
Yeah, I mean, I would say that they have. They met us out. I mean, we had hoped that they would look at some more ways to handle the stormwater, but our regulations don't require it, and neither does the state stormwater regulations. So could they have done more? Maybe. Is there any jurisdiction to require them to do more? No. So, you know, I guess that would be up for you to determine.
Tom says, okay, understood. It is what it is.
Regarding Josh's point, we can definitely reach back out. These abutters, actually, they should also get notification, so we can make sure that they've got notification of this filing and go over the lighting with them, so that they know it's emergency lighting. And GMP had talked.
Excellent too.
Are there any other, do you want to take any action? Do you want to make any recommendations to the select board on this? Either, or we can just let them know that we reviewed it and, you know, we had some correspondence with them.
That seems fine.
I agree.
This is Kate. I agree.
Okay.
So we got thumbs up from everybody else.
So just to check in, what we're agreeing to is that we're not going to like wholeheartedly support and endorse this exciting proposal, but we're going to acknowledge that we had concerns and they addressed them, or they gave us valid reasons why they couldn't address them. And so
yeah, I think that what I'll do is I'll prepare a memo that goes to the town manager and the select board that just lets them know that the planning commission reviewed this, that we had seen the early notification, we spoke to Green Mountain Power, we had these concerns, and, you know, we talked about it with them. This is what they told us, you know, just kind of walk through that and just say at this time we don't have any further concerns, or if that sounds okay to you.
I have one little question, which is, do we not have any concerns because there's no point in us having a concern, or do we really feel like it's all okay?
I'm satisfied with it right now.
I feel confident in being satisfied with it also. The biggest concerns the abutters had were, is a footprint going to be larger? Are there going to be different fences being put up? And what's the deal with the new lighting? And I think we've had all of those questions answered. So I feel that they're going to be pretty content with what's happening over there. You know, I can definitely not speak for them, but you know, what they were addressing, or what they were concerned about has definitely been addressed. Unless I'm wrong, which I've, you know.
No, you're correct. I think it's addressed.
Okay, next one.
The next one is a de minimis application, which basically means it wouldn't even have a hearing if there's no notice to intervene or any interveners on it and who ask for a hearing. It would be administratively approved. So this is it's AT&T has a site on South 884 South Street. It's a private property. They have some antennas on a telecommunication tower there. There's actually 4 equipment cabinets, 4 different companies that have cabinets at the base of the tower. And AT&T is looking to upgrade their antennas, and then some of the equipment in the pad or in their equipment box there at the bottom. They're looking to go to LTE, which is long-term evolution technology. It's a 4G technology. Let's see. Most of the equipment upgrades are going to be on the inside, but then there's going to be antennas and some equipment on the tower as well. This property is not in the special flood hazard area or in a historic district. There's going to be no increase to the height or the width of the tower. There will be, the surface area is going to increase a little bit because the antennas and then the equipment on the tower are going to be a bit bigger. So but it's not going to increase more than 75 square feet. And there'll be minor impervious surface increases, which will be less than 300 square feet. So again, they wouldn't trigger any of our regulations. This is just equipment upgrades. It's an existing approved tower. This kind of thing happens all the time, and I would recommend no further action on this one either.
Doesn't sound very, no, it doesn't sound very impactful.
And this has, just for clarification, this has nothing to do with 5G technology, correct?
That's correct. LTE and 5G are different technologies, the best I can tell. So is it fair to assume, everybody, that this is a pretty straightforward upgrade and we don't see a need to ask for a notice to intervene? I see yeses from Prudence, Josh, Felicity, Jess is shaking her head. Tom is got a thumbs up, I think.
Yep, Tom thumbs up.
And Kate's thumbs up. So
what is that?
Great.
All right. So we're good on E. F. Discussion of the role of planning and design in the pandemic. This is really a broad brush. We put it in here because we were assuming that the Planning Commission would want to talk about this since it's what's happening. But there's no agenda in it other than if people want to have, comments, ideas, thoughts. I can put up a copy of our charge, which is mostly, is all about planning, and there's nothing about disaster planning in our charge. So if people want to be reminded of our charge in the context of this discussion, or if people just want to talk, this is the opportunity.
How long is the charge? Is it like a paragraph?
It's a series of bullet points. It's like 10 or 15 bullet points.
I don't think I need a reminder.
Okay.
It pretty much comes out of state statute what planning commissions can do.
So what conversations are happening right now on what the planning commission can do?
None. We haven't. The only thing that I was thinking about personally is that in this particular pandemic, public space is really, really important, because it's the only, you need to have enough of it for people to be able to get out of their homes and exercise safely, keeping 6 to 10 feet between themselves and everybody else. And so that strikes me as a planning issue, to be thinking that I certainly haven't thought about that before. One of the features of new city planning is the so-called pocket park. This particular pandemic makes the pocket park totally unsustainable. You can only one person can be in a pocket park. So that's an example of what I'm thinking about.
That's a great point, Felicity. I was listening to a webinar today about when cities will be kind of, I guess, reopened, and how moving forward, this pandemic is going to really change cities and towns, just like every other pandemic has, in history. Team the Spanish flu, we really got the birth of sanitation systems, and coming out, and that was a big urban planning kind of endeavor.
Andrew,
So I think that the big ones that they talk, yes.
Can you repeat what you said? You kind of went.
Really, you're really breaking
Am
up.
I,
I
can you
wonder if you're breaking up a lot. I don't know if you are for other people. I wonder if you turn off your camera, if we'll hear you better.
Can you hear me better?
Right now we can.
Okay, well, I'm going to try to say it again. I'll be make sure I'm slow. I watched a webinar today on the reopening of cities after this pandemic. And one of the big things that really came out of it is that cities and towns are really going to be transformed from this. Just like in 1918 with the Spanish flu, we saw the birth of sanitation systems. This one is really going to be it's going to be the transformation of digital infrastructure. And another big one is public spaces. And how are we going to reimagine public spaces, both big and small? And they didn't really dive too deep into what they would look like. I think that's really up to the locality. But it's something that we're going to consider going forward, because the recovery stage is not going to be quick. It's going to be a long-term effort. So I think that's something that as a town we can really focus on. And I was really even thinking about the downtown plan, if that will need any changes, but it's just something to think about.
Yeah.
I hope you could hear that.
Yeah, thank you, Andrew. That was
Okay,
better.
yep. Good.
I had tech issues on this webinar, but I thought it was really interesting, and they have taped it so we can send it out to everybody. But this was Richard Florida. I don't know if any of you are familiar with Richard Florida. He came up with the creative class, which is, yeah. Which is about the big criticism is about gentrification. But anyway, I went into it pretty skeptical, being Richard Florida, but this was put on by the International Council of Municipal Associations. And what he talked about was kind of how the cities and suburbs and rural areas are going to be reshaped. And he pulled out a couple of factors that I think are relevant to this conversation. Some of the pulls to the suburbs and more rural areas will be the opportunity for remote work, people who are afraid to use mass transit, the desire to have private amenities like backyards and play areas. And so, all this could lead to some gentrification. The push factors, like what, again, my connection to this conference was not very good, but he had push factors for cities and urban cores, where people might still be going into the cities because there's cluster of different industries and high tech, finance, media, entertainment. If we come out of this and there's air travel restrictions, people might want to live near hubs. He pointed out that walkable and bikeable areas will become more desirable, and that they also expect that there's going to be a return to a lot more car commuting and single traffic trips. So anyway, I just thought those were some interesting things to be looking for and to think about when we're planning coming out of or planning into the future.
Wow. So anybody else? Comments, thoughts?
I'd be interested to see that. It sounded like you said you might be able to share the link to it and we could watch it.
I think that I can. I mean, I had to register for it, but ICMA did tape it and they sent out a link, so I will send it along to you all and put it up on the webpage as well, in case the public is interested.
Looks like Tom
Felicity,
has a
Tom has a comment.
Yep.
Yeah, Tom has a comment. Tom's comment. This may be entirely the purview of building/life safety codes, but what about changes that reduce chances of transmission, like all public doors needing to be openable by foot, motion detecting, or at least handles that can be grabbed with arm rather than hand? That's such an interesting question. Anybody want to address
Yeah,
that?
I think I think it's interesting, and kind of as we reopen, what Richard Florida was saying, as we are reopening cities and people being in them, and not just cities, towns, whatever, as we reopen after this pandemic. He talked about a couple of key dimensions that we would need to think about moving forward, which is health screenings and temperature checks, and personal protective equipment. And so that kind of falls under the personalized protection equipment. Like, how do we, sorry. When we're in these public facilities or public spaces, how are we protecting ourselves? Is it gloves in parks? Is it, those neat door foot openers and stuff like that? So it might not be something that we exactly deal with in planning, because I do think it's more of a building code, but I think it's an interesting observation.
So vis-a-vis that, Sue, what's the time frame now for the downtown plan? And is there going to be any kind of opportunity for us to modify it given, or to ask Brandy to modify it given this?
So we need to finish up by the end of May. And so I think budget-wise, we're not really in a position where we can ask her to modify it, just because most of the budget is spent in finalizing the plan. But if we want, I think we can ask for an extension to the grant, but it doesn't change the budget aspects of it. So I guess the first step would be to get it into our hands so we can kind of be evaluating it.
Jess had a comment. Jess, do you want me to read your comment? Okay. Who is it that develops and manages emergency preparedness plans? Is that an internal town staff?
Yeah, that's primarily the fire chief heads that up.
The WRC has a disaster planner, right?
They have an emergency planner who assists towns with that, but it's usually the local, it's the local people that write the plans.
Okay.
And they do a lot of hazard mitigation as well, not necessarily pandemic, but in the past they have done pandemic.
So back, if it's okay, can I go back to the downtown master plan conversation? Given that you're a planner, Sue.
Yeah, Jessica does have a question.
Oh, did you have another question, Jess? Oh, where does the economic development planning sit?
The town does a lot of work with BDCC on the economic development planning at this point.
Is that good, Jess? You want more? Okay. So can we, even if we don't have Brandy writing the plan anymore, is it going to be, can we change it? Or does whatever she gives us, we have to take when she gives us the final thing? Or can we modify it ourselves, given the fact that we have 2 planners on staff? Like if we wanted to modify it in order to incorporate some thinking about COVID.
Yeah, we could, and if we want to begin thinking of a preface or something, yeah, I mean, I want to be careful about agreeing to modifying it, knowing that she hired a lot of landscape architects and other professionals that have skills that we don't have. But, we can certainly do text edits and that kind of thing. And we could prepare some stuff to give to her to insert it into the presentation.
Sorry, I was muted. I said, okay, that's great. All right, does anybody else have any comments? All right. What? Thought I heard something.
That was me. I was just saying that makes sense. I was going to ask about, isn't there a public comment for this, that we'll have to think about how to do that?
We did have public comment in the beginning of this, or are you talking about for the downtown plan, Kate?
The downtown plan. Sorry, I'm jumping a little bit.
I'm going to turn my mic off. Bernie Sanders is on.
There will be a public presentation. Well, our plan all along has been to have a public presentation of the plan and discussion of it. So, yes. What that looks like, because how we're able to meet, I'm not really sure. I mean, you know, this is an interesting experiment, but as everybody can see, there's some limitations to holding meetings like this.
Sue, and a thought, if we were going to do a presentation, and it was during this time where we can't have a physical meeting or place to meet, we could do something maybe similar to like a webinar where we would just present, so it's a little bit more streamlined in terms of the process. So, you know, there isn't all these video screens, but then there's the chat option, and potentially maybe we can send something out beforehand so people can send in comments as well that we can address. That's just a thought.
Because are we talking about like?
Those are good thoughts. Well,
sorry, don't want to interrupt you, Sue.
No, go ahead.
Because are we talking about like changing the plan now to meet COVID-19? No, Felicity's shaking her head.
No. I was just thinking about, because of the particular focus of the plan is public space.
Yeah.
And we didn't really think about spatial like criteria.
Yep.
You know, public space was public space, you know, 3 months ago, and now all of a sudden viable public space has to be a certain size in order to be able to have the public in it safely.
Yep. So you're just trying to think of how to utilize something that we have already to be beneficial somehow?
Yeah, I mean, I'm just sort of thinking about the fact that we went into this process of having this downtown master plan, and now we're about to have it, and there may be parts of it that are no longer useful or as useful as they otherwise have been.
Yeah, parts, if not a majority of it.
Well, I mean, at least we had we had the bicycle stuff, but even that I mean, if there are going to be more and more people riding, I mean, who knows? Because there's all that stuff about truck traffic and cars and parking, all those things that are now going to be different. If there are more cars, fewer people. I mean, I don't know how we're going to incorporate more cars here, because I think everybody who can afford a car has a car in Vermont. But anyway, all right, Kate has a big thing. Kate, you want me to read your thing? I guess so. That would limit people. So, Kate, I like Andrew's suggestion on the public webinar with the presenter and people can enter questions. That sounds like a good way to get the public eyes on the presentation without being in person. Jessica says, me too. Maybe a recording could be shared on the town website. Kate responds, that would limit people without computers. So maybe we can find a way to solicit responses ahead from them and read them.
I think we can work out creative ways, even getting it up on BCTV. They're taping this meeting, so that could be a way, and then we can get the comments back. I know Andrew's been sitting in with a couple of planners on these kind of discussions, so we'll definitely be able to do something like that. And to the downtown master plan, I mean, I guess I would say that to think about some of the themes, we do talk about widening the sidewalks. So I think that's a good thing where you need more space. We know our sidewalks are tight. I think, people are still, if you look around, I mean, it may not necessarily be safe because they're crowded, but the public trails are still actively used because people need to get outside. And while, yes, there might be more cars, maybe that's not something we see as much in Brattleboro. I think that, people are still going to want to bike and walk. It's just we might see people moving to this area because they're tired of the super dense areas and they want to come here and still have kind of this downtown core that we have, but be able to do it by biking or walking. So I don't think that we'd be totally abandoning anything in the plan.
No, but I mean,
it's my thoughts.
Yeah, it stresses the notion we want people to move here, but we don't want a whole bunch of people to be building in the rural areas. We want them to be staying in our towns.
Mm-hmm.
And density is another kind of really big question to think about. I was reading an article and they talked about the whole idea of what kind of density are we talking about. There's the rich kind of density, as they're calling it, or more affluent people, where maybe some more affluent people live, where they can work remotely, they don't have to leave their apartment, they can get things delivered. But then you think about like the more poorer density, like in the global south, where it's a bigger issue. There isn't sanitation like there is in other complexes, and it's like, well, how do we address outbreaks in those settings? I thought that was really interesting.
Especially too, because our poorest communities are the ones getting hit the hardest right now also.
Mm-hmm.
Yeah, I wonder if there's where in the planning, where does planning for hospital populations sit? I know that some Vermonters have been concerned around the influx of second homers, given that our hospitals are by and large for the local people. And I mean, how does that fit into planning?
That's not anything. I've known local or regional planners. I mean, I think it's pretty much been the hospitals and the Green Mountain Care Board. I know back in the 2008, even a little bit earlier, there was a lot of long-term care planning that came out of the state. But again, not necessarily done at the local level.
And hospitals, got very small grants for emergency preparedness from the health department. I'm sure that will change now with this experience, but.
Call from Bernie Sanders.
Sorry.
That call I got. He's inviting you to a town meeting.
I thought Bernie was going to jump on ours.
I thought Bernie was just calling me. Darn it.
No, he called me first. All right. Are we good? It's 18:45. It's 6:45. Are we good with this conversation? We want to move on to next item.
You on your phone? It's a Dr. Seuss game. Have you ever tried that Dr. Seuss game?
I'm good to move on.
Just one quick thing from me again regarding housing. There could actually be potentially to be more opportunities in affordable housing in terms of funds, because of where the market is going to be leaning in terms of there's going to be some type of housing and other types of commercial development that aren't going to be ideal anymore. So we could actually see more opportunities in housing, which is a good thing. But also, what does that housing look like? Just a thought.
Great. Welcome, Kathy.
I have a thought also, can we add this same discussion to next month's agenda? Because I'm sure that we'll have more to talk about again in a month from now.
Yeah, absolutely. We should probably have it as a running agenda item.
And I'm really interested in seeing their webinar if that's possible. That will help me think about it.
Yeah, I will send around that link, maybe as we speak.
Tom says agreed. Okay. How are you, Kathy?
I'm okay. I'm late. Sorry.
Yeah, no
It's
worries.
so hard. Like, I had a hard enough time with my own schedule. Now it's like the children on Zoom meetings and,
Yep.
I remembered at 5:30, but by like 5:40, I forgot. So sorry.
I understand. It's all right, Kathy. I'm in the same spot.
So we are now at item G, planning values discussion based on the design for the Just City Lab. So this is going to be kind of unwieldy. So please, I'm asking your indulgence as before we start. You all got I assume you all got the PowerPoint that I sent you with the sort of basic instructions. And so I thought we could do the first two parts, which the first part, this one, the where I'm from piece, I think I said we could do it while we're talking, but I don't know necessarily if it's really going to work if we do it while we're talking. But the idea is that this point, my understanding of this is to get you to understand the relationship between the values and an actual planning process, the planning decisions that you make, because sometimes the values are sort of abstract. So in thinking about specifically your own place where you're from, where you grew up or where you live currently in Brattleboro, do we want to go through this with the idea that thinking about the relationship between the values that are present and the values that are absent as you see your own neighborhood or look back on your own neighborhood? And that way we'll get, I hope, a better understanding of the actual practical planning aspects of the values. And the values list is seriously unwieldy. And I wrote to the Just City Lab, and they oddly didn't write back to me to see whether or not they could give me a list of the values. But they didn't write back. So it's that great big poster. I can share the screen and then you can see them. Do you want to do that while you're thinking? Or did anybody get an opportunity to do their little sketch before the meeting? No, shaking heads. Okay. So I'm gonna pull this thingy up and show you the list of values, I hope. So the way to so can you make me capable of sharing my screen? Why do I have that? Oh, yes, share. So I divided the poster up into two slides so that I could see it better. So these are the big ones: acceptance, aspiration, choice, democracy, engagement, fairness, identity, mobility, power, resilience, rights, wealth, welfare. And then these are the definitions for each one. So acceptance is belonging, empathy, inclusion, reconciliation, respect, tolerance, trust. Aspiration is creative innovation, delight, happiness, hope, inspiration. Democracy, or choice, is diversity and spontaneity. Democracy is conflict, debate, protest, voice. Engagement is community, cooperation, participation, togetherness. Fairness is equality, equity, merit, transparency. Identity is authenticity, beauty, character, pride, spirituality, vitality. Mobility is access and connectivity. Power. accountability, agency, empowerment, and representation. Resilience is adaptability, durability, sustainability. Rights is freedom, knowledge, and ownership. And welfare is healthiness, prosperity, protection, safety, security. So as you're thinking about your own spot, I guess the only way we're going to do this is everybody just sort of takes a minute and thinks about their own spot, and I will leave the small slides up there with their definitions. Can everybody now see the whole thing? Great.
Is it possible to expand it a little bit more, Felicity?
Yeah. It'd be great to see the bottom, the main words again. I can only see the last few letters of each word.
Let's see, there it is. I'm gonna put them at the top and see if I can put these at the bottom. So I'm sorry, I don't have a big enough screen.
And are we doing this from the perspective of Brattleboro, or?
I don't think it actually matters, because I think in step 2, we're going to do it from the perspective of Brattleboro. But the point here is for you to get a sense of how the values operate in terms of what you know to be the case of aspects of planning. And so that when we move to our discussion about housing and density, we have a sense of what a value like transparency would mean vis-a-vis planning.
So like we're supposed to like choose one word. Is that the situation right now?
Yeah, one word that equals a value that is roughly defined as they've defined it here.
So for instance, like the one that stands out to me is resiliency. Adaptability, durability, and sustainability, especially these days in this COVID-19 world, you know, like especially with adaptability, and then sustainability, that's like what really pops out to me, at least.
Yeah, I think at this point Josh, we're looking back as the next step is to look forward. So if you can think of a place, I mean, if in your own accounting of your neighborhood, are those values present?
Not yet.
Yeah, so that I think that's the idea, is that when I'm looking at my little neighborhood, I think there were a lot of things there, but I would say none of the sustainability values were there, except for maybe durability.
So we're looking at this retrospectively, like historically.
Yeah, you're looking from your own experience. And again, I think this is really just, I mean, this is why we don't have to take as much time as they sort of suggest, because this is really to get the juices flowing and thinking about the application of the values to a planning effort, a specific planning effort.
Tom had a question. Are we choosing from the bottom big values or the many in the columns?
We're choosing from the ones in the columns that are really they're subsets of the big ones. So I mean, if you choose the big ones, then you basically get all the little ones. And yeah. I have to turn the light on.
This is really tough. It's really hard for me to think about the past right now, with the future being so uncertain.
Yeah, no, it's true. It's a difficult exercise, but this is exactly the time, because so much is going to change, to be thinking about what is really, really, really important, and something and things that you think are going to endure.
How is my mic doing this time?
Not bad. I can hear you very clearly.
Hey, great. No static?
No static.
Great. I was curious what the green big word in the middle is, because I can't see it.
Identity. This one?
Yeah.
Yeah, identity. So I wonder if I can type. No, I can't type on this. Maybe I can. Hold on.
Maybe not. Can I start
Yeah,
talking,
please.
answering the
Yes, go right
Um,
ahead.
So starting with looking backwards. Oh,
Yep.
look, you can write on it. So cool.
Yep.
I think that for me, the town that I grew up in, the place I grew up in, was very much oriented around that big central green one identity. And I think that it had its own sense of who it was. And I think that there were definitely community members that got left out of the value because they were different. But these were values that were really important in the community that I grew up in. It was a conservative town in southern Maine.
Okay. Anybody else?
I almost agree fully with Jess on that pertaining to Brattleboro, though. You know, like out of all the columns, out of all of our choices that they've given us, I feel like those are probably, you know, the most closely related, I would say.
I can't see what I'm typing. What have I typed so far?
Identity,
Mommy,
mobility, power.
I'm gonna go like that. Resilience. So basically these are, so from left to right, this is acceptance, acceptance, aspiration, choice, democracy, engagement, fairness, identity, mobility, power, resilience. Okay, so there they are.
I can throw in a couple. I grew up in a suburban town outside of Hartford, Connecticut. Maybe around 60,000. Maybe a bit smaller than that. I'm not actually sure of the population. I think in my little world there was some of the values that I saw reflected were knowledge, access, and then I think about voice because I had a very big high school and there were lots of different people in the high school and a lot of different opportunities. So it just seemed like students had a lot of voice. But I think some of the missing, you guys had both pointed out identity. I felt like there was no authentic place in my big suburban town with strip malls and malls and all the other stuff. And there wasn't really respect amongst the various groups of people. And I think representation was missing.
I can't see the chat box, so if Tom types in, will somebody read it?
Yeah, he hasn't entered anything yet. I just checked. This is Kate. I can speak to the town where I grew up in was in southern Connecticut, was extremely wealthy, a suburb of New York City. So for me, the big ones would be identity, mobility, and power were most prevalent where I grew up. But most of the it was predominantly. Hang on, hon. It was predominantly populated by single father earning the money on Wall Street and mom home with the kids kind of place with a lot of new McMansions in Rose, where I grew up. So yeah, identity, mobility, and power. And it was, I never felt like I fit in because I was a very odd child. So it was identity, like, you know, along one very narrow track, which is one of the things I embrace about being very different about Brattleboro is there's a lot more acceptance of different sorts of identities here.
Yeah, Kate, I agree. I also grew up in a town outside the little suburb of New York. Well, actually, more New Haven, Connecticut, but same thing. Identity, safety, and power and mobility were present, but it was a very white community, so diversity was missing, and I would also say equity. Compared to where I lived in Seattle before I moved to Connecticut, where I lived in the neighborhood area that had a little bit more diversity, and you know, 98% of the kids weren't white. It was more, I think, like a 70-30 or something like that. But still, the contrast you could definitely see. And you know, if someone being in that community, it was more of that very conservative, we are who we are kind of vibes.
I can talk about the town I grew up in, which was an industrial town, about 18,000 in Western Pennsylvania, outside of Pittsburgh. And like what others have said, I think identity was a big focus, safety, security. It was prosperous. Most people, most people's fathers worked at two, you know, steel mill and Pullman Standard, and so people had stability, you know, and I think my perception of poverty was pretty much when there wasn't a man in the house and it was the mother by herself raising children. Those seemed like the folks that were poorest. But anyway, that's just a kid's perspective. There was no diversity whatsoever. There was really, I think, an active attempt to try to keep African Americans from moving from Pittsburgh into our county. And I think that well, I don't know if there was a real entrenched power structure. There could have been. I was really happy to get out of there when I was 18 and didn't move back, but
Kathy, have you said yours?
No, I really struggle with this because I think partly I don't know if my brain just doesn't think like this. And I'm also, you know, it was hard to see, so I actually downloaded it from the website. And I feel like if you look at the big word, some of them might apply, but not all the things that are the little words that are with them apply. So slicing and dicing a little bit. I mean, I would say, so I grew up in Point Pleasant, New Jersey, a beach town in New Jersey, and there was definitely an identity aspect. But I honestly feel like, you know, I left when I was 17 and I don't actually have any awareness of what the town was like. You know, I mean, it was white, it was somewhat working class. I think it felt safe. I don't know how I would characterize it. You know, in a lot of these like descriptions, I kind of feel like I really just don't have any idea, you know. Little diversity, probably not tolerant. I don't know. I feel like I can parse this out in the smaller words, the smaller things, as opposed to how they've lumped them together. In the big ones, easier.
Yeah, I think the smaller words are actually more helpful. Plus, they have the definitions, although the definitions also, like, I would describe my neighborhood as under togetherness. But then when I look at the small print, it says a sense of solidarity within and across populations. And I think, I mean, my small town of Amherst, Massachusetts, was not diverse at all. So there was not, it's a sense of solidarity and then period, no within and across populations. So do we want to, I mean, we've got a good sense of these things now. Do we want to move to the, oh wait, Tom, yes, Tom. I can't see the chat, so. Andrew,
Why are
can
you upside down?
This is Kate. I can read it.
Okay, great.
So from Tom, for the suburban middle class town where I grew up, it seems that there was a valuing of aspiration, mobility, and identity. But like Prudence said, that's my kid's perspective. My memory is of strong valuing of career and conformity and materialism. Sounds similar to what Prudence and Andrew and myself said, interestingly.
Very, very interesting. I'm sorry that that we can't, I mean, I'm writing some of them down, but I guess we're gonna record this, so. What about the ones that we're missing, Tom? Did you say?
Tom said to give him some time to write it, please.
I find it so interesting that so many of us are reflecting that we came from a community that was very, what was the word that he used? Conforming or white or suburban or middle, like feeling middle class, feeling like, and that we all ended up in Brattleboro. And I wonder if there is a difference that we saw in Brattleboro that drew us here, or if there is some sort of aspiration that we all sort of may have around what we think Brattleboro is and means.
Yeah, that's an interesting question. Well, I think we'll get to that next.
Tom said what was lacking was acceptance, democracy, and engagement.
Wow. Okay, so turning to the next one. Now this is going to get really hard because, oh no, it's not going to get really hard. It'll be fine. So the next one is you all take, there's the charge of the Planning Commission. For your enjoyment, that's a view of the city of Florence taken from Giotto's Campanile. Oh, it's down there, sorry. Okay, so the next step is to figure out what we as the Planning Commission think are the key, and we're supposed to come down, we're supposed to get 10 values that we want to use as we address the zoning changes in the denser neighborhoods, as we talked about 2 meetings ago, I believe, when we were talking about zoning. So here they all are. And you guys will just call out and I can type in just like I did with the other one, or I can circle the ones and then we'll see, then we'll have a conversation to see if we can get it down to 10.
And this is what we're aspiring to have?
Yeah, these are the values that we think we want to be utilizing as we do our work on zoning.
And this is current. This isn't where we grew up.
No, this is current. This is Brattleboro. This is our work in Brattleboro.
I apologize for my confusion. I'm not really understanding this exercise, but I think I'm following along a little bit better now.
Okay, good.
I'll vote for belonging.
All right, you're gonna have to tell me where it is.
Oh, it's up here. Oh, it's above acceptance. First one above acceptance. I love that little pen.
Yeah, isn't that cool? You guys
I'd
can
like to
just
put out ownership.
Tom said he likes vitality.
I like
where, oh, there's vitality.
I like inspiration. Yeah, top right.
Yeah, got it.
So this is for the densely developed neighborhoods. It will be possible with our new designation. Is that true?
Yep.
I would say connectivity then.
Connectivity.
Under mobility.
Whoops.
Can I change mine?
No, you can. You
Does
can
that
do
penny-
one.
Does that
You can do-
penny erase?
You can add one.
Yeah, you can add one.
Because diversity on the right-ish.
On the right. There it is. Yeah, under
Yeah.
choice. Okay. So we have one.
Kate also said.
Go ahead. Go ahead.
I was just going to say, Kate said also diversity and equality.
So we're going to put 2 marks around diversity. And can somebody point out where equality is?
Yeah, right, man. Where is equality?
It says
I'd vote for equity.
Equity.
Right above equality.
I want to include something under resilience, but I'm not sure which one is the right one.
Does anybody want to help out with that? I'm going to turn off my mic because the phone is ringing.
I would say sustainability or adaptability.
Yeah, of the ones under resilience, I vote for sustainability. We've talked about that a lot in planning. I think that's a pretty important value to folks in Brattleboro.
Do we have to choose one of those, or could we just choose resilience?
I don't know. I don't make the rules.
Well, for my vote, I think sustainability is what I would want to go with. Both for the sustainability coordinator and the fact that the word can mean lots of different things.
Yeah, I think the next step of this is going to have to be that we're going to actually have to define, once we've narrowed down our list, we then have to define what we mean by it. Because
Tom also said happiness.
I think it's fascinating that we have not chosen anything under democracy or engagement. And they seem to be really important in our process with the downtown plan.
Oh, I need the
I agree. I was struggling with which one under engagement to pick.
How about cooperation?
How about togetherness? I mean, I feel like cooperation is like there's more love in togetherness. Like togetherness implies cooperation. Maybe.
Okay, erase cooperation. I go with togetherness. I like that.
Yeah, I agree with what Kathy said. I think you can be together, but you don't have to agree on things. Like part of togetherness is accepting disagreement. So I like that.
Okay, that gives us 11. I mean, if we, the question is, how many of these do we actually think we can get? Or do we want them all? Can the person who picked ownership explain?
That was just.
Well, why did you pick ownership?
I think not only literal ownership, creating opportunities to have homes that are owned by people, but also owning the process, owning the changes. And I guess that is sort of part of the engagement piece as well. To me, if people can say, I agree to that, or I put my name on that, or I voted for that, or they will own the change. But I also think that it's important to allow for owners' self-direction in this new zoning and owner's choice. I think that was a big part of what we were talking about, opening up the change and restrictions.
Right. Yeah. So maybe it's helpful for people to actually explain what they meant, and then we'll have it recorded so that because ideally what we'll do is we'll type these up, and so when we sit down, we'll have these in front of us when we sit down to look at the zoning changes. But it will be helpful to have the descriptors next to them, so that we don't have to remind ourselves what we meant when we put it down. Is that okay, Sue, if we do it that way? And then this is all being recorded, so we can type it up. So does somebody want to define belonging?
Wow. I suggested that one. I think it's like sense of place and feeling comfortable and safe and included.
Okay, cool. Inspiration?
Just one more thought on belonging. I wonder if there's something in there about allowing for people to make it, I guess that's ownership as well, but make it their own, or make it designed or shaped or laid out so that they feel like they are allowed to express themselves and be themselves and are accepted for that within this, whatever structure it is. Belonging.
Huh. Okay.
I chose inspiration, and I sort of really want to erase that one now. Because I also went ahead and chose diversity too. I'm not sure if I'm the first person to choose diversity or not. But for me, what that means is a healthy community is a diverse community, and not just, race. That it's also class. It's also like a diverse business community. Diversity for me is like such a big, all-encompassing word, and it's really, really important for a really healthy community, for a healthy town. So that's why I'm way more excited about the word diversity than inspiration. So I don't know if we're trying to dwindle the list down, but if we are, inspiration can definitely go.
Yeah, I mean, I don't know if I mean, the Just City, they suggest 10, because I guess 10 is sort of workable in planning purposes, but I mean, if you want to jettison it, it was your choice. We can get rid of it. Who chose Tom chose happiness. It's on the chat. Somebody want to read it?
I can. I chose
So Tom
vitality.
wrote,
Oh, okay. Tom wrote, I chose vitality because it brings to my mind an image of the neighborhood development promoting community vitality, vibrancy, liveliness. For happiness, simply that the built environment should aim to promote, nurture people's enjoyment of life.
Great. Connectivity.
I was thinking kind of literally just that, you know, we want to make sure that that new development is has good connection, you know, sidewalks, streets, whatever, good sidewalks for sure. But anyway, good connection to the rest of the town. I took it really literally.
Yeah, I mean, can I add to your definition, Prudence, and just say that it might also be that we want people to be connected virtually as well. I mean, like we want all of the future planning to include all sorts of electronic capacity for every community. I mean, that would certainly benefit us a great deal if everybody had high-speed internet right now.
Yeah, that's a good point.
I wonder if I could just add that we know in Brattleboro that there's a lot of single households, and so connectivity can be more than just the physical or infrastructure, but it can also be the human connection. Do you need to put an accessory dwelling unit or another unit on? Are you going to have this little co-created community because you're looking for those connections as you age? Or you're at different life cycles? Maybe that's going too far, but just throw that out there for your consideration.
Yeah, that's good. Equity and equality.
Equality was me. This is Kate. I picked equality because if you know, if any of my fellow citizens of Brattleboro aren't free or being treated equally, then I'm not really either. You know, I think that everybody has to be for everyone to really be free and really be a full citizen of the town and be able to have all, you know, the advantages they deserve.
And similarly, equity, I think, is the conditions, the existence of conditions that permit, you know, full participation and opportunity for everyone.
And we got a definition of togetherness, right? Because Kathy defined that. I haven't added one. Can I add one? I mean, I feel like I have to do something under something having to do with aesthetics. So I would put creative innovation, just because it seems to me that we have to be thinking about the built environment, at least, as contributing to our aesthetic pleasure. And for me, at least, that can be construed under the notion of creative innovation. So I guess I would say that in the design of built space. So it's not just buildings, but also space. So I'm going to circle that. Oops, made myself a little paw. So I'm cognizant of the time, Kate, because I know you need to go, and it's we got 4 minutes before it's 7:30. Are we feeling pretty good about this? We do want to keep going, or are we ready to call it a night?
I'm interested in what the next steps would be after this.
Mommy, this is about learning.
Well, the next steps after this is that we actually approach, we look at the zoning and we actually try to do some work and see whether or not in the decisions that we make and the regulations that we write, if we can have these, all of these exist within it so that we actually plan for diversity, creative innovation, happiness, belonging, ownership, sustainability, connectivity, vitality, equity, equality, and togetherness.
Is there either some sort of rubric that we can then apply to the work that we're doing, or are there recommendations to specifically in zoning work to apply certain values to the work of zoning or rezoning?
I'm sure there are. This exercise, there's a next step of this exercise, but I didn't think we were going to have time to do it. So I didn't read up on it, and there seems to be a fault in the PDF that they have, because one of them is the exact same as the other, is the one we've just done, but the worksheet is different, so it's confusing as to how you're actually supposed to do it. But the three-step process is reflect, align, and then actually generate. So actually start to do the planning where you figure out how to make planning decisions that would bring about these values. And I believe that's what you're supposed to do in step 3. But again, I haven't heard back from the Just City Lab. I can email them again, or I can call them and say, we would like some assistance in moving to step 3. But we wouldn't be able to do that tonight. You're all quiet.
It's the silence of consent, I think.
Was there?
So does that mean we're the next step? I mean, I think we could probably do step 3 in advance. I mean, right before we get into the zoning discussion. It may be, I mean, it's going to be hard. I would imagine it's going to be hard because we applying values to actual zoning decisions should be challenging, I would imagine. But it seems like we ought to do it within the context of having the zoning material in front of us, as opposed to speculating on how we might do it. Okay. People can see your screen. I want to unscreen. How do I unshare my screen?
I think that sounds. I think it's fine. I guess one of the things I'm thinking is that there's all these things that we didn't circle, and it makes me feel a little nervous to actually try to have the conversation. Like, to a certain extent, this is an experiment, and I would want to. I don't want to apply the experiment to one small piece of the overall zoning work, right? So I think if you're comprehensively going over our zoning and then we chose to actually work through this fully, that would be one thing. It seems almost unfair to me to take this as kind of an experiment and then apply it to this one aspect of our zoning conversation when it hasn't been applied to anything else. and it's also like there's other words in here that, you know, I'm sort of thinking, well, are we leaving that out, or are we, you know what I mean? Like, I don't know, access or, so I'm just voicing my slight bit of maybe confusion and or discomfort with like putting the lens over this one piece of our work without it having been applied all along, or understanding how we might apply it in the future, you know?
I agree with that too. Go ahead, Sue.
Well, what I wanted to say is, I mean, I hear what you're saying. I think zoning is kind of this weird beast to begin with. But what I think that this provides Andrew and I guidance in, okay, you've picked out these words, and when we're doing our work and we're making choices, we're going to be able to defend it, the work that we present to you, and that ultimately you might end up suggesting onto the select board in these terms that these are the values that we were looking at when we were looking at these denser housing districts. I mean, if we were doing this out in a rural part of town, there might be some different words. I don't know. I mean, I feel comfortable with it enough that, you know, moving forward and kind of the things that you would be looking for us to come up with in the zoning, if that makes sense to you. But
when we first talked about this, it was because I went to this show in New York City that had all of these different, or not, there were 4 different projects, planning projects, inner city planning projects that had been done by 4 different design labs using this system. And I think I mentioned that on the Just City Lab site, there are videos that show they show the whole process. So they show the values that they chose, that the planning group chose to apply to that particular situation. And then they go through and show how each decision underpins the value. And I think if you watch those videos, you'll understand how I think when we originally started talking about this, we were talking about sort of large scale values that we would always apply. But I think as I read more about it, I thought, well, it's true that different situation requires different values. And it's not to say that the things that are not circled are jettisoned. So obviously access is, I mean, we're legally bound to have accessibility. So there are some things that are always going to be there. But we might, in a particular neighborhood, we might choose one thing to stress over another. And then presumably there are going to be some of these that we are always going to circle. And I also think this is, if we have to start somewhere, so we're starting with this. And we can change it or undo it as we go along.
Just to add to that, Felicity, I agree. Like as a planner, like when I'm problem solving or coming up with something that involves something that's affecting people, I'm always going to have like a social justice lens, just because those are my personal values as a planner, and I want to make sure they're applied. So when you're talking about things that may be missing, like access or whatever else, I'm just looking at these values and saying, well, how can that be also included in something like diversity or belonging? Because I'm already going to be thinking about that, especially when we're talking about certain areas like the more dense areas near downtown.
So does that make you feel better, Kathy, and Josh, or no?
Yes, what the 3 of you have just said definitely makes me feel a lot better. When you first approached us with this, you know, it was like it's still a really good idea, but last month or a couple months ago when you first brought it to us, I was way more excited about it. I'm less excited about it because it'd be awesome to be able to participate with you guys doing this all in the same room, you know, instead of like awkward social distancing, you know, from our personal houses, you know, over our computers. Like, I think I would understand it a little bit more. I would understand what's going on a little bit more if we could do this normally, like as a group in a room together. So I'm wondering if we want to hold off on this until things normalize. I don't want to crush or squash, the work that you've done already at all, though. And what Andrew and Sue are saying about using this as a tool to help them navigate, to help them with their jobs, I think that's fantastic. If that's what we're doing here, then we should just keep pressing forward and keep doing it. So I feel good about it.
I agree with you on the notion that it's obviously designed as a physical exercise where you get up, you walk around, you have small conversations as you're putting your Post-it notes on each thing. And without that, it's clearly it's not as much fun, and it also doesn't generate the ideas that it clearly would spontaneously when we would all be in the same room together.
Exactly. I also saw this as a tool to get to know each one of you better too. So that's part of my excitement for it back then. Right now though, like my mind is just so focused on the future and COVID-19 and protecting this community and helping businesses, that this sort of practice right now, to me, like, I don't want to sound offensive or mean, but I feel like this isn't like the best use of our time right now. 6 months from now, this could be fantastic. But again, I don't want to crush the work that we've done so far, especially what you've done, to get us this far into this.
Okay, so what should we do now? Call it a day?
Keep moving forward.
Okay, I mean, this is we've sort of wrapped up what it is that we wanted to do today. And I don't know if Kate is still here or if Kate has left.
I'm still here. Kate's here.
Okay. So we'll meet next month, same deal. And we'll have these typed up and we can either continue to move forward with them or we can postpone depending upon the situation that we find ourselves in a month from now.
Will we go back to the first Monday of the month timing?
Yes, now that we've got the open meeting law set up and we've got BCTV set up, yes, we'll go back to our regular meeting time. Is that okay for you, Prudence? No answer.
Prudence, you're on mute.
Yes, that works.
Okay, great. Okay, so do I have a motion to adjourn?
This is Kate. I'll make a motion to adjourn.
Is there a second?
I'll second
that.
All those in favor, raise your hands. Is everybody's hand raised? I only see 3 people. I'm going to assume when the motion passes, we are adjourned.
Unanimous.
Yep.
Thanks,
Okay.
everybody.
Thank you all. Take care.
Thank you. Thanks, everybody.
Thanks, guys. Bye-bye.
Go for it.
Okay, I'm going to call this meeting to order. And our first order of business is to approve the minutes from March 25th.
I would make a motion that we approve the minutes from our select board meeting of March 25th.
And I second that motion.
Okay, any discussion?
I'd like to add to the attendees of that meeting, Lillian Riddlehoover.
Okay.
Okay, so with that addition, any more discussion? All those in favor?
Aye.
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 All right. Next, we have warrants 21, 21P, reappraisal fund number 9, and capital fund number 5.
I'll make a motion to approve bills for payment, warrants 21, 21P, reappraisal fund number 9, and capital fund number 5.
This is Geraldine. I'll second that.
Okay, any discussion? Under warrant 21, the total is $55,357.12. That is for Wyndham Solid Waste quarterly payment of the monthly rescue. There were payroll taxes, the power company, salt and fuel for the highway department, and the fire station loan, one of the payments on the fire station loan. So, any other discussion? Okay, all those in favor?
Aye.
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 All right. Doesn't seem like we have any visitors. Any news from the road, Foreman?
Yes, there is. I spoke to Lee this week. They put about 2,500 yards of gravel on the various roads. They have gonna finish off their last bit of grading. That's going well. They're hauling gravel at this point. And then next week, they're gonna start working on the winter sand, which will take them roughly about a month to do. Everything's going fine. I think everybody saw the issue with the Better Back roads. That's been on stall for now. And so we'll just have to wait and see. That would have been, if it comes out, that'll be for Waterman Road area that he was gonna work on. He wanted to let everybody know again that cleanup day has been postponed till May 30th. And the other thing was he was talking to Putney, and between Putney and him with the gravel pit, with a lot of people starting to explore and walk and all that, I think they're going to purchase we'll split it. It'll be probably between 50 and 75 bucks roughly. A trail cam to have down the gravel pit for in case they have any issues. The loader's down there and everything, and I think they feel more comfortable. So he's gonna work with Putney to get that done and installed. So that was basically his rundown, and all the boys are helping.
Great. That's really good to hear, Terry.
Good. Thank you.
So Zeke, it looks like Harold Newell just joined.
Yes.
So I don't know if we want to ask him if he, we skipped over the recognition of visitors pretty quickly.
Right. So Harold. He's still working on it, I think. Yep. Harold, do you have anything? Okay, and we have another person joining.
Oh, yeah, I think it's also Harold by phone because he's having trouble with his audio. So,
all right.
Yeah, we can come back to him.
Was there anything under correspondence for information that anyone wanted to discuss?
Everybody saw the limp that went around, and that's all done.
Yeah, thank you.
So that's really good. The only other thing I'd add was I spoke on the sheriff's department. I was emailed Mark because of the fact that the tour to Heifer has been postponed. The strolling has been canceled, but the tour has been postponed. There's no dates. So anyway, he gave me the same update basically as we got by email, but they are seeing aggressive driving issues, and I guess one of those were on the Camp Arden Road. So we'll, but other than that, we discussed a little bit about this, since we're all into this emergency management all type thing. We were discussing the Airbnb and the VBRO situation, where it's under Governor Scott's thing, executive order that they can't be renting. And so it's come to my attention because somebody told me about they're pulling him off that and going to Craigslist. So if anybody in Dummerston feels that there's somebody might be renting a place to out-of-staters, or they're coming in, to just get a hold of your local law enforcement, whether it's the Sheriff's Department or VSP, and let them know, because they're trying to keep track of this under the executive order.
Right.
Okay. Anything else under correspondence for discussion or information?
So I just have a clarification question. Did we get an update from the sheriff's office by email?
Yes, we did last week.
Okay, so it wasn't, there's an email about it. This wasn't a phone conversation between you and Mark.
No, it was email. We were just
Okay.
discussing. I was just saying, hey, the tour of the heifer has been postponed, and he kind of just gave me the same thing about the call volume. You know, domestics and stuff are going up, and all that. But the added one was the aggressive drivers, and he said specifically one on Camp Arden Road.
Okay.
So
great, thanks.
Yeah.
Okay, great. Anything under correspondence? Oh, we don't have anything under correspondence for discussion and or action. So we can move on to new business. And we have appointments still to do. What would you like to do there?
Yeah, Maria?
Yes, I'll make a motion that we appoint the following. Social Services Advisory Committee, 1-year terms, Connie Baxter, Sandy Campbell, Carla Lineback, Libby LaFlan, Bill Pels-Walsh, and Terry Robinson. And that we appoint for Pound Keeper, Ron Speck for a 1-year term. And then on the Farmland Protection, Diana Lesher for 1-year term. And then I'm not sure if we want to do that and then do the other ones that we have not actually interviewed separately, or would you like me to include those as well?
Let's see. So I know Christine Gope, or I don't know how to pronounce the last name, is interested in the Conservation Commission, and she's attended some meetings and has come highly recommended by Mary Ellen Copeland. But I don't know, there's a person for the Planning Commission. Who was that?
That was Rick Contino, and I know he attended at least one meeting that I went to. He might have attended March, but I didn't make it to the March meeting. So,
okay. So, what would you like to do? It seems like meeting people at this point isn't a good idea, and these people seem to have been vetted by their respective committees to some extent.
We've got 2 openings on the Planning Commission. One's a 4-year term, and one's to finish off the terms of 2022.
Mm-hmm.
Would it be something to maybe put him into the finish off the term of 2022?
okay, so what I'll do then is I will add to my motion the Conservation Commission, Christine Gope, or Gep, however it's pronounced, for a 4-year term, and Planning Commission, Rick Contino, to finish until 2022 to finish out the term.
I'll second that.
Okay, any discussion? Okay, all those in favor?
Aye.
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 All right. So I'll let Christine know she's been appointed. Maria, could you let the planning commissioner know?
Yes, I will.
Great, okay. All right. Let's see. Anybody? I don't think we have any unfinished business now, and we don't have any other new business.
Other than Roger Turner was looking for a complete list
Okay.
for the views article of all open positions.
Okay.
So, which some of these now I can obviously take off because we just appointed some. But we are still waiting to hear back from someone on the Connecticut River Joint Commission.
Yeah.
And there's one spot still left on the social services. I don't know if everybody looked at the list that I sent out. Is there anything
Yeah, I looked
that
at it, Maria. And so the article that I submitted to the Views mentioned, it was encouraging of people to step up to fill open positions. So I think that was the impetus for Roger to ask us, well, what are the open positions? And I was hesitant to say anything because, it doesn't come out until May 19th. So I think whatever we give him, I would be fine with you giving him a list with the qualifying statement that, some of these may, by the time the Views is published, some of these may have been filled, but please, if you're interested, contact and make it clear who people should contact.
Okay, all right.
Okay.
Okay.
And then I just wanted to make sure that anybody who still has somebody to call is aware of, that it's still on the list.
I think the only one that we're waiting to hear, I think David's waiting to hear back from one on the Connecticut River Joint Commission.
Okay.
Right.
And that's
I've reached out a few times, but I'll keep trying.
Yeah, whatever.
Yeah. So, I mean, I can include that on the list and see what happens. So.
Good.
Okay.
Okay. Great. I guess that's it until 2 weeks from now.
Yeah, so what about, did Harold have something that he particularly wanted to say, or he's just listening in?
I guess he's just listening in.
Yeah. I think so.
Okay.
All right.
Okay. So then I'll make a motion that we adjourn.
I second that.
All right. Thank you very much. See you in 2 weeks.
All right. Great meeting. Thank you. Glad this is working.
Yes.
Yeah, great. Thank you.
I'm calling the meeting to order at 5:31. Do we have any adjustments to the agenda?
I have none.
Okay. Then seeing no adjustments to the agenda, do we have a motion to approve the minutes for March 25th, March 28th, and April 1st of 2020?
So moved.
And seconded.
Any discussion? Hearing no discussion, all in favor?
Aye.
Aye.
Aye. So it's been passed. So I was just going to read off some notes real quick regarding how we're going to go forward with these meetings. But before diving into the logistics of select board meetings during the COVID crisis, I want to take a moment to honor the work of those that operate our town. Town hall may be closed to the public, but I assure anyone that may be watching this that behind those closed doors, our town management is not only maintaining regular operations, they are also taking actions that assure the town of Putney is responding thoughtfully and nimbly to every evolving COVID concern in our community. Both Karen Astley, our town manager, and Tom Goddard, our emergency management director, are working overtime with all the town departments to support our community during a very scary time. I also want to acknowledge the dedication and support of my fellow select board members. Thank you for stepping into such difficult circumstances without hesitation or complaint. And finally, to the people of Putney, every day I hear about neighbors helping neighbors from a safe distance. I hear about our local service organizations and businesses quickly adapting to support the needs within our community, and our community equally as quickly rising up to support local organizations and businesses. I hear bells ringing at 8 p.m., see homemade masks on our town staff and organizations. I also see teddy bears in windows when I go to work. I see how our local school staff quickly restructured their entire way of educating and feeding children overnight. It's pretty incredible, and I'm in awe. COVID-19 has already impacted this community and will continue to, but it will not break what is Vermont strong. To all of you, I extend my deepest gratitude and respect. Now moving on to a bit of housekeeping. Karen and I discussed—
Just quickly, same to you, Laura. Thank you for leading us through this and for doing all the work that you're doing.
Appreciate that, Josh. Thanks.
Thank you.
So now a bit of housekeeping. Karen and I discussed best practices to ensure these meetings go smoothly and encourage robust public participation. More than one person speaking at a time makes conversation on video platforms very difficult to understand. So with that in mind, we're sharing the following guidance with any public that chooses to participate. Please understand that this is new to us and therefore a work in progress, so please be patient as we adapt. We will start every meeting with introductions of the select board and participating town staff. The town manager will mute all microphones except the select board and herself, or any invited town staff. All participants should send a message in the chat app if they would like to speak. The mic will be handed over to select board members and town manager first. Public comment will be during the following times: the agenda item, public comment on items not on the agenda, discussion on any moved agenda items, the agenda item, other business. Depending on time and participation, public comments may be limited to 2 minutes per person on each item. Please state your name before making comments. Video is encouraged if you're able. The easiest way to share your webcam is to click the button on the Grab tab, or you can click the Share My Webcam button on the control panel. Pause and resume your webcam by using the icons in the top right corner of your webcam feed. If you're unable to attend a meeting and would like to have a comment submitted, email it to myself or Karen, and we will read it during public comment on items not on the agenda. And so I'm Laura Chapman, and would you all mind introducing yourselves?
I'm Josh Laughlin. Yeah. Well, I'm the vice chair, and I will post my name on my screen as well.
Thank you, Josh.
And I'm David Babbitt, and I'm the clerk.
I'm Karen Astley, Town Manager.
Tom Goddard, Fire Chief and EMD.
Alyssa Harlow, Administrative Assistant.
Okay, so now we're moving on to public comment on items not on the agenda. And I'm not sure if we have, I don't believe that we actually have anyone from the public in this meeting right now. So we can move on to select board items. And our first item for discussion is the emergency management preparedness update from Tom Goddard.
Thank you. So as of 1 o'clock this afternoon, and again, I'll do the same thing that I have typically done with these. I'll go over state things, information, and then concentrate on locally and regionally. So as of 1 o'clock this afternoon, there are 605 total positive cases in the state. Unfortunately, 23 deaths associated with those totals as well, and 40 positive cases within Windham County. As recently as earlier this afternoon, during a teleconference, the Department of Health is continuing to reiterate to us that we need to expect to see increased numbers of cases throughout the state. And in saying that, they're also very quick to say, the governor certainly is very quick to say that through modeling, they're able to comfortably say that all the steps that are being taken, all the directives that are in guidance that is being issued and are being taken are truly having a positive effect on lowering or helping to flatten the curve. So that's positive. It's also being indicated to us again as recently as this afternoon. The peak is expected to hit us in the state within the next 2 to 3 weeks. What that's going to look like, we don't know for certain. All the preparation that's possible is being taken throughout the state and certainly here to the best of our collective abilities. The governor has also earlier today indicated that on Friday he's going to very likely issue some additional directives and guidance. One of those being the extension of the original emergency order, which was presented to us. So we'll wait and see Friday. By Friday afternoon, we'll know what additional directives and guidance he's issuing to the state. Of significant concern, I think is fair to say, as I've been predicting, trending is increasing pertaining to increased number of calls surrounding mental health issues and certainly domestic violence issues throughout the state. Putney is no exception to that as far as the mental health issues. I'll go into it a little further as we go along, and certainly in consulting with the state police, the number of domestic violence related issues within town are up slightly. Governor Scott yesterday submitted a major disaster declaration request to Washington. We learned earlier this afternoon that request, that submittal has been approved by President Trump. So that's gonna free up and give the state some additional FEMA funding and some latitude in different areas for funding. So that's good. Two specific things that the governor requested within his submittal was disaster unemployment assistance and crisis counseling assistance. Both of those are still under consideration in Washington. Those have not been approved or denied yet. We hope to hear within the next couple of days, certainly hopefully by the end of the week, if those two specifically are approved. That's it state-wise at this point. Any questions on any of those things?
The peak, I know NPR is saying our peak is somewhere between the 4th and the 9th. That doesn't really make sense given what we're seeing. When you hear the governor say a peak sometime in the next 2 to 3 weeks, do you have any anecdotal or reason to suspect that we're talking sooner rather than later, or later rather than sooner, or what are you hearing any? Because I listened to most of the discussion today with the governor, or not today. Yeah, I guess it was today. I don't have a clear sense of what we're thinking we know about the peak. Do you?
No. All I can say is by the graphs and the charting and the trending that's being provided to us, we're still climbing sharply day to day.
That was my sense, and that.
Yeah, since and I don't remember the date off the top of my head. Since the end of March, daily we've been on a very sharp and steep incline. So given that and the way that the plotting looks right now, we're not close to a plateau yet. And then once I'm going to assume, similar to other places, and their modeling, I can't believe that it would be drastically different in the state of Vermont. But once we hit peak, then that peak plateau is going to go on for several days before we start to see a decline.
Right.
So I think that peak forecast of within the next 2 to 3 weeks, I don't know for certain, but that may include that peak plateau as well. So regionally and locally, at this point, certainly all of us throughout the region, we're monitoring our supplies pretty closely. The state is receiving more shipments of PPE for us. All the towns and the departments, we're all putting in requests for equipment to be delivered to us. We put in yesterday. We put in our last one, which was pretty significant in size. So we'll see what we actually end up getting out of it. As far as operationally, and this has been this way for several days now, we're operating under the concept that every individual, every citizen we come in contact with is infected. That way, our mindset is very clear, and the likelihood or the possibility of us making mistakes is going to be pretty nil. As I mentioned earlier, we're fielding daily requests now, at least 3 a day, from citizens looking for assistance, mental health wise. Certainly being cooped up within 4 walls day after day after day, that's not conducive for anybody. So thankfully, we have quite a list of volunteers who have come forward. I've dove into that list several times for counselors, and that has worked very, very well for people. Thus far, we've not had to transport anyone into Brattleboro, into the ER for any mental health crisis, and hopefully things will stay that way for us. Earlier, it was late last week, we entered into at this point, what is a verbal MOU. It will transition into a written MOU if necessary. the Putney Inn. So in the event any of our responders, number one, find it necessary or required to quarantine, and they wish to do so away from their families, we have a housing location for them. In the event, unfortunate event, anyone is infected by the virus, they would be housed there. The Putney School, they've known about that MOU, and they've offered, as well as one other place in town, to provide food for those folks 3 times a day if it becomes necessary. So that's all in place. A directive actually just came down, or guidance just came down today from the state, the governor's office, indicating that it would be a wise choice for all municipalities to secure such housing if it becomes necessary. So we're ahead of that curve. Earlier this week, as it was actually on Saturday, we started doing, and it varies, but frequent, up to and including daily welfare checks with folks. Right now, we're doing that primarily by email, which has worked well. There are a couple folks by phone, and so far, fortunately, everybody's doing well. There've been a couple things we've had to address on behalf of folks, and we've done that. So that's all working well. Above and beyond that, planning for any possible issues that can come up, we're still doing that. At this point, quite bluntly and honestly, all of us throughout the area, our big concern now is understanding the peak, when that's actually going to hit, and what we've missed. Either what we've missed, what we haven't planned for enough, and all of us keep bouncing those ideas off each other, and we're coming up now with what we assume to be the case. We're as set as we possibly can be, and now we just react as we need to. Everything's in place across the board for all of us. And we all know that if any one department needs anything, the other folks are going to step in and back them up, and we just see where we go. We react as we need to.
Thank you, Tom. I have a quick question. You said that you have volunteer supports for counseling. Did you get a pool of like licensed counselors that are volunteering for this?
Yes, and those folks signed up within the Putney group.
Mm-hmm.
So that's been fantastic.
I'm so glad to hear that. Oh, Josh, do you have any questions or comments?
I'm wondering, Tom, how you feel about your staffing at the moment. Are you? I'm sure you're stretched, and I'm sure some of your people are stretched, but
yep.
Are you feeling okay about it at the moment?
Yeah, right now things are okay. Throughout the region, things are still okay, and we're just monitoring that daily. So if we see one specific area of the county or one specific area within our mutual aid system that is starting to have problems, we'll see that very, very quickly and be able to appropriately react to that and back those folks up to the best that we can.
Yeah.
I'm sorry.
Good.
Just one other thing that I wanted to note, and actually, this was something that the governor alluded to a couple days ago, and it is the reality. At this point, given that we are as set as we possibly can be, so to speak, and prepared as we possibly can be for what we're forecasting. At this point, we're starting to, and we all need to start to look ahead beyond this, and prepare for whatever our new normal is going to be. And I'm not sure that we have a definition for that yet. But certainly financially and operationally, we're gonna need to start looking ahead as a town, as the different departments, as a community, so on and so forth, and just start to plan for coming out of this during the recovery phase.
The other thing I would add to that, Tom, and I'm confident that you're making all the correct assumptions in the moment about doing as much as you can, but I'm also very aware that if you look back historically to 1918 as the clearest example, but the nature of pandemics in general is the cyclical nature of them, and the reality that we are very likely to have another and probably more severe wave of this at some point in the relatively near future. And just that we should remain vigilant about that, both in our awareness, but also, if we have a downtime, let's not get caught off guard with PPE, for example. Let's create not a ridiculous stockpile, but a sufficient stockpile so we could weather this without being concerned about it if it comes back around. And same, and I think this is what you were alluding to. Also, the new normal, it's hard to know how far away normal is going to be. And I think that being prepared for what's happening between now and the new normal is going to be important.
Absolutely.
I think that, in all reality, vaccine is more than a year out. National data is showing that it's likely that 95% of the population is still going to be susceptible to infection even after we get through this current wave. That leaves us largely unprotected if we're not very cautious. So.
Right, exactly. And actually, in watching different press conferences, so on and so forth, in reality, right now, the three governors, the governor of New York, Vermont, and New Hampshire, they're all saying they don't want people to get complacent once they see a downturn in cases within the states. So obviously that is part of our planning now, is looking at that to try to make sure and expect what the governor is going to direct for us, and guidance he's going to provide, to not allow another uptick of cases after people get comfortable. And we know it's going to happen. We know the minute that there's a downturn, and things are looking better, we know social distancing reminders are going to have to be in place. I'm sure that the governor's guidance right now, as far as wearing masks all the time, facial coverings, that's going to remain in place. Restrictions on gatherings will stay in place, and we just collectively, all the citizens, all of us, just need to adhere to that so we don't end up in trouble again. Because at that point, we could be caught way off guard as far as supplies, protective equipment, etc.
Do you have a sense? I know that one of the efforts that looking at is going to have, the countries that have been most successful with this have had really effective contact tracing and follow-up. Do you have a sense of who the governor is going to ask? Is that going to fall to you or to us, or are they going to manage that? Do you have a sense of how he's trying to create the personnel that will do that effectively for us?
Well, thus far, it's been through the health department. I can't imagine the governor or his cabinet wishing to do anything different.
Yeah.
I truly think if those responsibilities were placed upon municipalities / municipal health officers, et cetera, I think that would open up the door for a tremendous amount of confusion and a tremendous amount of lost information. So I can't honestly foresee the governor looking to do anything like that.
Okay, and I just didn't know whether you had been hearing about that as to how I just know it is likely to entail somewhat significant staffing up, and I didn't know whether that was a conversation that was falling within the emergency medical community or not.
I haven't heard any of that specifically. Again, strictly an assumption, an educated assumption is if necessary, the National Guard would be pulled in to provide that extra need people need.
Tom, I want to give David a chance to ask questions as well, but before we jump there, I just want to ask if you know anything about landmarks numbers, the success rate in testing there, what that looked like, how that all turned out for them.
Haven't heard a thing. Have not heard a thing. No.
Okay.
And I can certainly ask the question on Friday. I don't know if we'll actually have any answers.
Yeah, that was more out of my own curiosity. I don't want you to waste any of your time on my curiosity.
Okay, I'll add it to the list of questions and we'll ask it.
David, do you have any questions or comments?
I do. Tom, considering that we don't know what this new normal is going to be, and I'm imagining you're putting in a tremendous amount of hours right now. It's part of the plan to prepare for the giving you some kind of help. As part of that plan, have you thought about how you might not put in so many hours and be able to deal with what this new normal might look like in case we do have another bump?
Well, right now, several of our folks have been a huge help. They've been into the station during some daytime hours. They've done some things for us, evening hours, things like that. So that's been fine. It's been a huge help. Moving forward, we don't have anything firm in place yet. In reality, it's going to be difficult to put something firm in place surrounding that. We're just going to have to react as things develop, as things come up. So within that, however, our reaction, we're going to be able to react quickly and get things taken care of quickly with regard to your concerns. So I have no doubt about that.
I guess my concern is we wouldn't be able to do this without you. And if you're putting in the number of hours you're putting in now for an extended period of time, I can't imagine you'll be able to sustain that forever. So I'm just concerned about you. That's all.
Yeah, I appreciate it, and certainly it's not me. There's a tremendous amount of it's all us. So yeah, I'm putting in a number of hours. It is what it is. Again, I've got plenty of support. So anytime what I don't want to do right now is use that all up, because the more I try to slough off, so to speak, if that's appropriate terminology, the more worn out they're going to get, and the more time they're going to be away from their families before potentially they absolutely have to be. So that's all. I mean, it's a big balancing act. And right now everything's good. If I get to the point where I'm realizing I can't do anymore, then yeah, well, I'll pass a lot of stuff off and I'll take a breather. But at this point, I'm good. And I appreciate what you're saying.
Well, I guess my last little bit is that if the new normal is going to require more people, what do we do to get you more people, not just the people that you have, so that the weight is off of everybody a little bit? Just a thought, maybe something to think about. I really don't know your job. I don't know what you go through.
Honestly, short term, it's going to be through mutual aid.
Okay.
And some options within that. Long term, I haven't got a clue.
Okay.
I don't know.
Can I jump in? Sorry. Can I jump in with a suggestion? We have scheduled emergency meetings for every other week to fill in the weeks that we regularly don't meet. And I suggest that next week we take some time to really digest and discuss all of this, especially once we get the news from the governor on Friday. It'll give us more to work off of, and maybe we can start to form strategy around addressing the new norm.
Right. Yeah, I would just comment also that, it would appear, at least in this moment, that there is a certain level of increased altruism that we should not miss an opportunity if it's there. Coming out of this might be a great time to really do a recruiting push. And what that looks like and how successful it might be, who knows? But I think this has made everybody aware in a different way of their sort of need to commit and involve themselves in societal realities. So I don't know, might be, if we can think about that in advance, that might be helpful to us.
Yeah, totally agree. All right, Tom. Well, considering those many, many hours you're working, I would love to let you go if the rest of the select board feels comfortable with that at this point. Karen, did you have any questions?
Okay.
No, I'm
Thank
all
you.
set. I'm all set.
All right. Thank you.
Thank
Have
you,
a good night.
Tom.
Thank you. Okay. So our next order of business is the VTrans annual financial plan review and approval. And
Okay. So in your packet, there's the annual financial plan for VTrans. And Megan Brunk helped me out with this, as she does every year. Has everybody taken a look
You
at it?
froze up for a minute there, Karen. Can you?
Sorry. I think it's you, Josh, but for the annual financial plan,
Oh, might be. I couldn't hear. Yeah.
has everyone reviewed it?
yes.
So what I'm looking for is an approval from the select board.
So moved.
And seconded.
It's been moved and seconded. Is there any discussion?
So basically, this annual financial plan allows the state to grant money to us, whether we have projects or not. It does fluctuate year after year. And they say if the number is higher, the better grant percentage we will get. So I've seen some years that the number was lower, but I've also seen, as last year, it was a lot higher. So, but last year we had two major projects. One was a structures project, and we had a paving project as well. And for 2021, we don't have any projects scheduled. So the number we're looking at is 849,942.
Any other discussion?
Does this tell us anything, Karen? I don't think it does, but does it tell you anything about when we should put our name in again for a next project? I mean, is that something we should be? I don't want to miss that opportunity when it comes up, and I don't assume we will, but just keeping an eye on deadlines and things.
Yeah, no, Brian is really good about planning, and he usually knows what he wants to do the following year. So if you look back in the past year, Josh, we had two culverts that we replaced. So he had Holland Hill, and then he had Houghton Road. And And then he had the big paving project as well on Westminster Road. So now he wants to do some smaller projects, get caught up. He does have Holland Hill on his schedule for this year to do ditching in any culvert replacement there for the stormwater management. And so he's regrouping right now. But I anticipate by fall, he will know what he's going to want to do in 2022.
Okay. And that ditching is part of the grant supported project also, isn't it?
That is the grants and aid grant funding through Wyndham Regional, which is about $20,000.
Okay.
David, did you have any questions or comments?
No, the grant money that comes out, is there a process, a timing? Josh pointed at this. Is there, what is the timing of needing to get, in line for that kind of thing? Will that be when Brian knows what he wants to do next year, or?
No, there's a process, David, and it comes out at a certain time. It's usually in the fall. So you submit, and then if you're on the list, you have to be at the top of the list for both structures and paving. So we've gotten a paving grant for the last couple of years. So Brian knows we have to wait 3 years.
I see. Okay.
And it's the same thing with the structures grant with VTrans. The thing with the structures grant is if you're not ready to do your project, they'll put you on hold, but they're going to give that money to somebody else who's already ready. So sometimes you luck out if you have a project, but if you're too busy and you can't get the project done, then you're not utilizing that money.
Yeah, I think that's sort of what I was referring to, is just making sure that we're keeping an eye on what we want to have our eye on going forward so that we don't miss those opportunities.
Yeah, between Brian and I, we keep an eye on that. So anytime there's money, Josh, and we're ready to utilize it, we're going to go after it.
You're looking for it. Good.
Should have just asked that. So.
And I can't remember, Karen, do we have any money in our regular highway budget for paving this year or not?
We have $100,000.
That's what I thought. Yeah, okay, good.
Yeah, and then we have 15,000 for bridges.
And do you already know what we're thinking of paving and when we need to go out to bid?
I do not.
Okay.
And I would think it'd be, if we're doing any paving, we'd have to go out to bid soon.
That's what I'm thinking.
Right. Because if you wait too long, you get into fall and who knows. But right now with the virus, contractors are not working.
Yeah, no, probably a good idea to get in that queue though.
Yes.
Any more discussion? Okay, it's been moved and seconded. All in favor? Aye.
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 Okay, motion's been passed. Karen, we have to sign paperwork for this.
You do.
How would you, and I know you and I had discussed the potential of e-signatures, which I think we'll discuss in other business. Do you just want to hold off until other business to discuss that, or?
Sure.
Okay. All right. So the People's Bank Omnibus Resolution Review and Approval.
Laura, can I jump back one?
Yeah.
So there is a certification of compliance for town road and bridge standards.
Yep.
I'll make a motion to approve that certification of compliance.
And second that.
Okay, moved and seconded. Any discussion?
I will add, this is something that we do. It's part of this annual financial plan. The select board did readopt the town road and bridge standards on August 28th, 2019, per the state's recommendations. And our town road and bridge standards are a little bit better, a little bit stronger than the state's. So I'm comfortable with what we have in place. And that's all I have to say on that.
And all our numbers match your data as far as distance and so on?
Yes.
Good.
Yeah, there has not been any new roads added to Putney, so that hasn't changed since I've been here. We've, as you know, we've talked about a couple roads, or a couple trails that people would like to see them as roads. I mean,
Yeah.
it would benefit the town, but the cost is out of reach for some people.
Yep.
So it's been moved and seconded, and hearing no further discussion, all in favor?
Aye.
Aye.
Aye. So
Thank
it's
you.
passed. No problem. And now, moving on to the People's Bank Omnibus Resolution Review and Approval. So this is to authorize Alyssa Harlow as temporary treasurer on our People United Bank account.
I will add, in our last meeting, we appointed Alyssa as temporary treasurer, and we appointed Jonathan Johnson as the assistant treasurer, temporary. After I had talked to the bank, Josh and David and Laura, I spoke with Lori, she's our contact person, and she had asked, she goes, originally I had Jonathan on the paperwork as well, but having somebody on the resolution will grant them the power to make any changes within the account. And the purpose of adding Jonathan at this time was because of the virus. And if we lost like Alyssa to illness or something, I had a second signer. Now, Jonathan will only be signing checks. And Lori explained that all we needed to do for Jonathan was to have him fill out the signature card, which he's done that. I've sent it off to the bank. So once we get this resolution processed, they will get all the paperwork in place and he can go to the bank and he will become a signer, but he has no authorization to make any changes within that account. And I'm confident that Alyssa would not make any changes without speaking to me.
So this is a checks and balances issue, just making sure that we don't have too many hands in the,
yeah.
Okay.
So by appointing, we already voted to appoint Alyssa as temporary treasurer and Jonathan as her assistant. By doing that, we have already done legal action that we need to for Jonathan to be a legitimate signer.
Correct.
Okay. So did we already move to approve the People's Bank Omnibus?
Not yet.
I move that. If you want to clarify the language, Karen, I will move that.
It's to authorize Alyssa Harlow as a individual signer.
Well,
I'm
as
already
temporary treasurer.
As temporary treasurer.
Yeah, because she is already a signer on the account because she's the assistant treasurer already.
And to clarify, I'm already on this omnibus as the assistant treasurer from before. Now I'm just being title change, I guess.
Yeah.
Okay, so what's the language we need in order to have a motion?
To authorize Alyssa Harlow as the temporary treasurer, as a signer. Sorry, that's a little bit hokey, but
For the town.
for the town of Putney.
So moved.
I second it.
I think we need to mute Alyssa again. Thank you. It's been moved and seconded. Any further discussion? All in favor?
Aye.
Aye.
Aye. Okay, and so it's been passed. So we did have Sandglass USDA Rural Business Development Grant on here. After speaking to Karen earlier, she has recommended that we table this. On February 27th, we did approve a letter of intent to move forward for a grant. On March 11th, we did not receive the app requested for it. We again requested it, didn't receive it on the 27th. So we do have a narrative now, but we still don't have the application. And until we receive the application, it should be tabled. So tabling that.
Are they at risk of, are they at risk of missing a deadline?
They are. Their deadline is April 15th, Josh, but in an email to me, they asked for certain information such as our EIN number, our DUNS number, our SAMS number with the cage number, which I have all that information, but without seeing the application, I mean, I need to be able to review the application, and I would recommend that the select board see it too before we send it off.
Yeah, but we're not meeting again until the 15th. So what does that mean for them or for us?
It means they're probably going to miss their deadline. They had let me know that I was going to have that application by today, and it still wasn't at the door at 4 p.m.
Do we want to take any action that would allow them to meet that deadline contingent upon individual approval or something? I mean, we can also do that probably via email, but I think all of those numbers they requested are not something certainly that you want to send out as a complete unit in a non-secure, potentially non-secure email.
No, I wouldn't
like
do
a lot of information.
Right.
So, what do you think, Laura? Do you want to just leave this in their hands?
I mean, based on the conversation I had with Karen, I feel like it really is out of our hands and it's in theirs. I'm not sure how much further we can go for them. We can, Karen, do you have any suggestions as to a workaround on this? If they were to get it to you tomorrow, we could potentially call a quick meeting to approve it.
Yeah, I mean, I don't have my calendar in front of me, but let me just. It's going to be.
I don't want to. I don't want to burden you any further, Karen. But if they think that they can, I guess we want to be clear with them that if they want to meet this deadline, they have to get it together probably in the next day. In order to allow for us to try and do something for them. Otherwise, they're going to miss the deadline.
Right.
You know, if that's the way it is, that's the way it is. But if we can accommodate them, I'm sure that would be good for them. But they need to jump right on it if that's the case.
Yeah, I mean, I've been in conversation with a couple people and, you know, without an application, without a complete package, it might be hard to meet their deadline. I mean, we can do the best we can. I believe I'm going to be signing the application. Does the town manager usually sign? I know the town did one for next stage. Do you recall that one, Josh?
I think we can authorize, well, I think we can authorize you to be the agent, but I don't think it's inaccurate also the statement you made that we probably ought to at least have a look at that application as well.
I prefer, yes, I prefer the select board to at least see it.
I guess my feeling would be.
Okay.
Go ahead, Laura.
Thanks. I was just going to say my suggestion would be is that, you know, if Karen has another conversation with them and they're able to get her the application within the next couple of days, then maybe it's something where we could call a quick emergency meeting to review and sign off on it. I'm not sure how far it can be pushed out, so.
Yeah, we'll have to see what, I mean, 2 days. I'll wait 2 days if they can get us the information, but who knows what's, you know, next week will be like. I mean, I can try to fit it in.
Yeah. Yeah, no, and again, I don't want to burden you unnecessarily. And they've already created that situation, but if we can help bail them out of that situation, I wouldn't object to doing that.
Okay.
So I think we'll just leave the ball in your court, Karen.
All right, I will reach out to them and see what I can do. And if we see the application and it's complete, then I will call a meeting.
Great.
I suppose the other question would be if the deadline for submission is April 15th at midnight, then we don't have to worry about it. But just confirm that with them.
Yep, I will.
Okay, so we're moving on to select board appointments for board committee. And everybody should have received in their packet the entire slate. I'm going to suggest that we approve these by the slate.
So moved.
Okay.
It's been moved and seconded. Is there any discussion? I'd just like to take a moment to thank everybody that steps into these positions. They're purely volunteer and sometimes very time consuming and energy consuming. We appreciate them all.
Can I make a comment?
Yes, please.
I want to just state that some of our committees and our boards are low with numbers. Our planning commission right now only has 2 members. That's not a planning commission. So we are really seeking volunteers that want to sit on a board or a commission. And at this point, those that have low numbers, we're going to try to fill them. And we are in dire need for volunteers.
What is the number for the planning commission, Karen? Is it 7? Is that right?
I believe so.
So even to have a quorum, we would need 4. I mean, it's presumably a quorum of 2 if there's only 2 members, but that's obviously way less than ideal.
Right. I think that, Alyssa, can you confirm, is it 5 for the planning commission? It's 7 for the development review board.
Yeah, and the development review board doesn't have any alternates either, so they don't even have any backup. But I think it is 5 for the planning board.
Yeah, that's what I was thinking too.
And our energy committee is completely
Dissolved.
defunct at this
I'm
point.
gonna have to I'm gonna recreate that from the ground up.
In your spare time.
I'm opening up the appointee list just to be sure, because I think the development review board is also low on regular members too.
I think the DRB, it can be as many as 9, can it?
I thought it was always 7, but I could be mistaken.
So, oh no, so the development review board has 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6 with 1 vacant seat, and then we have 3 vacant alternates. We did have an alternate, but who was it?
It was Peter Lewis.
Yeah, he never responds to my asking him if he wants to continue. And last year when he finally did get back to me, he was kind of sounding like he would rather not. So this year he didn't respond. So I'm just don't know what to do about that. But planning commission is 5. Is 5, but we only have 2.
So I don't even think they can legally meet with 2 members. It's not a quorum.
Does it have to be a quorum of the original number though, or does it have to be a quorum of the existing members?
No, it's the original number.
I think that varies depending on the obligation of the committee, but I mean, with only 2 members, you can't legitimately have a quorum. Yeah.
Right.
Yeah, it's. No, I hear you. Yeah.
You have to have at least 1 more member.
Exactly.
With the other thing with the planning commission, they do a lot of work, like the town plan, the zoning regulations, and they're working on the wildlife tracking right now. And those are major projects. And unless they get involved with Wyndham Regional, they really need to have a stable number on that committee so they can share the work.
I would agree, and our select board is 3, and at times there's only 2 of us in a meeting, and I'm not. Yeah, no. All right. Well, is there any further discussion on this? So it's been moved and seconded, and hearing no further discussion, all in favor? Aye.
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 Okay, so it's been passed. And now we're moving on to the Wyndham Regional Commission appointments. And we can approve this as a mini slate of Karen M. Astley and Stephen Dotson.
So moved.
Would anyone?
And seconded.
Great. Any discussion?
Thank you, Karen.
Thank you, Karen.
Welcome. I'm learning a lot from Wyndham Regional.
Yeah.
There's a lot going on in our county.
Wonderful.
It's
okay, so it's been
definitely to our advantage to have good representation on that commission.
Yeah, and Stephen's a good asset as well.
And he is remind me, he's now the energy
coordinator,
director,
right?
Coordinator for Brattleboro?
Yes. Yep.
Okay. And we investigated, there's no conflict there for him?
There is no conflict.
Perfect. Okay. So it's been moved and seconded, and hearing no further discussion, all in favor?
Aye.
Aye.
Aye. So it's been passed. Great. And now we are moving on to the town manager's report.
So I put out some surveys Where's my, hang on a minute, I'm lost. Here we go. Oh, wait a minute. Let's talk about broadband communication survey update. So the results are in from the broadband communication, and I sent everyone a packet, and it has Putney's numbers in here, which I was very impressed with.
I was
they
too.
were like 21% participated in the survey, which, you know, seems like a low number, but for Putney, I thought it was pretty good. So Wyndham Regional and ValleyNet and the other company, I can't, it's not on the top of my head right now. They're going to move forward with the feasibility study for broadband fiber to see what the next steps will be. But based on, you know, the survey results. So with the virus too, I'm not sure how this deadline will be impacted, but I mean, there's already a timeline on it, so I think they're going to try to stick to that schedule.
Well, the data coming out of that was pretty interesting. Thank you for sharing it.
Oh, you're welcome. Does anybody have any questions about it?
Do we have any immediate obligations going forward, or?
We do not. So they're gonna do the feasibility study. I would imagine, well, not now. I was gonna say, I would imagine they're gonna have another meeting, but unless they do it, you know, a virtual meeting. What I can ask Wyndham Regional what the next step might be, because everything is in such a flux right now. We just don't know.
Thank you, Karen.
Yeah, you're welcome. Locally grown resources survey for Putney. I did finally get that out. We had a few glitches on that. I have to thank Laura for helping me out on that.
Anytime.
But we got that one out and the business survey, and we're trying to generate some more data, try to help people figure out what we have locally in Putney for like produce, whether it be vegetables or meat or eggs or whatever that can help people, because with this virus and you know, the stay at home and only go out for groceries, and as you know, supermarkets, you know, are still have empty shelves, and if we can help people locally and they can provide resources, I think it's better for our community. But
yeah, I find this so exciting. I think that this builds resiliency and stability and sustainability for our future beyond this virus. And I think it's exactly in the vein of the conversation that Tom had speculated the governor would like us to be having. And so I really commend Karen for having taken the time and initiative to get this going and get it out there to the public, and encourage anybody that's watching that grows or has a business or has any other kind of resources that they would like to offer to their local community, please participate, because it's a great way that we can all connect and support one another.
yes, and we did the same thing with the business survey. So basically it's asking our businesses that basically had to go to takeout You know, what do they offer? You know, do they have gift cards? Are they doing takeout? Are they doing curbside? So we have to try to support our local businesses like the Putney Diner and the general store and, you know, like the bookstore. And, you know, it's how do we help them get through this? And how can we guide them to the appropriate resources so, you know, they might be able to get financial monies to help them get back on their feet. You know, this has been a big shock to everyone, and it's unfortunate. And I mean, I drive down Main Street and you can see the impact. It's not a good situation right now.
No, but I also have to commend them for their quick adaptation to all of this. I have seen each of our local businesses doing some really remarkable marketing and changing their systems so quickly to support the public need and to also continue doing the best that they can to, if not thrive, survive this.
Right.
Yeah, well, we're certainly also, I mean, this is sort of a different vein, but, you know, I think it was David who brought up a while ago the reality of longer term financial fallout from this for tax payments, et cetera. And I think we're going to have to be, we're not going to see that until, you know, I mean, given that tax bills may be delayed, we're certainly not going to see it until at least August, but, you know, over the next year, we're going to have to really look at how we're going to manage. And I'm very hopeful that there will be legislative support for how we are supposed to manage that, because I suspect that's going to be very real for us.
Mm-hmm. Yeah.
Yep.
I know for myself, the first thing that I did is I looked at every project moving forward and figured out what I could not spend money on and still keep moving forward and keep everything as close to zero as possible. I also heard from a friend today about the Small Business Association's 2 different loans that are available for small businesses. One, a quick $10,000 loan that could, the portions of it that are used to pay employees don't have to be paid back or something like that. And a larger loan that you can apply for, I think, up to like $10 million. And any portion of that is being paid towards salaries or help would not be eligible, would not be required to be paid back either. And so I think there's resources out there for people. I don't know if they're availing themselves to them or not. I know I haven't done anything but for myself, but I think as a town, we have to be really careful about, we have to be really frugal. Of course, I always think that way, but but moving forward, I think we need to be really, really, really cautious. There's going to be a lot of people that have a really hard time with that.
Yeah.
People who normally wouldn't have a hard time or we'd have any problem with who will now. And how do we address that?
So I have to agree with you, David. There is quite a bit of information out there for small businesses, for people that are unemployed. And I would recommend they either go to the state of Vermont websites or go to our websites, because the links are on our website, and tap into those resources.
Yeah, and I know we've made this point before, but I'll repeat it, just the importance of doing that sooner rather than later, because that will be a first come, first served venue. And, you know, stimulus being what it is, it'll probably come in rounds, but if you haven't applied, you're not going to get it. And that'll, at a minimum, delay you significantly, if not prevent you from receiving those funds.
Right. So my next item was town business hours. So the town hall currently is staffed 4 days a week. There's no one in the office on Friday, but 8 to 4 are the hours. We can be reached by telephone, we can be reached by email. We are still trying to conduct business the best we can. We have absolutely no in-person contact with other people at this time. So recommendation is to call the office and talk to us for what you're looking to do. So right now, dog licenses are due. Hunting and fishing licenses can be done online, but it can't be done online if you don't have a printer or you don't have a computer. So you can call John Johnson, town clerk, and he can walk you through. And, you know, Alyssa and I are there usually on Monday and Wednesday, but we are retrieving all our voicemails, and we all have email that go to our smartphones or to our home computers. So email is the best communication right now. So we will do our best to get back to people right away. The highway department is still working 40 hours a week. They are grading roads. The east side of Putney has already been done. Brian's looking at a 3-week grading schedule. So he took a ride around town and he took a look at all the roads, and it's going to be a slow go with one grader, but the grader is out there. They are grading roads. They're also trucking gravel and sand at the moment. So they're staying busy. Now, the other thing too with the highway department, I just want to let everybody know that, you know, it's good to have the downtime, but the crew cannot put up a road sign because it takes 2 people. So there's no social distancing, but there's some things that they'll be able to do. But right now, concentrating on isolating themselves. They all have their own equipment. There's no cross contamination with any equipment. And if it's a rain day, they're at home, just to let people know. If it's raining, Brian will send the crew home so they're not hanging out in the garage. So Brian's well aware of this virus, and everyone's fear is that we're going to lose somebody to this virus. You know, like a 2-week quarantine, which potentially could be a problem. So we're all taking a lot of caution, and we're trying to keep that 6-foot distance. The listers are still working too. They're still trying to meet their deadline. They're a little more casual about 6 feet distance, but you know, we just keep reminding one another. So, but that's basically
I'm
the
getting
hour.
a bunch of messages from somewhere.
What was that?
Are you taking notes?
Are you hearing my notes? I'm sorry. I can mute.
Yes. Pencil on the, or pen on the table.
I'm sorry, that is me. I'll stop taking notes.
So that's all I have about office hours at this point. And those are subject to change.
As is everything.
And do you feel like it's working well?
Yeah, it's working well. I like it better now that we're staggered. So, you know, of course, Alyssa and I are in there together, but, you know, we're separated. And, you know, Jonathan's in there, you know, usually by himself. Sometimes I'm in there on a Tuesday, but, you know, we're at separate ends of the building. So it's just trying to remember that we have to wash things down, so we enter the building, I like to try to wash things right away. So I think we've been proactive about trying to wash our hands, disinfect, and
one piece in doing business is that you are able to mail items like dog licenses and fishing licenses and whatever folks need out to them to reduce contact.
Yes. Yep. We have the mail slot in the front of the building. So if anybody needs to drop anything off, they can just put it in the mail slot and then we can process it and then put it back out in the mail.
Really helpful. Thank you.
You're welcome. So that's all I have for town manager's report.
Karen, I don't think this was in our packet, but I know I saw from you some information on the response from BLCT about the fire truck article. Can you, it wasn't clear to, it was clear to me that the bond issue is problematic as far as how we would work through it. I didn't feel there was a clear answer about going to private lending institutions. Do you have the information you need?
I have enough information right now. So the one thing that I'm concerned about is because we voted on a 10-year bond, $550,000 at 2%. So the interest rate concerns me.
Yeah.
Especially if we won't know what the interest rate is until it comes back from the bidders. I mean, that concerns me a lot. And I haven't started researching what the banks are doing right now, but I will look at it. And again, I haven't really talked to Larry. I know Larry is.
I didn't feel like there was, I don't know whether there was an answer or even whether the question was sort of voiced that they could answer whether we can legally go to a bank if we chose to, if we met the criteria lined up in the vote.
Right.
I'll have to go back and reread it because I read it as no, that we have to stick strictly within the language of what was voted on. But
and that's how I interpreted that first paragraph for sure.
Well, yeah. I definitely agree with you as far as a bond. If we were to get a bond, then it would need to meet that criteria. For me, it wasn't clear to me whether that left us with the opportunity of going to a bank if it would come in at less than 2% or not. I think that's, I don't know whether that's possible, but
I can ask for clarification.
Okay.
So.
All right. Warrants?
Yes. Do we have a motion?
I will move that we approve and execute the warrants as presented upon completion of review.
And then second that.
It's been moved and seconded. Any discussion?
There were several things that weren't familiar to me here, Karen. I assume it's all legitimate. I don't know whether we want to go through any of it, but Advantage Truck Group.
Can we do payroll first?
Sure.
Can we pass it first?
Yeah.
So it's been moved and seconded. All in favor?
Aye.
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 All right, we're going to start with payroll warrant dated April 10th. In the amount of $15,846.67. And then
That all
we
looks,
any questions, Josh? Looks good?
nope, not on that, nope.
Okay. David, are you all set?
Yeah, I'm all set. Yep.
Okay. Any questions, Laura?
You'd hear from me. No.
All right. So accounts payable dated March 28th through April 10th, 2020, in the amount of $86,264.20.
Can I ask a question?
Sure.
What is Southwestern New Hampshire District that we're paying $31,000 to? What is
Okay,
that?
so that's our mutual aid
Okay.
system. So with this bill, David, so half of it is billed in this fiscal year,
Mhm.
and then the other half is a prepaid for the next fiscal year, because they only bill it once.
Okay.
So we end up splitting it. It's an odd thing, but
So are you saying we pay $15,000 a year or we pay $31,000 a year?
it's $31,000, but it's in 2 different fiscal years.
But we're paying, so what Karen is saying is that every year we pay $31,000 or whatever that new number is, we just pay it in 2 different payments.
Right.
Sort of counterintuitive how it works out on paper versus what we pay the same amount,
right?
But we pay it in 2 different lots towards 2 different time periods.
Their fiscal year and our fiscal year don't coincide.
They do not.
Got it.
And sometimes it could be an auditing nightmare, because we
Got it.
just experienced that.
You can't convince them to change their fiscal year to match us.
I don't know, but so in the past, just to share with you, in the past, what would happen is we'd make the payment now, we'd make one payment, and then we would hold on to the bill until like July, and then pay him for the other half of the year.
Got it.
So it looks big, David, but when it comes out in the wash, half of it will be in this fiscal year, and then the other half will be for fiscal year 21.
It looks big because it is. It's big.
Exactly. Yeah. No, I mean,
Right.
It's right what Karen's saying, but we still end up paying $32,000 a year. And
Yeah.
what
Right.
it is specifically, David, is for dispatch services.
I get it.
So it's Keene Mutual Aid Dispatch is what it is.
It is, yep.
Yep. And the
It's a good
$18,000, I'm sorry, is insurance?
It's what? 18,000, yes.
Blue Cross Blue Shield. Yeah, okay.
Yeah, and that went up because we added a family plan, and then we added a 2-person plan, both in the highway department. So
What are the locks and alarms? The countryside lock and alarms.
that is the camera system that was put in down at the fire station. So we have a grant, an equipment grant, that allowed us like $3,600 to put in a camera system at the fire station and a camera system at the wastewater treatment plant. So the fire station is done, and I don't know when the wastewater treatment plant, if it'll even get done this year. I'm hoping, but
Who monitors them?
so It'll all go into the fire station onto
Okay.
their computer there, which is a good thing because if there's any issues, it automatically goes there and the alarm will go off too. So at the wastewater treatment plant, not only will they have the camera system, but they will have an automatic fire alarm that goes to the fire station.
So we won't have a separate monitoring service, is that correct?
No, it'll go right directly to the fire station through mutual aid.
Oh, okay. And those
And
are,
then-
those cameras are, the focus of those cameras are exterior of the building, is that correct?
That is correct, yep.
And then it's up to like Tom or one of his people to review if an incident happens, if an issue arises.
Yeah, but I would think too, it would go to their smartphone. There's got to be an app for those cameras to go to somebody's smartphone. So I haven't checked. It just barely got in place. So
yeah,
I don't know the whole ins and outs of the system, Laura, but I'm sure we can find out.
yeah, it's not at the top of my list right now, but that's interesting. I think, Josh, were you asking about Advantage Truck Group?
Yeah, there were just several things on, I mean, I'm not particularly concerned about it, but they're just names I don't recognize. Advantage Truck Group, Allen Engineering.
Of course, I don't have any of the invoices in front of me.
Advantage Truck Group is, I think, a part of Patriot Freightliner. It's where they get a lot of their parts for the trucks.
Yeah.
Okay.
Yeah.
Oh, okay.
And Allen Engineering is the
That's the pool place, right?
Right, in the sewer department, they get all of their
chemicals and
chemicals
okay.
and stuff. Yeah, we pay an invoice from them once a month.
Yeah, this one's low.
Yeah, it's really low.
All right.
Was it always Allen Engineering?
No, actually, it was Allen Pools and Spas.
Right.
That's what I thought. Okay. All right.
So how do you want to manage those, Karen? Do you want us to, we may have already done this. Do you want us to just come in and sign them as we're able?
We were going to talk about that in other business, but if you guys want to go ahead and make a motion to, oh, you already made the motion, right?
Yeah. Yeah, we can just move into other business now and have that conversation. I think that's an important one.
Right.
So Karen had suggested the possibility of electronic signing, but without us actually having researched that. I'm not sure if that's feasible at this time. Maybe it's something we could discuss next week. In the meanwhile, as Josh was saying, do you just want us to all come in when we have time and sign those, like committing to getting it done in the next day or two?
So everyone has a key to the building. So and I have all the paperwork with me right now. So that would mean me going to the office tomorrow to bring all this stuff in for you to sign.
Karen, both of the warrants are in Laura's mailbox if they wanted to sign those, and all of the minutes are in David's box, which, by the way, David, your box is overflowing. So if you wanted to at least sign those are there at your convenience.
So the copy of the bank paperwork, could I just bring that and sign it and leave it in my box? Is the copy good enough, or does it have to be an original?
It should be an original.
Okay.
Yeah, we're
But
gonna
the-
have to figure,
oh,
we'll have to
yeah.
figure this out because we definitely need signatures. And I suppose
Well,
I like your idea, Alyssa, if we just make the copies and leave the copies in Laura's mailbox.
yeah. Well, if Laura has in her packet everything that needs to be signed, she could sign it so it's an original with her signature,
Right.
put it in her mailbox, and the other two can sign it.
Yeah.
Yeah, that's what I was asking.
There's like three things. There's like three things, I think.
Yeah.
There's
Before.
the VTrans, the two VTrans documents, and the People's Bank Omnibus document that need to be signed. And then the warrants are in my mailbox. I didn't print those.
Yes, exactly.
Yeah, I mean, technically, you can't issue checks until those warrants have signatures on them. I think we could make a motion
So
right.
come tomorrow and sign them.
But right, no, that's what I'm saying. I mean, I think that Laura should do that. So I will make a motion that for the duration of the COVID-19 pandemic, we allow Laura to be the primary signature, and then David and I will follow up as we are able on all warrants from here until the pandemic is completed.
And I second that. I'm fine with that.
So can I make a comment?
Yeah.
So please sign in blue ink.
Yeah.
That way I know it's the original. And number two is, I wanted to say something and it's gone. Sorry.
Might come back to you. So it's been moved and seconded. It's been moved and seconded. Any further discussion?
Where are we going to put those once they're signed?
I can either leave them in my mailbox. I'll leave them in my mailbox. I won't be the last person to sign. So whoever's the last person to sign, we'll have to put it wherever you want it.
Can just leave it there and I'll pick it up on Monday.
Yeah.
Okay. Would you like me to bring a can of Lysol with me and spray everything?
No, but my recommendation is if you guys go like Friday, Saturday, or Sunday, knowing that there's not going to be anyone in the building, that would probably be better.
Yeah.
And if you unlock the front door handle, please make sure it's locked.
Yeah.
Okay.
And you gotta test it.
No, I think legally, Laura, you need to sign tomorrow because those checks will be, at least payroll will be distributed Friday. And without your signature on those warrants, those checks are not technically legitimate.
Yeah, I was just going to say I'll go in first thing in the morning and sign them, and I'll plan that as my routine for Thursday mornings after a select board meeting with warrants to go in very first thing Thursday morning and do the signatures. And I'm really good at social distancing, so if anybody's in there, I'll keep away. Yes.
You can come in the side door because John will have it open, but you have to print those warrants because they are in your box already.
Fantastic. All right. Sounds like a plan has been made. So it's been moved and seconded, and hearing no further discussion, all in favor?
Aye.
Aye.
So, Laura, don't take this as a criticism at all, but just so you know, I think when you go back to get a vote on these, per Robert's rules, you can't just say it's been moved and seconded. You need to say it's been moved and seconded to approve, and it can be abbreviated, but you have to clarify what we're voting on. I'm pretty sure, I might be wrong, but just
okay.
a one sentence addition to that, I think, is Robert's rules.
Okay, I will make sure to do that going forward. Oh, okay. Do we have any other business?
No.
I'll just comment. I did one of the electronic signature things with another organization recently. On
Yeah.
my end, it was super simple.
Yes.
So I think that would be, if we can make that work, that would be. Yes. I'm not sure what's involved on the other end because I didn't have to do it, but all I had to do was click on a link and then choose a signature that looked sort of like mine and click on that, and it was done.
So I just did an electronic signature today. It's fairly easy. And if you're all in agreement to use electronic signatures for this temporary period, we can get it set up. And I would be the one initiating the signature on the documents. No one else. I would be responsible and accountable for your signatures.
As long as you're comfortable with that, I'm comfortable.
Yeah, I am too. And I think what we would probably have to do, we might want to check with the state on this, is just we would probably have to approve you as the initiator of that or something. I'm not sure. We should just find out what the obligation is for how to make that legitimate.
I will inquire with BLCT tomorrow and see if I can get an answer.
Sounds good.
I think there's two different kinds of electronic signature things too, and I think you're both talking about two different kinds. Like I think Karen, maybe not, but I think you're thinking that they give you their electronic signature and you place it on a document. Is that what you're meaning?
Not me, no. I created my own electronic signature.
Yeah.
So, and I know what Josh is talking about because they send it to you.
Right.
You just plop it on there. It's a little sticky and then you click on there and your signature comes in there. But we can create those right at the office because I've done it.
Oh, cool.
I just have to remember how I did it, Alyssa.
Okay. Well, yeah, because you can do it where it automatically sends to the next person on the list after the first person signs it.
Oh, nice.
Because I did that with the house and all this. Like I would sign it, Lance would sign it, and then his brother had to sign.
Yeah.
Because he owns the other house that we own. So
yeah.
He had to sign too. And so it was like all three of us got it in a row.
All right.
So.
Well, if the select board is okay with electric signatures and we are able to do that, which I'll find out, then, maybe that's the route to go for now.
I'm supportive.
Maybe in 2 weeks, we're going to be all at home.
We already are.
You mean back in the office?
Well, it's good to know, as Josh said earlier, and I agree, and organizationally where I work, we're looking at this too, is this is likely to come in waves, and we need to be prepared and have systems in place going forward so that we can navigate this more easily. Any other business?
I'm just wondering whether Karen's backdrop is digital or flannel.
It's lovely. It's lovely.
It has a very holiday-esque feel.
What are you hiding? That's what I want to know.
No, you don't.
Behind there, you don't want us to see.
Yeah, well.
The only other thing that I would bring up is the Putney Mutual Aid Group, Neighbors Helping Neighbors, is doing some really amazing work. They've built a pretty incredible system to connect people, and they've been able to effectively connect folks with Tom, which is what he was speaking to before, where they've been able to connect volunteer counselors and folks that need that support through him. I know that, I don't know if you've received it yet, Karen, but they plan on sending some producers your way for your survey. So it's really heartening to see how our community is coming together during this time and truly supporting each other. And I'm very proud of the work that they're doing.
I am too, and they've been very supportive for our office. And, you know, anytime, I'm just thankful we have people in the community willing to help. I want to thank everybody who's making the masks too. I think the effort is just beyond.
It really is. Landmark has started or will be starting soon, and I should actually say I believe that they will be starting soon to 3D print masks if they haven't already. We were able to connect them with somebody that already had the knowledge of how to do it, and they have the printers. So that's really exciting too, that they're going to start printing masks for our first responders and our hospital.
Yep. No, they've stepped up to the plate big time.
Laura, I think you said before that the person heading up, or one of the people heading up the mutual aid group, is Ruby McAdoo. Is that true?
Yes.
And who is working directly with her at sort of the top of that process?
So it's Ruby, Kathleen Dewich, Jamie Contois is a big piece of it. Oh gosh, I'm forgetting her name right now. Sarah
Armour Jones.
Hold on one second here. Bear with me, and I will find you the.
I want to shout out
Sarah Armour Jones. Thank you.
Hannah Pick too.
So, Hannah Pick, the folks from Putney Community Cares. It's really, there's a core leadership group that has been doing a lot of the guiding work. And then there's every week, there's a large slate of us that meets, which includes our local representatives, Notter and Mike, and local representatives from the different organizations in our town, myself, and a few other community members that have been really driven to make this happen. And then there's a communications team, which I'm on, but I have to be like very clear that most of the heavy lifting has been done by other people. I'm just sitting in and listening and occasionally throwing in some input, but trying to make sure that I'm playing the role that I'm supposed to be playing of liaison. They're just doing incredible work. It's been tied in with our local businesses as well. So they're trying to work with the local businesses to help with grocery delivery. Truly remarkable. And something I think that will serve us well going forward for many years. They're building it strong.
And I also want to comment to certain residents that have ideas, and they'll shoot me an email, and I'm able to like throw it over to the mutual aid group, and they hook everybody up. And it's been incredible. And it's big for me to do that with everything else going on. It's really difficult, and I feel like this group handles it efficiently, and people's, their needs are met.
Good.
Yeah, I have to agree. It's the exact kind of collaboration we were hoping for.
Yeah, it's working. I like it. I'm really impressed too with the community right now.
and he has a lot to be proud of.
All right, so we probably have another meeting date on that agenda. I don't have it in front of me, and then
We do, except it says April 8th.
Who made that mistake? All right, let me look. Sorry, guys.
So I believe it's April 15th that we're supposed to be meeting.